In the pouring rain, countless zombies are attracted by the noise near the tool storage room, as a male student uses his remaining strength to bash the door and scream. "Open the door, I'm Zhang Heng, they're all gathered here, please save us, let me in quickly." Inside, 3 female students are under the desk, clutching their heads and trembling in fear. Meanwhile, 3 boys in the class are blocking the door with their bodies, each just trying to survive in this desperate situation. Upon hearing your classmates' cries for help, our male protagonist hesitates, unsure what to do. Right at this moment, class monitor Li Ruyi steps in and says, "Let him in." "Truong Hang is our classmate, how could we ignore him? That bitch loudly pretends to be kind." A male student blocking the door suddenly screams in panic, "Are you kidding me? There are zombies outside." Truong Hang must have been bitten outside, there's no way to let him in. Ignoring everyone's opinions, Li Nuhai still stubbornly gives the order. "I am the class monitor, I won't abandon any of my classmates. Let him in, whatever happens I will take responsibility." Now that Truong Hang can still speak and call for help, it proves he hasn't been infected yet. If the teacher dies like this without being saved, don't your consciences feel pain? Judged by morality, the boy earlier changed his mind. After thinking it over, he turned to speak to Diet back. "Uncle Diet, I will count to 3, and open the door, and once Truong Hang enters I will close it immediately." At this moment, Uncle Diet is under immense pressure from both sides, so he has no choice but to obey. After counting to 3, he quickly turned the doorknob, but unexpectedly, Truong Hang, who had been shouting earlier, had now turned into a terrifying zombie. Because he was standing in front of the door, Diet back was pushed onto by the zombie and couldn't escape. Meanwhile, Li Nukai and the classmates didn't care about him and only tried to escape in panic. In the midst of the danger, Diet back was bitten hard on the arm by the zombie. In excruciating pain, countless images flashed through his mind. Everything feels like a slow-motion scene of the future, as I have traveled back in time using the time machine. Now in my mind, there are only 2 things I want to do: save and revenge. As the pain faded, Dr. Yi realized he had traveled back a few minutes before being bitten. Seeing Li Rushi pointing and giving orders, he coldly asked back, "Hey, I'm telling you classmate, the soldier outside might have already been bitten by a zombie. Let him in, can you truly handle the consequences?" Watching this familiar scene once more, Diet back couldn't help but laugh, trembling all over. I will never forget this day for the rest of my life. I consider myself to have gone back, the machine scribe succeeded, and I want to go back and change everything. Seeing Diet back's appearance, the female students were so scared they dared not say anything, only Lai Nuk Hai kept shouting loudly. "Diet back, are you really a man? I am a female student and you shamelessly talk to me." Dr. Diet then slowly stepped forward and started laughing. "Haha, what's there to be shy about, aren't you afraid or what? I knew right away that you only know how to talk big, always making others do the dirty and tiring jobs while enjoying the benefits yourself. You're just a hypocritical woman. It hits a nerve." With an ego as high as Li Nukai's, how could she bear it? She shouted loudly and strode straight toward the door. "That's enough, what does this matter? If I want to go, then I go. I've never been afraid, you women, get out of my way." She pushed past the boys guarding the door and grabbed the doorknob. Without resistance, the door was instantly pushed open, knocking down Lai Nu Hui and 2 other students. Seeing the corridor filled with zombies, everyone screamed loudly. In this confined space, the only exit has been blocked and everyone can only cover their heads and scream. As the closest to the door, Li Shuhai naturally becomes the first target to be attacked. But she surprisingly grabbed a nearby classmate and pushed him out to be a human shield for herself. It was this kind of reckless action that allowed her to survive in the apocalypse. But that is just fate. In this life, Diet Bak will pay back everything owed and more. Without hesitation, Diet Bak kicks Lai Nuk Hai strongly toward the zombie. As the zombie's arms wrapped around Lai Nuk Hai about to bite her neck, Diet Bak suddenly swung her fist, smashing its head. The zombie's head was shattered, its body froze stiff, and it died instantly. Li Nuk Hai also fell to the ground, and this time she didn't forget to feign innocence. Diet Bak, save me." Diet Bak didn't say a word, only looked at her with a furious gaze. White-shirted Li Nuk Hai, you harmed half my life. Today it's your turn to experience that feeling." Without hesitation, he picked up the door from the ground and reattached it as before. The other students were utterly shocked by this. Diet Bak didn't say much, and used a fierce gaze to give orders. "What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and help me block this spot." Startled with fear, all the students pushed 1 foot and 1 hand against the door to block it firmly. After escaping from the zombie, Lai Raikai pounded on the door and screamed non-stop. Now she has experienced the thrill of the previous chapter. The only difference is that this time no one is opening the door anymore. Because of the loud noise, the surrounding zombies were attracted closer, and finally, after Li Nukai's scream, everything suddenly fell silent in a strange and terrifying way. After a long silence, the students in the room started to talk among themselves. The classroom and his voice could no longer be heard. Did he run away already? Or surprisingly, Diet Bak actually kicked the zombie out of the classroom and even killed a zombie horde. It's really terrifying. He usually seems so friendly, how come he feels like a different person now? But with just a glance, they all fell silent, the chaotic crowd falling quiet. Yibi walked over, bloodied, smiling as he asked, "Are you all afraid of me? Students are scared but still try to lie to avoid being kicked out of here." "No, nothing." Deep back, thank you. I was just pulled by the class monitor. I might have lost my life otherwise. When mentioning Lee Nook, hi, everyone's reaction suddenly became hostile. The class deserved it. Her arrogance almost destroyed us all. Luckily, Deep back reacted quickly, or we would be in big trouble. These kinds of flattery are truly disgusting in this day and age. Deep back also didn't bother and smiled kindly. If you're not afraid, that's good. Open the door and go out. I'll take a look outside. As soon as they heard that everything fell silent, the outside looked like hell. Only a lunatic would want to go out. Diep back immediately continued. Yes, I thought about it. Running out suddenly was really not appropriate. I went outside to see how he was doing. Even though zombies had entered, no one dared to disobey Diep Bak and obediently opened the door. Diep Bak did not hesitate, and Vakel stepped outside. Now the rain has stopped, the sun is up, and the zombies have left, just like the after effects of the quake have disappeared without a trace. While Diep Bak was observing the surroundings, the students suddenly slammed the door shut and used all their strength to block it. Hurry, block the door quickly, don't let him go inside anymore. That guy is too dangerous. He just kicked the classroom door out, hold him back. Who knows if he'll throw us out too. Judging by his expression, he might have been a murderer in the past. These ungrateful traitors, Diep Bak has met many of them before. He only chuckled sourly, and then turned around to leave without hesitation. Looking through the window, everyone was stunned by Diep Bak's actions, especially as he walked straight toward the nearby zombie. That's another zombie. He's heading right for that zombie again. Is he crazy? Facing the zombie, Diep Bak just sneers and smiles silly. To him, this zombie looked more like a wandering treasure than something scary. Before the zombie could react, Diep Bak quickly rushed forward. He used a crowbar to smash the zombie's head, causing it to fall to the ground, and then repeatedly hit it. The crazy scene left his classmates stunned. None of them expected someone to dare to hit a zombie like that. After pounding wildly for a while, Diep Bak only stopped when he had smashed the zombie's head into a messy heap. From within the pile of flesh, he rummaged with his hand for something. Ah, later on you removed a blue gem from the zombie's brain. That's why you acted so recklessly. Holding the gem in his hand, Diep Bak showed an extreme excitement. I found it, the energy of the vibrating gem. This is the origin of the world, and that's why mechanical engineers can't do without it, the thing that helps me return to the past. Next, Diep Bak actively attacked the surrounding zombies to gather more singing metal energy. Witnessing this crazy behavior, the students started to feel confused. They think that Diep Bak's earlier cowardice was just pretending. Deep down, he is a twisted killer. At this moment, a handsome guy comes up with an idea for Diep Bak to fight the zombies and cover for him. Someone immediately protested. After all, everyone is afraid of someone as terrifying as that. The argument quickly escalated, each person having their own reasons. At this moment, Diep Bak smashes the glass from outside, smiling sinisterly. Schoolmates, what are you all still doing here? Let's go out together and kill some zombies. It's really exciting. Those handsome guys were so confident earlier, now they're trembling and stammering. Diep Bak, you are right behind you. Turns out the thing they fear is the zombie approaching from behind. Without hesitation, Diep Bak fixed the zombie's appearance, and then turned to leave alone. Even though your intentions are good, your classmates are too scared to follow you. On the way, you recall what happened to you and this world. The number of zombies is increasing. Humanity is living in fear and despair, fighting over space and food, falling into endless chaos. This is what zombie expert Professor Truong Han calls the Dark Age. Like the scar from being bitten by a zombie, I had to cut my hand to survive. For 50 years of hardship and suffering, enduring hunger and thirst until I finally met the engineer. Before he died, he used his last strength to send himself back to the moment the apocalypse began, which is also the present. On the street, Diep Bak was seen by two men. They think he's run out of stored food and is going mad from hunger. Although some tried to call him inside, fear ultimately won. In this era of chaos, human kindness is something truly precious. On his way, Diep Bak passed by a park where a horde of zombies had gathered. Unlike earlier, he didn't proactively attack but simply walked past. But as soon as the zombies saw him, they all charged at him like crazy. Now all they have left are their instincts and bloodthirsty desires, and the man who wanted to let you in earlier is extremely worried. Faced with so many zombies, most people would have given up. But contrary to his worries, Diep Bak not only didn't run away, but simply knocked the zombie's head off with a single strike. For you, these actions are just a form of enjoyment, but in the eyes of others, this is truly an unbelievable sight. While the zombies are tirelessly fighting each other, a familiar figure is silently observing from a nearby room window. Sooner or later I will kill you. I never expected Lee No Hai to still be alive. After a relentless struggle with the wrench, Diep Bak managed to take down the last zombie, but as he was gasping for breath, 3 more zombies were attracted by the noise. After that last battle, Diep Bak is too exhausted to fight anymore and has no choice but to run away. The number of zombies chasing him keeps growing, and he can't seem to shake them off. Not only the zombies, but the survivors around there are also attracted by the noise outside. In this era, walking alone on the street like this is really just asking for death. After running for a while, Diep Bak noticed a convenience store and ran up to knock on the door. Open up, let me in. I'm injured, and there are many zombies chasing from behind, let me in quick. Everyone else thought only a fool would open the door at this moment, but unexpectedly, the roller shutter door slowly opened up. Just as the zombies arrived, Dietbak had to hold them off until the shutter door opened wide enough, but upon watching through the camera, the people inside suddenly closed the shutter door in the middle of the chaos. Fortunately, Dietbak managed to roll inside before the shutters closed, completely successfully blocking the zombies outside. As soon as he entered, he immediately surveyed the situation around him. This convenience store still contains a lot of supplies, which is really rare in this situation. And in the darkness, a girl is secretly watching Dietbak. It seems she is the one who opened the door for him. Meanwhile, in the building across the street, a group of soldiers observed everything that had just happened, and were amazed to see someone killing zombies for the first time. The chicken feed color of a coward can't believe his eyes and hurriedly reports to the boss. Ngo Kong, that student, can single-handedly kill 5 or 6 zombies, and even snuck into the convenience store across the street. Boss No Kong, holding a beauty in each arm and laughing loudly, said, "Ha ha ha, this is really interesting. It seems zombies aren't very strong. That student can do it, so can we." It seems like Dietbak's actions have sparked some sinister intention in these thugs. Back inside the convenience store, Dietbak realized someone had been watching him for a while, so he smirked and said, "Come out, I see you. Give me the keys to this rolling door." When no one responded after waiting, Dietbak sighed and started to carry her backward. "Ah, it hurts. My wound has torn open. Help me." As soon as she saw Dietbak cry out in pain, the girl hidden in the dark ran out without hesitation with a bandage in her hand. She only intended to throw the thing down and walk away, but suddenly Dietbak grabbed her wrist and pulled her back. "Let go, let me go." Turns out she's such a cute little girl. Dietbak grips her tightly and smiles mischievously. "Don't worry, I won't eat you. Give the remote control to me, and I will let you go." The girl was so scared, she almost cried, but still refused to hand over the controller. "What control are you talking about?" She denies it, but she's holding the remote in her hand. As soon as he saw it, Dietbak forcefully grabbed it, and only then did he let go of the girl. Having just escaped, the girl quickly searched for a hiding spot. Suddenly, Dietbak seemed to go berserk, kicking over the shelves and shouting loudly, "You idiot, I just said I was hurt and you believed it. You're such a fool, too easy to fool." At first glance, Dietbak certainly seems cruel for scolding the person who saved his life, but everything has its reasons. In the past life, it was the girl who saved Dietbak's life when he was at his lowest point. After being bitten by a zombie, Dietbak had to cut off his own arm to prevent himself from turning into a zombie. You left the school alone, battered and wandering the streets without any support. Luckily, the girl brought you into the convenience store and bandaged your wounds. Her father went out for something important and told her to wait inside the store. Thanks to her kindness, Dietbak was saved, but this same kindness brought her into danger. As soon as she finished bandaging Dietbak, she opened the door for a group of people claiming they were starving, but judging by their appearance, they hardly looked like they were about to die of hunger. "Thank you for opening the door for us. The food in this shop belongs to us." Holding her jaw, the girl could only threaten with her father, who had gone outside. Let go, my father will be back very soon." Hearing that, the sneaky guy suddenly laughed wickedly. "Ha ha ha, that's right, we met him already, and used him as bait to lure the zombies away. Now it's only us, no one can ruin our game anymore." Hearing this from her father, the girl was too desperate to speak. What followed was an extremely terrifying and inhumane scene. Dietbak was now hiding in a dark corner, covering his mouth with his right hand, afraid to make any sound. Hearing the heart-rending scream, Dietbak didn't dare to do anything, just stood there. He remained frozen until the scream stopped and the villains left with all their belongings. This apocalyptic world is truly the worst possible. Now that he's back in the past, Dietbak vows to save the girl. But first, you need to make her realize how dark and cruel the humanity of the end of the world truly is, even if it means being seen as the villain. Dietbak, after washing away the blood from his body, pondered what to do next. At this moment, the girl knocked on the door, making him angry and shouting, "Don't do anything that might disturb him while he's taking a bath." The girl quickly explained, apologizing, and saying she saw that his clothes were dirty, so she brought him a new set. Dietbak shouted at the girl to leave the clothes and go away, which hurt the innocent girl deeply. After she left, he muttered to himself, With that kind of attitude, how can someone like you survive in this world? But still, it's been a while since I felt so refreshed after taking a proper bath." As the number of zombies increases, more and more clean, water will become contaminated. In a few days, this place is likely to run out of water. Luckily, this convenience store has plenty of water and food, so we can survive here for a while. Next, we'll focus on gathering more equipment and weapons. Dietbak has carefully planned his future path. With plenty of experience, he will definitely survive well in this cruel world. Even when he's serious, he suddenly admires himself in the mirror. Well, that youthful face really makes people nostalgic. Haha, this smooth and soft skin, it's amazing. No pain in the calves, no pain in the legs. Youth is truly wonderful. It's just that I don't have abs. I need to work out more. Damn, I really have no words for this young guy. It's this old man who should be doing it. Anyway, before going back to the past, Dietbak was already an old man. After taking a shower, seeing the clothes, the girl prepared, Dietbak once again snapped. "That kid, why did he give me Western clothes to wear? If I wear Western clothes, how can I fight zombies?" The girl grew more and more frightened of Dietbak, not understanding what she had done wrong while outside in Gokong after a night with two beauties had finished and sent Vak Zhao and his men out. Everyone listen to me. KTV has alcohol and food, but this place is not somewhere to stay long term. We must build a survival base to face the difficulties ahead. So go outside and kill the zombies. This is the first step. First, take over the convenience store across the street to secure the food supply. Furthermore, in that convenience store, there is a little girl who looks very sweet and beautiful. If I recall correctly, the only one inside now is just her. Let's go, guys, kill all the zombies and bring the food and the girl here. As soon as the order was given, the subordinates rushed forward like hungry tigers. It's really just a bunch of scavengers. Returning to the convenience store, even though zombies surrounded it outside, the girl just sat there eating snacks without a worry. At this moment, Dietbak stepped forward with the demeanor of a CEO. You bastard, come out here. I have something to ask you. Is it just you here? Where are your family? The girl, scared, cowered under the table and stammered back. Dad, my dad went out to restock and hasn't come back yet. As soon as he heard that, Dietbak slammed the table loudly. Are you hell staying home alone and daring to let me in? Are you really not afraid that I might do something to you? The girl backed away in fright, her voice trembling. You said you're injured. I saw your whole body covered in blood, so I just… Before she could finish speaking, Dietbak pressed his face closer and shouted even louder. Do you not see what's chasing me? Don't you know what's happening outside? The girl crouched with her hands over her head, trembling all over. I know. I saw it through the camera. There are zombies outside. Dietbak, speechless at this poetic look, could only hold his head and sigh. Your cowardly poetic personality will eventually become just a parody of mine. Might as well kill you and get rid of the trouble. But living each day becomes dull. I have nothing. After saying that, Dietbak points at the girl and gives a command. Listen carefully from now on. Do as I say and don't resist. If you dare to say a word otherwise, I will kill you immediately. The girl quietly obeyed without resisting, simply following the instructions, while elsewhere the troops who had just been confident and ready to march out now suffered losses and depleted ranks. Seeing his comrades being torn apart by the zombies, they were all too afraid to take a step forward. What? What is going on? Why are those zombies so aggressive? Could it be that the zombies the kid fought earlier aren't the same as these? Gokong, sweating all over, still shouts commands from behind. Stop talking and kill all these zombies for me. If not, everyone will die here. But in front of this terrifying zombie horde, one of his subordinates ran away in fear. Gokong grabbed the hair of the fleeing man and threw him into the zombies ahead to lure them. It has to be said, Gokong is truly cold-blooded. Maybe that's why he survived until now. The young subordinate, being overwhelmed by the zombies, can only helplessly look to his trusted leader and scream, Gokong lam sao anko the lam vei. But before he could finish, he was torn to pieces. Although he sacrificed a subordinate, the guards still couldn't escape the zombies, and seeing the horde growing larger, Gokong shouted in panic. Today, why are there so many? We can't kill them all. It's destiny. Too many of them retreat quickly. And so everyone fled and regrouped. The plan failed and 2 people were lost. Sure enough, being weak and showing off, always trying to imitate the mastermind, while Dietbak is experiencing the thrill of having a loyal servant at his side. After the girl brought up the noodles and water to the room, Dietbak scowled and gave an order. All right, your problems are over now. Get lost. When I don't call, I don't allow you to bother me. The girl silently leaves without a word of complaint, and only after the door closes does Dietbak reveal his true face. I haven't enjoyed a bowl of instant noodles after so many years. It feels so good. The taste is truly satisfying. If I had known that in a few years instant noodles would become a luxury item among luxury goods, I would have eaten more of them. While eating, I felt like the zombies outside seemed noisier than usual. You were curious to see what was going on when suddenly a stone was thrown and shattered the window, followed by a swift arm grabbing the window frame and climbing up. It turns out that was the coward who ran away earlier. He climbed up while grumbling and cursing. Damn, zombie keeps chasing without end. Just as he managed to get his head into the room, he saw Dietbak leisurely eating noodles and went into a rage. Hey kid, come over here and help me up. Did you hear me? If you don't come over now, I will kill you. Insulted while eating, Dietbak, frustrated, picks up the water bottle and approaches the window. Feeling something's wrong, Gokong cautiously asked, What are you doing with the water bottle? But now that he's afraid, it's already too late. Dietbak without hesitation pours all the hot water onto his hand. If you want to kill me, then I will kill you first. Dietbak's eyes are full of deadly intent and anger. After decades surviving in this world, he's become too used to killing. At that moment, the girl runs up and grabs his arm to stop him. Stop, stop, let him in, don't let him get hurt. Just like in the past, she was still too innocent. Even Lord Wu was surprised by her words, but Dietbak was extremely furious. Get out, I told you not to come in if I didn't call you. Moreover, do you know what kind of person is outside? This time, the girl didn't listen and argued back. Dad said I'm not allowed to hurt people. Why is the atmosphere suddenly so strange? The more Dietbak listens, the angrier he gets. You idiot, you let him in, aren't you afraid he'll kill you? The girl hesitated for a moment, unsure how to reply. Seizing the opportunity, Gokong quickly pretended to be friendly. No, I wouldn't do that. I'm just hungry, ran outside to find something to eat, got surrounded by zombies and climbed up here. The zombies have already surrounded everything outside. I can't go out either. Fine, I'll wait here until the zombies disperse, then I'll leave. As he spoke, he slowly seized the opportunity to crawl up the windowsill. Now Dietbach couldn't afford to make a move either. I should have kicked this guy into the zombies earlier. Now that she's here, it's a good opportunity for me to strike. Dietbach gritted his teeth eyes, scanning the scene carefully, until suddenly his gaze fixated on the paper knife on the table. With this, you will be able to defend yourself. At this moment, the fool has successfully climbed into the room. As soon as he stepped onto the floor, his true face was revealed. Thanks for letting me in. Everywhere I go is my territory. Anyone who dares oppose me deserves to die. Hearing these words, the girl opened her mouth in shock. She couldn't believe that the person she just saved was actually trying to kill her. Right now, at the building across the street, 2 of the henchmen have reached the safe zone and are blocking the door, but the zombies are increasing in number, and soon the door won't hold. Earlier, these 2 just kept running away and got separated from Ngo Kong. Now they are blaming all their mistakes on him and hoping he will die. As time goes by, more zombies gather at the door, and the troublemaker notices things aren't looking good for the 2 girls. Now stop crying and come out here to help block the door. When life is in imminent danger, he still keeps thinking nonsense in his head. Before Brother No Gong arrived here, I already wanted to enjoy them. It's a pity. Now I can only run straight to the balcony, so they can block the door and escape. Those mercenaries always only think about betraying friends and abandoning others. Returning to the convenience store, the young man looked directly at the girl with an intimidating expression. Small girl, so adorable, I said. I wouldn't kill anyone. Do you really think I don't kill people? I really want to cherish and train you. Become my servant and I will spare you. Are these words that a human would say, truly animal-like? He was speaking softly, then suddenly looked over at Dietbach and yelled out loud. But you damn bastard, how dare you pour hot water on my hand? Are you tired of living? Using you as food for the zombies is not a bad idea, but I will make you suffer more pain before you die. I need to figure out a way to torment and kill you. I can crush your bones, cut your tendons, and throw you to the zombies. I will torture you slowly, so you feel the pain. Dietbach listened, without saying a word already, holding a knife in his hand. Suddenly, the girl spoke up. Hey mister, my family owns this convenience store. Yes, there is plenty of food on the first floor. It's enough for everyone. There are spicy sticks, chocolates, instant noodles, and teddy bear biscuits from Sin. Everyone can eat together, and once they're full, they'll feel no more worries. Damn, I'm speechless at this innocence. But Ngo Kong felt like he was being mocked, so he became even more furious. He lost control and charged straight at the girl. Damn it, are you actually showing off in front of me, you damn little brat? As expected of someone who survived in this world, his knife skills are truly honed. Now Ngo Kong has only 6 health points left, clutching his bleeding arm in pain. Not letting him recover, Dietbach gently turned the knife and stabbed right into his Adam's apple, but since he was a seasoned fighter, Ngo Kong reacted quickly, grabbing Dietbach's hand and saving his own life. Immediately after, he kicked him in the stomach, knocking Dietbach back, and the girl was pushed aside as well. Ngo Kong trembled all over, tending to his bleeding arm, and then suddenly yelled, "You bastard, after all these years, you're the only one who ever made me lose my temper. Go to hell." With his weak student body, Dietbach had his ribs scratched after the fight and was so sore that he couldn't stand up. At this moment, Ngo Kong stepped forward and kicked your leg hard. Before I kill you, let me ask you one question. How can you kill zombies so easily, and why can we not kill them when we can kill people with ease? Despite the pain, Dietbach still manages a loud laugh. If you want to know, call me Grandpa and I'll tell you. After hearing this, Ngo Kong felt very resentful, but he still wanted to know how to kill the zombies, so he kept Dietbach alive. He kept stomping hard with his foot, trying to force her to reveal the secret. Are you tired of breathing, huh? Tell me or I'll crush you to death. Seeing this scene, the girl panicked and didn't dare do anything. Meanwhile, Dietbach is still trying to cover the vulnerable spots on his body with his hands. I probably wanted the girl to learn a lesson from this experience, but the cost I have to pay is too high. I don't want to drag this out any longer, Dietbach shouted. Fine, stop, I'll tell you. Ngo Kong, hearing that, excitedly grabbed your collar and leaned in close. If I speak quickly, I will kill you without pain. But all he received was a mouthful of fresh blood from Dietbach's mouth. Frustrated, he threw Dietbach toward the door and kicked him in the stomach. Damn it, you mean to face me right? You like to play around, don't you? I will make you suffer. D. As he screamed, he ruthlessly struck Dietbach's head. At that moment, the girl suddenly stabbed Ngo Kong in the shoulder with the folding knife. The girl could no longer watch and decided to stand up and fight back. But with Ngo Kong's massive build, this wound was nothing. He just flicked his hand and knocked the girl down, then pulled out the paper cutter. You bastard, I'm going to kill your uncle. But he couldn't have expected that just as he turned his back on Dietbach for a moment, the boy had quickly used the coat hook to strike his girl hard. With one move, Ngo Kong's person fell to the ground motionless. At this moment, Dietbach has no strength, left limbs trembling and struggling to breathe while the girl keeps crying and sobbing non-stop. Is he dead? I killed someone. Seeing his blood-stained hands, the girl kept blaming herself. At this moment, Diep Bak stepped forward to comfort her. Hey kid, it's okay. To deal with scum like this, just do what you believe is right. The girl still couldn't stop crying after hearing that, but I want to save him. Why did he become like this after going inside? I don't think he's a bad person. Suddenly Diep Bak checked N'Jo Kong's body and yelled, Damn, this bastard still isn't dead, kid. Stop talking nonsense and get out hearing he's not dead. The girl seems to wake up and keeps begging to save him. But she was immediately thrown out of the room by Diep Bak. I've never met anyone as stupid as you. Get out. Back in the room, Diep Bak breathes heavily in frustration before hesitatingly throwing Go Kong's head out. The surrounding zombies, hearing the commotion, immediately swarm in. As No Kong just opened his eyes, he saw himself being torn apart and wailed in despair, while Diep Bak stood above watching with a disgusting look. If I had a better knife, I would cut off all your limbs before throwing you down. Suddenly, you are distracted by the noise from the building opposite. It turns out, Go Kong's younger ally is lucky to have survived, and is clinging to the exterior decoration of the balcony. As he screams in despair, he suddenly hears Diep Bak's voice approaching. Hey, is there anyone else alive over there? Even though we're almost out of time, he still answers honestly. No, no one is left. We were blocking the door, but someone let go, so the zombies rushed in and everyone was bitten. Hey, can you come over here and help me? Maybe you can save me and let me stay where you are. Even in his dreams it would look good, but of course Diep Bak wouldn't agree. No, I can't. If you don't want to lose twice in a row, look below. I'm warning you now, deal with it yourself. Seeing N'Jo Kong's corpse being gnawed on, this young man was not afraid, and didn't dare say anything more. He closed his eyes, jumped to the neighboring building, and ran straight ahead. Diep Bak saw this and burst into laughter. Hee, if those zombies didn't wipe out all your shitty lot, that's a pity. Don't let me catch you again. After cleaning everything up, it was already dark outside. When Diep Bak opened the door, he found the girl sitting curled up in a corner. Didn't you tell me to go take a bath? Why are you still here? Seeing the girl look into the room, Diep Bak continued. Don't look anymore, he's on the first floor. The girl innocently asked in response. Did he run away? Diep Bak said mockingly with a calm face. Could anyone really escape such a situation unless he's a deity? The girl then understood N'Go Kong's fate. She looked down with a sad expression. Why did they have to kill? Even evil people can have a chance to become better. Her perspective is not wrong, but this is the surface. People can even eat each other to survive. Someone like Diep Bak, who understands this well, couldn't help but pound the wall in frustration. N'Go Xuan, have you never read about the farmer and the snake? He is a bad person, extremely cunning. You save him, but if he turns around, he will kill you. Besides, you and him are the same. We have to kill each other to survive. This is the face of the world. The face of the world, understand. The girl with a pale face still can't believe how cruel the world has become. Diep Bak didn't bother arguing anymore and turned to leave. Sigh, talking to a fool like you is a waste of breath. Wow, just finished washing up and now I have to do it again? Swang still hurts. Hearing this, the girl quickly stood up to chase after him. That you are. But just a few steps in, she tripped and fell down the stairs. Diep Bak kept calling but got no response, so he quickly picked her up and laid her on the bed, then carefully checked on her. You weren't hurt from the fight earlier, right? I don't think there are any bruises. Seeing that the girl had a fever, he quickly looked for medicine in the drawer. It had been a long time, but luckily he still remembered where he kept the first aid kit. When opening the first aid kit, Diep Bak was distracted by a pink notebook. Today's chemotherapy didn't hurt at all. I even cheered for my little friend next door. The doctor told me that thanks to many good people helping me, I was able to receive treatment, so from now on I also want to be a good person. Along with that, there was the girl's medical record stating leukemia. After reading it, Diep Bak checked and saw scars all over her body. It seems like this is caused by the frequent injections. Diep Bak stood silently in front of the girl, hesitating for a long time. This kid really. So this is the reason why, no matter what, you want to save people. But the world you once dreamed of no longer exists. At this moment, Diep Bak suddenly felt his pocket and pulled out the energy amethyst stones he had collected earlier. He hesitated for a long time before looking at the girl. This might not work for her condition. After a long night, the sun finally rose. The zombies outside are no longer noisy like last night. They all look up at the sun with their eyes shining blue. This scene is truly strange. Meanwhile, Diep Bak was still fast asleep beside the bed, with a cloth wrapped around his shoulder. After waking up, he said he would go look for her father, which surprised her. He said, "Go find your father." Diep Bak sat on the chair, her attitude now less sharp than before. Yeah, didn't you say your dad went out to restock supplies? I think this place isn't safe. You should go back to your dad. The girl quickly said that her father told her to stay at the shop, keep the door tightly shut, and not go anywhere. When asked how long ago her father left, she suddenly sobbed and replied that it had been 3 days, even though it usually only takes half a day to restock. Diep Bak sighed and said, "So get your head out of the shallow end and help figure out what happened to your dad. It's been so long and he still hasn't come back." Suk realized the girl stopped crying and said, Dad won't get into trouble. 3 days ago, Dad called me and said he would be home soon." Diep Bak just had to use mind communication to explain. It's been 3 days already, right? Have you received any news from him during these 3 days? Either he has been eaten by zombies or is trapped somewhere waiting to be rescued. Shouldn't we go save him? The girl hesitated for a moment but still dared not disobey her father. She didn't dare leave as he had told her, but she did dare to open the door to let a bunch of people into the house. Such a good girl. Diep Bak now moves closer to the girl. You're so naive. Your father must be in trouble right now. Don't you want to go and help him? You agree to save a villain but refuse to save your father. Listen, I'm not asking for your opinion right now. I could kill you and leave any time. It's just because you saved me before that I brought you to your father. Of course it's to pay my debt, so don't act ungrateful, go pack your things now. Only when Diep Bak yelled did the girl obediently listen, really troublesome. Meanwhile, somewhere else, a car sped along the road, clearing all zombies in its path without fear of any parents or children. The direction the car is heading towards is this convenience store. Returning to the store, Diep Bak is carefully organizing the necessary food and drinks. Seeing the girl hesitating to the side, he called her over. Hey, why are you dressed like that? We're not going on a picnic. Seeing that the little girl was too timid to speak, he reluctantly accepted it and decided to finish a bowl of noodles before heading out. As he eats, he thinks about what he needs to do next. Wait until the sun rises higher, then go outside and let the zombies outside take care of everything first. I remember there were quite a few cars on the street. Hopefully I can find one to drive. In the end, just call that guy to get in the car, and I hope she doesn't get in the way. Seeing the girl eating a spicy snack that looked delicious, Diep Bak reached out to ask for a taste just as the store was punctured, and the shelves toppled over, and Diep Bak quickly shielded the girl. Are you joking? An earthquake. After taking a closer look, you realize it's a car that drove straight into the rolling door. The car then slowly reversed and a fat guy stepped out. Convenience store. I've found my treasure. He kicked the heads of the nearby zombies, then happily grabbed his bag and entered the store. Seeing the pile of food scattered on the ground, he rushed forward to stuff everything into his bag. Haha, my favorite treat, bear-shaped pastries. So delicious. All the city supermarkets have been wiped out. Risking the trip to Hongvu town still offers something to harvest. At that moment, a razor blade pressed against his neck. Don't move, let go of the pear in your hand. That fool who barged in here last time was thrown out as a roadside decoration. I don't care if there's another guy either. Diep Bak stands behind full of murderous intent. If the opponent is aggressive, you will act without hesitation, but suddenly the fat guy throws a bunch of stuff in Diep Bak's face, giving him the chance to grab his bag and run to the car. He just got in the car and was about to start the engine when Diep Bak rushed in from the side door. Die already, you stupid fat pig. At the last moment, the fat guy begged for his life, pleading, I surrender, I surrender. Stop it, stop killing people. Seeing that Diep Bak tricked me, the girl hurriedly made up an excuse. That my shop was damaged by him. If he's dead, no one will pay for my house anymore. That reason really is a damn thing in this day and age. But why would Diep Bak go along with it? Yeah, that's true. Honestly, this bike of yours isn't bad. Then use it as collateral for the shop's damages. We also happen to be short a driver. Uni, get on the car first, take all the luggage with you. It turns out her name is Inginggi, and it seems the two brothers already introduced themselves to each other earlier. To save their lives, the chubby guy sweating profusely explains, Sorry my friend, I was so hungry I ran into the shop without knowing you were inside. At this moment, Nguni was loading stuff onto the car when she noticed a bunch of zombies rushing in. There's no more time left, so Nguni hurriedly gets in the car to leave quickly. After a series of maneuvers, the fat guy skillfully crashes through the zombies and drifts smoothly around the corner. Diep Bak, overwhelmed by a fan, quickly fastened his seatbelt and pressed the gun to the fat man's neck. You damn fatso, what are you crazy? If you don't drive properly, I'll kill you. The fat guy, who was just acting clueless, suddenly became obedient like a puppy. Yeah, we have to clear out the zombies first before we can go. Plus, you didn't tell me where you were planning to go. At this moment, Diep Bak turned to Nguni to ask where her father was importing supplies from. Nguni said her father always orders from Fudong City, and the last time he called was also from there. Hearing that the fat guy seemed to hesitate, Fudu City. This isn't good, usually there's a lot of traffic over there, but now it must be filled with zombies. Diep Bak didn't care and still pointed the gun at him. Hey, keep it brief, if I tell you to go, then go. There was no other choice, the fat guy had to follow orders. On the way, he demanded to play some music to cheer himself up, but Diep Bak wouldn't allow it. After a while, he wanted to sing and was scolded again. This journey seems to be less boring with a new member joining. On the highway, a battered zombie kneels on the ground trembling as he tries to reach out for help. Hopefully Diep Bak's group's vehicle is approaching from afar, and maybe the zombie will get some assistance. Of course not, the car keeps driving straight and crashes into the zombie guy, destroying him. The fatty in the car, having taken down a zombie, laughs like he's won the lottery, then a female zombie appears crashing down hard. The fat guy was happily chewing candy and laughing at his achievement when Diep Bak reminded him. Can't you stay quiet for even a moment? You're so noisy I can't sleep. Are you trying to get us all killed? The fat guy, hearing that, was too afraid to laugh anymore and quickly explained. The road is really boring, I'm not allowed to sing, so I can only entertain myself. Don't worry, this car is very durable. Crashing into zombies is like eating crispy cookies, but Dipbak didn't want to hear any explanation and drew his knife, shouting loudly. I told you to stop. Just stop already. Do you understand? The fat guy got so scared he pissed himself, and the car gradually came to a halt. Dipbak just wanted the fat guy to stop making noise, not to stop the car, so the fat guy was confused about why the car stopped and checked for a while. Suddenly he shouted loudly. I'm scared shitless, the fuel's run out. Dipbak, already crazy, gets fueled even more, and he's even more furious. I swear on all 18 generations of your ancestors. Halfway through you told me it was out of gas. The fat man broke out in a cold sweat, his voice trembling. I forgot, have we refilled the fuel recently? Dipbak, exhausted, grabs a knife with one hand and slams the fat man's collar with the other. Are you messing with me? Get out and let the zombies leave. Since we're all going to die anyway, the fat guy hurriedly opened the pile of snacks to eat whatever he could get. At this point, just let me fill my stomach first. Being a full ghost wouldn't be so bad either. I'm honestly speechless with these people, none of them are normal. Just then a zombie lunged at the window, startling Ingini with a scream. The number of zombies gathering around the car keeps increasing, and if this keeps up, even if the car isn't destroyed, the whole group will be trapped here and die. In the face of danger, Dietbach suddenly notices a dagger beside the fatty. He immediately grabs the dagger, kicks open the door, and begins slaughtering the zombies. Compared to the dagger below, this sword is much easier to hold, and Dietbach easily handles the zombies. Seeing Dietbach's heroic stance, the fatty is wide-eyed with shock. Strong, so strong. This is the first time he's seen someone cut through zombies like cutting through bananas. After dealing with the zombies surrounding the car, Ye-beating forced the fat guy out. When he saw the fat guy refusing to come out and just letting himself die, he had no choice but to crawl in and grab his collar. Take this damn stupid thing. Standing inside the car won't save you, you'll die sooner or later unless you do what I say. I just saw several cars outside on the road, and maybe with some luck a few might still have fuel. I will kill all the zombies on the road. Then you go over there and siphon all the petrol from the car. You know how to siphon petrol, right? Your horn keeps beeping on the road, clearly showing you know about cars. The fat guy, face covered in sweat, signals the crowd. Yes, I know, but... Before he could refuse, Dietbach dragged him out of the car. As for Ingini, she's just been told to sit still in the car. Bio kept looking for a reason to refuse, but was rejected by Dietbach, forcing him to follow the plan. At first he planned to intimidate Dietbach by driving recklessly, but when he saw him fighting the zombies, that idea disappeared. As Dietbach clenched his buttocks and swung his head to cut the zombies' heads off, Tianbeo suddenly raised his hand to comment. Actually, I suddenly remembered that there is a spare fuel tank in the chassis. Tianrong no longer acts because he feels Dietbach is not an ordinary person and deserves to be exploited. After hearing Tianpao speak, Dietbach looked at him with a stern gaze. What did you just say? Seeing your hand gripping the sword tightly, Tianpao quickly became anxious. Oh, please don't be mad, I was just scared and forgot for a moment. Wait a moment, I'll add more gas right now, he. But as Tianbeo was about to pour the gasoline, Dietbach stopped him. No, wait a moment, and then add more gasoline right now. I want you to help me get a few things like this. The singing crystal ball is hidden inside the zombie's skull, and I want you to help me scoop it all out. Seeing Tianbei's stunned face, Dietbach sat down and demonstrated once. As soon as he saw the process, Titan Boy's face turned pale with fear. That's too terrifying, I think I should just stay inside the car. Before he finished speaking, Dietbach pointed the gun at him and said, I think I should turn you into meatball, mincemeat, or keep you whole as a fried dough stick, that would be better. Seeing Dietbach's expression just now, Tianbeo knew he was serious but still tried to stall. Yeah, I'll cut, but how should I do it? My pain has already been taken away by you. Dietbach can't take this fat guy anymore. You are glaring at him with a fierce expression. Use the sack to bite from now on. I'll cut one and you'll scoop one out. If you dare to slack off, this blade of pain will slice into your body. After speaking, Dietbach continued to slaughter the zombies around him. The fat man was scared, but still obediently used a leather shovel to scoop out zombie brains. Before starting, he even pretended to be old. Even though I have a lot of flesh, I still scare of pain. When I scoop your brain out, you have to protect me really well. Oh, it's so disgusting. If it weren't useful, Dietbach would have already gone back to chop the fatty. After a moment of hesitation, the fatty finally dared to start drilling into the zombie's brain. Every painful slash from Dietbach precisely beheaded the zombies, and since zombie brains are very fragile, mining them was very easy. It didn't take long before the fat guy found the first horn, and sure enough, it was real. The black trow with a bright green glow inside. I didn't expect there to be a ran-shaped trow inside a human brain, just like a Chan trow. After observing for a while, the fat guy loudly asked Dietbach whether this thing was real or fake. We're in a tense fight and you're asking questions non-stop, Dietbach mutters annoyed. Hey, just shut up and go away, you idiot. Based on Dietbach's reaction, the fat guy guesses that the trow is the reason humans turn into zombies. Out of curiosity, he plans to hide one to study later. After killing all the zombies surrounding the car, Dietbach decides to stop those far away. Don't need to worry. After a few battles, Dietbach is starting to get used to this body, but it's still not enough. Movements are too slow. After a break, he turned to ask the fat guy how much he had collected, and the fat guy happily showed off his harvest with a bunch of trow pellets in his hand. We're out, this is a huge haul. After carving out a few, it got easier just a little more up top. This should be enough, Deepback told the fat guy to wash it clean and pack it up. Then they poured fuel and continued their journey. The fat guy cleaned obediently, doing as told without arguing. When they returned to the car, Deepback was taken aback to find Nguni lying still and silent. He rushed over loudly calling her, but there was no response. Nguni's entire body is hot and sweaty, feeling even more serious than before. Deepback frantically searches for medicine and gives it to her. The chubby guy at the gas station ran over to see what was happening. What's wrong with your little sister? Are they the son? Deepback still maintains his usual indifferent attitude. Mind your own business, and after refueling, get ready to leave. On the way, Uni still remains silent, so the fat man keeps asking questions. It's so hot today, maybe lying on the car for too long earlier made me feel worse. My mood is unstable, so Deepback immediately clenched his fists and shouted. It's because you lied to us that the gas ran out that we stayed so long. If anything happens to her, I'll tear you into 100 pieces. After this, the fat guy didn't dare to play tricks anymore and focused on driving the bright red car. The atmosphere on the road then fell into silence and contemplation. Seeing Deepback still telling the plan to Thon Dao by his side, the big guy mustered his courage to start a conversation. Hey buddy, what's your name? Your pain techniques are really impressive. Deepback replied sharply that if you want to ask someone's name, you must first introduce yourself. The chubby guy saw the situation easing and introduced himself. Haha, I'm Zhou Hang. I used to run a bike repair shop in the city. Everyone in the city has been infected by zombies, so I had no choice but to drive away to escape. This car belongs to my friend who left it at the repair shop, and since he didn't come to get it, I just took it for a spin. After thinking for a while, Deepback finally revealed his name. But before he could finish speaking, Trio Hang suddenly slammed on the brakes, causing the car to skid on the road. Deepback immediately pressed the knife to his neck again. Are you kidding me? Why did you suddenly stop the car? Are you trying to die? Zhao Hang's eyes looked ahead, trembling all over. The flames the road into the city is completely blocked by the fire. Now Nuni has woken up trembling all over. Deepback was worried earlier, but now tries to act cold. Such a troublesome girl, you've finally woken up. As you can see, the road to the eastern city is blocked, and we might not reach your father. Facing the wall of fire ahead, Uni was speechless with helplessness. Trio Hang suggested that we could take a detour. It would just take a bit more time. Do you want to go? Deepback thinks for a moment, and then makes a decision, so we'll take the detour. However, we need to find some better equipment first. Hey fat guy, do you know if there's any electronic or weapon store nearby? Trio Hang recalled and then got on the bike. I have a fellow southern hometown guy who owns a general store that has been running for over 10 years with a lot of experience, but with the zombie pandemic outbreak, I wonder if he's still there. But the monk can't escape the temple either. He probably still has many good things left there. The jade sword in your hand was made by him. Yibei hesitated, clutching the jade sword tightly. Having collected quite a bit of valuable metal now, if there were suitable weapons in the noodle shop, maybe he could craft something more convenient. As long as the kid doesn't cause trouble, Zhao Hang kept telling stories from his childhood to his friend, on the way until Ni reminded him that Deepback had already fallen asleep a long time ago. A while later, the three of them arrived at the pawn shop that Zhao Hang had mentioned. Seeing the scrap outside, Deepback thought it was just a junkyard. To be safe, he pressed the dagger to Zhao Hang's neck to warn him. He better pray that the shop here is trustworthy. Otherwise, you'd better figure out where you'll be buried. Then Deepback looked at the pile of zombies around drawn to them. But before going inside, it's better to do a thorough cleaning first. Who knows, one of your hometown friends might be among them. In the old way, I fight them off, you take out their brains, and finally you give me all the trow pills. Just as you're about to make a move, Uni suddenly speaks up. Wait, I'll help too, Deepback immediately objects. No need, you should stay in the car, getting in the way. If you suddenly faint or get bitten by a zombie later, I won't come to save you. But no matter what, Nini still wants to help and promises to be careful. The merchant also gave her a small stall to make her work easier. There was no other choice, so Deepback had to let her do what she wanted, but he also warned that he wouldn't hesitate to behead her if she got bitten. Then everyone started cleaning up the zombies as the trading post, and Nihi also took the opportunity to get to know each other better. Meanwhile, in a nearby building, the boss of this area is watching everything through binoculars. Seeing Deepback kill zombies, he doesn't look too pleased. At that moment, a new subordinate pushed the door open and reported to the boss, but before he could finish, he was hit with a candy bar on the forehead. I've told you so many times you have to knock first to get in. There's still another henchman outside with you. Luckily, the fat guy quickly took credit for the news after eating the candy, so he survived. Latuang now calls this new guy in to report. This new guy is actually one of Ngo Kong's subordinates from before. I didn't expect him to survive and make it all the way here. Seeing Latuang kill someone, he stammered and reported that someone was killing zombies at the shop across the street. Latuang, after hearing this, was not very pleased because he had already seen it and there was no need to hear the report. The new guy found out he's about to get candy, so he hurriedly gave useful information. Yeah, I recognize him, he's the boy from their group. I used to meet him before in the North Village. He single-handedly fought and killed many zombies, very capable. I usually give my little brother one, go ahead and eat it, and later tell me what Mimi says. In this era, a packet of noodles is worth more than gold, which shows that Latuang has great authority to gift his subordinates so freely. Even the maid beside him has to kneel like a dog when petted on the head. Before the new soldier left, he ordered, throw out that trash and clean up this room. Then tell the others that anyone who wants to go down and hang out with those guys will be rewarded. Head back to the blacksmith shop. After killing all the zombies, we obtained 19 gems, a bit more than last time. After that, Dietback asked the trader to check the surrounding rooms while he searched the room in front of him. Without bothering to knock, the kid barged in, kicking open the door. Seeing the forge still burning, it means the blacksmith just left or was ambushed by zombies. Just then, the shop owner ran over to report that nothing was damaged, only that he didn't know where the lamp owner had gone. After getting the situation clear, Dietback carefully advised. Hurry up and sell me all the pearls you've got, then go outside to find some discarded engines, iron pipes, and metal sheets for me. This sword will be taken tomorrow, so be ready to hide at any time. The trader, upon hearing this, couldn't help but wonder, weren't we here to borrow weapons? There are quite a few hanging on the wall. Dietback then explained. After a few more weeks, these basic weapons are no longer effective. I need to make stronger ones. Seeing that Mr. Diet looks professional, the shopkeeper then wondered if he knew how to forge iron. After being asked repeatedly, Dietback then adopts a mischievous attitude. Stop joking around and bring me some beads. You have to curse a few words to make them work properly. Everyone around the male lead is really strange. Meanwhile, Nui Ni has nothing to do and just wanders around here. After fully equipped, Deekbok started making the weapon, the first skill of the mechanic Len. He heated the iron rod and skillfully hammered it as if he had done this hundreds of thousands of times. The merchant watched with amazement, repeatedly opening his mouth in astonishment. After the weapon took shape, Dietback collected all the gemstones into a cup and placed it into the furnace. Under high temperatures, the beads melt and gradually fuse together, releasing a mystical blue glow. Then Dietback cuts his palm and drops his blood into the cup. After everything is mixed together, he pours the resulting solution onto the just-forged weapon. The process feels like seasoning a dish. After pouring in all the solution, Dietback began pounding the hammer again, the sound echoing throughout the furnace. Meanwhile, Latuang's underlings were lurking nearby, and the new guy, having seen Dietback's strength, was feeling a bit envious. That kid can cut zombies like chopping vegetables, so why does the boss want us to bring more people? The old soldiers don't seem to be afraid of anything. They only care about the rewards they'll get for completing the mission. But to be safe, they decided to strike at night when defenses were down, while Dietback, unaware he was being targeted, continued tirelessly forging weapons. Through the forging process, you started assembling strange mechanical parts. Your craftsmanship has made Trio Hang see you in a different light. Even his fellow townsman doesn't possess skills this extraordinary. Once prepared, Dietback took out the blade, soaking in oil. This sword's body is decorated with patterns that look like lightning bolts. It looks incredibly amazing. Now that everything is ready, it's time to see the destructive power of ancient machinery. At this moment, Ni has prepared a hot meal in the kitchen. This is the only thing she can do right now to be helpful. Suddenly, she was muffled from behind. Hello, little sister, I'm taking you to a good place. The scene shifts to Dietback's forging workshop, where he concentrates on sharpening the blade on a grinding stone, small sparks flying with each stroke as the metallic scent fills the air. The steady rhythmic screeching echoes as the blade becomes progressively sharper under his skilled hands. That poor loser guy watching the sharp new sword Dietback just finished his eyes, showing surprise and delight. His lips quiver in awe as he says he's only seen such a futuristic sword in movies. Dietback says that the final step is activation, then he takes 2 pliers, his hands steady as he prepares to complete the last stage with absolute focus. The dazzling light makes the surrounding space seem to melt away with the powerful energy around it, making the air heavy and tense. Finally, as Dietback lowers the tongs, the completed sword has a gleaming sharp blade, so perfect it appears capable of cutting through the air, reflecting light and shining brilliantly. Cho Hang stared at the finished sword with wide eyes, unable to believe what he was seeing, with clear admiration on his face, as if he was looking at a masterpiece he had never imagined. Dietback held the sword in his hand, his eyes firm and proud, saying that the second stage of forging the sword was complete. Cho Hang stared at the sword with genuine admiration, unable to believe what he had just seen, then excitedly said he also wanted to own such a sword. Suddenly, a sharp cry broke the silence, startling both Dietback and Cho Hang, their eyes quickly darting toward the source of the sound. Cho Hang immediately recognized this was Nguni's cry. Dietback's brow furrowed slightly, a feeling of anxiety rising, and he quickly turned to look toward the source of the sound. Seeing young Nguni fainted and fragile in their hands, Dietback's eyes flashed with a fierce rage as anger surged like it was about to explode. The green-clad man, holding a dagger in his hand, looked coldly at Dietback, and then said that he should put down his weapon and honestly follow them to meet the boss. If not, he will kill Nguni, immediately threatening with a stern glare and a hint of regret. Diep Bak angrily raised his sword, the cold gleam from the blade, dazzling, making Cho hang beside him, gape in shock, unprepared for how swift and decisive his action was, with resignation evident on his face. He slashed his sword powerfully into the ground, the blade deeply embedded, causing stones to scatter and a shower of debris to fall, creating a scene full of fury and strength that stunned everyone, especially the green-shirted man, whose face turned pale with shock and retreated a few steps in confusion. Seeing this, Dangvak Nguni on his shoulder also became very frantic, his face changing quickly as he anxiously looked around, clearly feeling the danger approaching. Then he took Nguni from his shoulder, hesitated no longer, and hurriedly turned to run, his terrified expression clearly sensing the increasing threat from Diep Bak. Diep Bak raised his sword, his cold gaze fixed on the fleeing crowd, questioning clearly whether they intended to run or not, each word like a bold warning as he swung his sword through the space, the blade slicing through the air like a sharp, cold wind, each strike powerful and forceful, causing the surrounding atmosphere to seem to tremble. The fat guy was terrified when he saw his weapon broken, sitting still with wide-open eyes full of fear, unable to believe what had just happened, trembling before Diep Bak's overwhelming power. One of the people looked at the situation and turned to ask Dangvak Nguni, unable to hide the panic in his voice. "So he still wants to run ahead like that?" The other replied worriedly, saying that with the current situation, how could he escape? As he spoke, Diep Bak suddenly slammed his sword down sharply, cutting through the fat guy's head, blood splattering around, causing the others to panic and freeze, momentarily evident fear etched on every face. That guy's blaming Vaknuni, angrily saying it's all his fault. If he hadn't rushed in when he saw the girl, they wouldn't have caused all this chaos. He warns that if they don't release Nguni, they won't be able to escape. Vaknuni still insisted that if they let her go, the light from Thandao would shoot straight at them, and if their mission failed, they would be killed by Daka's gunfire. Worry and determination etched on her face as they continued to flee quickly and fearfully, glancing back at Diep Bak, knowing they had no chance to survive if they didn't leave immediately. But Diebak drew his sword and moved closer step by step with a cold gaze that made them panic. Anxiety was evident on his face, with no way out available, only the imposing aura and sharpness emanating from Diebak as he pressed forward. At that moment, Chao Hang shouted to Diep Bak, hurriedly saying it was no good, his voice full of worry and urgency, as if something dangerous was happening, warning that zombies were coming from behind his frightened voice, and quick glance at the back, making the atmosphere even more tense. The zombies are getting closer and closer, moving rapidly and eerily fast, the sound of their stiff footsteps echoing clearly, making the air feel heavy and suffocating. The stall owner said they are running at an extremely fast speed, as if on stimulants, with a voice full of panic and shock. Soon, the zombies reached their position, their footsteps growing closer, and the silence became tense and frightening, only the grotesque sounds of their movements remaining. Cho Hang anxiously asked what to do should they run, but Diep Bak merely sighed and clenched his sword tightly. His eyes were cold, clearly not intending to run but preparing to face the approaching danger. He swung his sword fiercely, the sharp blade slicing through the air, decapitating the zombies that were getting close, blood splattering everywhere. Cho Hang was stunned to see Diep Bak fighting the zombies alone. He couldn't believe his eyes, feeling everything was beyond his understanding. But at that moment they carried the child and ran away, making Cho Hang furious. He turned to tell Diebak that they took the children and ran through the big building over there. Diebak's anger burst in his eyes when he heard the news, determined not to let them escape. He turned to scold Chu Hang, telling him not to stand there blankly, but to quickly get in the car and chase after them, his voice full of frustration and urgency, not daring to waste even a second. Then he turned to Diep Bak and said to take care, his eyes full of worry, but also resolve, knowing that both of them were about to face danger. He sped off, muttering to himself that let him handle the heroics of saving the lady, speaking firmly and confidently, as if prepared to face any challenge just to protect the mermaid. The crowd cornering the girl was terrified, unable to believe how fierce Diep Bak and Chu Hang had become, with panic and fear clearly showing on their faces as they sensed the approaching danger. They panic as Chu Hang's car gets closer with hurried footsteps and anxious eyes looking into the distance, knowing time is running out, and if they don't act now, everything will be lost. They rush into the car that is spilling over there, quickly open the door and jump inside, their eyes full of panic, aware that only a little time remains to escape from Diep Bak and Chu Hang's pursuit. Chu Hang slammed the brakes in front of the building, the tires screeching loudly and the car almost skidding to a halt. He couldn't contain his fury, his eyes blazing with rage as he saw them trying to escape. He wondered if this large building was their lair, his sharp eyes sweeping across it, feeling that everything was unfolding in ways he couldn't quite predict. Now Chu Hang stood in front of the big building, the overcast sky covering the entire area, dark clouds creating a heavy and tense atmosphere. Chu Hang saw they had blocked the way and used a large covered vehicle, feeling confused and unsure of what to do, his eyebrows furrowing with tension. They hurriedly carried the girl inside the building, their footsteps pounding loudly through the dark space, determined to escape before Chu Hang could enter, leaving behind an atmosphere heavy with danger. At that moment, two of them turned to look at Chu Hang, wearing wicked smiles and challenging looks as if to say he couldn't do anything. They sneered confidently, mockingly, claiming that only Chu Hang was easy to deal with, their tones full of disdain and arrogance, their eyes gleaming with smugness, as if they already held the victory in their grasp. Then they jumped out of the car, standing in front of Chu Hang with a smug expression, and casually remarking that his vehicle wasn't bad at all, especially since he personally brought it here. The one with the cold, sharp knife stepped closer to threaten his eyes, cold and ferocious, warning that if Chu Hang didn't want to become a grilled meat skewer, he better strip all his belongings and walk away. Chu Hang clenched his sword, his eyes cold and sharp as he responded, telling them not to think he would be afraid, because he's not someone easily bullied. They sneered maliciously, gripped their sharp knives tightly, and charged straight at Chu Hang with one of them near him, mocking that they've killed more people than the chickens he's ever eaten, and that he's truly courting death. Chu Hang raised his sword, his sharp gaze unflinching, and retorted that it was they who were bringing trouble upon themselves. Then suddenly, a blazing sword flashed before Chu Hang's eyes so quickly he couldn't react, making the surrounding atmosphere freeze in tense silence. Those guys have been dealt with, no one remains standing, and Diet Bak arrived just in time, quickly bringing everything to an end. Chu Hang stood there, stunned disbelief, marked on his face, unable to believe what just happened. Then he asked Diet Bak, with a look full of surprise, wondering if he had already dealt with the zombies. Diet Bak didn't say much, only coldly ordered Chu Hang not to stand there foolishly any longer, and to quickly follow him to save the people. Chu Hang stared in amazement for a moment before quickly nodding in agreement. Then Diet Bak drew his sword eyes sharp, as if to see through everything ahead, ready to face any danger. Then the two of them entered the building where the others were hiding in the corners, ready to confront any intruders. Diet Bak led the way, his sword at the ready, while Chu Hang hurried, after her eyes constantly watchful of every step he took. A thug hiding and smirking, secretly tossing a knife towards Diet Bak, hoping to catch him off guard. But Diet Bak reacts quickly, blocking the knife with his sword, without turning around, the blade slicing through the air like a flash, moving so fast no one can see it. He sharply pushed away his knife, and his sword swung up like a whirlwind, knocking the attacker's weapon far away. He was so stunned and trembling, unable to believe his eyes, as Diet Bak's sword swiftly countered his attack, leaving him no chance to react. The knife spun around at a terrifying speed, stabbing straight into the guy's body, leaving him no time to react, only able to see the blade tearing through the air, before feeling the pain consume him. Seeing this, Chu Hang quietly thought that maybe he wouldn't need to take action anymore, as Diet Bak had handled everything too swiftly and effectively. Inside, two men holding bottles of gasoline with fierce looks prepare to throw them at Diet Bak and Chu Hang, their eyes blazing with determination to eliminate both. Suddenly, flames erupt, violently engulfing both of them, and the blazing light reflects off the ground, creating streaks of fiery light. Diet Bak shows no hesitation, wielding his sword fiercely, sparks flying in all directions, shards of fire breaking apart as he moves forward, covering the path ahead with his blade flashing through the dark space. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out in the quiet space, and the bullet zoomed rapidly toward Diet Bak, reflecting the flickering flames, and appearing as a sharp beam of light aimed straight at him. You didn't seem panicked at all. Your eyes were resolute, your body moved as fast as lightning, narrowly avoiding the bullet, whizzing past, leaving only a sharp, whooshing sound in the air. The shooter still smiled, his cold, proud smirk full of mockery, his tone dripping with challenge. It felt like he was not worried about the danger ahead, just seeing you as an interesting game, even though he knew everything was about to change. He chuckled drunkenly, his eyes full of amusement as he looked at Diet Bak, then continued, saying that having someone as capable as you in such a day of calamity made him truly curious. He even wanted to know if Diet Bak was interested in going for a drink with him, and as he finished speaking, he aimed his gun at him, while a smirk still lingered on his lips. Your silence is not just a challenge, but a confirmation that no invitation or intimidation can shake your resolve. He raised both hands, smiled smugly, and said he treats everyone sincerely, especially geniuses like Diet Bak. He promised that if you had any requests, he would do his best to satisfy you, but deep down Diet Bak only felt coldness and was unshaken. When Diet Bak suddenly swung his sword, he quickly aimed his gun at Nguni's head with a threatening look, warning you not to act rashly, or he wouldn't hesitate to harm the girl. He smirked, a satisfied gleam in his eyes as he looked at Nguni, lying motionless in their hands, then spoke mockingly, saying that the girl seemed tired and slept very soundly, and that they were waiting to treat her. He continued with a boastful tone, saying that he had shown her kindness like this, so she shouldn't betray his goodwill. He doesn't know the extent of your weapon skills, but if he doesn't act carefully, they might get knocked back. He sneers maliciously, biting his lip as he suggests they test which is faster, Diet Bak's sword or his gun. His eyes full of challenge, as if confident that even a genius like Diet Bak couldn't defeat the power of the gun. Diet Bak remained silent, his cold and resolute gaze unaffected by the opponent's challenge, with no movement or reaction. Chu Hang, seeing this, anxiously asked what they would do next, since Ngui Nhi was still in their hands and they had guns, but Diet Bak's gaze remained cold as ice, showing no signs of panic or hesitation. Suddenly, Diet Bak shouted loudly, and said that he was working on a major project with no one helping him. If he could gather everyone here and command them, as he wished he would go up there. That black figure looked surprised, doubt shadowing his eyes, unable to believe what he just heard. He He laughed loudly, a satisfied smile evident on his face. He believes that Diet Bak won't be able to refuse his offer, and that they will wait for him in the most grand manner. He has no doubt that he can control everything, as he wishes, thinking that Diet Bak can't do anything to change the outcome. Trohang looked at Diet Bak nervously, and asked, "Do they have guns? How can we chase them away?" Diet Bak stared coldly at Trohang with piercing eyes, and then said it's time for him to leave. After saying that, Diet Bak gave Trohang a glance, then Trohang took a deep breath and said that this was something Diet Bak had said himself, that he no longer wanted to get involved in this mess. After finishing, Trohang turned and left, but before walking away, he didn't forget to warn Diet Bak not to regret if he truly went through with it. Diet Bak looked at Trohang coldly and said nothing, seeming to find the situation quite troublesome. Suddenly, a group of loyal henchmen of the leader all bowed before Diet Bak, trying to show their submission. They led Diet Bak out of the courtyard and into the building, where the tense and suffocating atmosphere echoed with every step. Han sees Diet Bak walk in, smirks evilly with a challenging look in his eyes, and then greets him confidently, while La Tuang continues speaking, stating that those around Han are numerous from young to middle-aged. Everyone within a 15-kilometer radius is here, all capable and ready to face Diet Bak. He introduces himself as La Tuang, their leader, with a smug glint in his eyes, as if he has completely taken control of the situation, and no one can oppose him or his people. La Tuang asked Diet Bak in a challenging tone what exactly he wanted them to sacrifice their strength for, as if waiting for a response that might amuse him but also doubting the truth of what Diet Bak was saying. "My name is Diet Bak, and I speak without any emotion, as if nothing is important." Diet Bak continued, his sharp eyes fixed directly on La Tuang as he asked coldly if he knew where these disaster zombies came from. His voice was devoid of softness, carrying only a challenge, as if confronting someone he couldn't care less about. In the tense room, La Tuang wasn't surprised by Diet Bak's question, and he just smirked slightly before challenging him, asking if he thought he knew the cause of the zombie outbreak. Diet Bak held a round blue gemstone in his hand, its faint light reflecting on his face, then asked La Tuang if this was what he was interested in. La Tuang clapped his hands in surprise, smiling with pleasure, unable to deny that Diet Bak had hit the mark, which made him feel intrigued. He decided not to beat around the bush anymore, and ordered him to reveal everything he knew without holding anything back. Diet Bak sighed, feeling a bit hesitant, but he couldn't hide his frustration when facing La Tuang. "You know that you can't avoid revealing everything, whether you want to or not." Diet Bak begins to explain, stating that the zombie virus spread has several initial hypotheses according to microbiology research. So this virus was carried and spread by birds and insects to different parts of the world, causing a widespread outbreak no one expected. Yipak continued, explaining that the second hypothesis is bioweapons, with no more convenient warfare method than to have the enemy kill each other. But once the fire has been ignited, it cannot be extinguished for a moment, and the consequences will spread uncontrollably. The third hypothesis is even more unusual. It's an invasion by aliens, where a meteorite carrying the zombie virus crashes onto Earth. This virus is dispersed through the atmosphere, and once it infects humans, it turns them into hosts, causing a terrifying spread everywhere. Diet Bak says that surely La Tuang has heard at least one of these three hypotheses, because only then can the reason for him returning from the city to his hometown to establish a gang be explained. It seems that he saw an opportunity amidst the chaos, aiming to exploit fear and loss of control to build his own power. La Tuang admitted that Diet Bak was not wrong. He indeed knew some small secrets about the zombie virus information, rarely accessible, and that knowledge had given him a clearer view of the current situation, making him more determined to carry out his plan. Then La Tuang extended his hand, revealing two small blue beads in his palm, which were the beads from the zombie's brain, an essential part of controlling and spreading the video. He looked at the beads with a thoughtful gaze, and then said that there was still one thing he didn't understand about how to use the beads from the zombie's brain. He asked Diet Bak with a slightly doubtful tone whether that sword and his major project were related to this situation, then continued to ask if he could be told the purpose of these small trowel beads. His eyes wait for the answer. Diet Bak nodded in agreement on the condition that La Tuang prepared the necessary tools first. "You know that revealing information requires careful preparation, and only when everything is ready can you give an accurate answer." La Tuang agreed immediately and said that first Han must check his sword, his eyes sharp and meticulous, as if evaluating every detail, not wanting to miss any factor that could affect his plan. Diet Bak silently hands over the sword to La Tuang, his gaze fixed on him as if awaiting a judgment. La Tuang looked closely at the sword in his hand, then slowly raised his head, a fleeting thought making him smile softly. He remembered that Nguni's sister was still there, and his gaze flicked over to Diet Bak. La Tuang pointed the gun at Nguni's head with a cold and threatening look, knowing that Diet Bak wouldn't hope for this to happen. He had no choice but to hand the sword to La Tuang's henchman, understanding that in this situation there was nothing more he could do but surrender, his eyes showing a hint of helplessness. Suddenly, La Tuang's underling knelt down as the power of the sword exceeded his expectations, causing his body to be unable to withstand it. He turned to look at La Tuang, his face pale with pain, and said that this sword was too heavy. La Tuang looked at the sword surprised, then sneered, saying, "Today truly has been full of surprises, and this only makes him more interested in what's happening." He then turned to Deep Bak with a cold stare and said, "Go ahead and start your performance," his tone full of provocation, as if waiting for Deep Bak to show something special. Deep Bak begins to explain that the apocalyptic catastrophe for humanity is caused by the zombie virus, and once infected, these black buffalo stones form in the brain as the source and spread of the virus. These stones are not only signs of infection but also tools to control and transmit the virus effectively. Deep Bak held the black trowel in his hand, his eyes focused on it, then explained that it is called the Hat Kim energy, a special power that gradually accumulates inside the zombie's body over time. The longer it takes, the stronger the energy becomes, and when it reaches a certain level, it can trigger an uncontrollable explosion spreading everywhere, worsening the pandemic. He continued saying that the Hat Kim energy can adapt very well to flesh and metal in the body, and by taking advantage of this property, people can create extremely powerful weapons. Not only capable of destruction, but also controlling and using its power to command zombies, turning them into terrifying tools in the hands of their wielder. "Are you really sure that this Hat Kim can adapt so well to flesh and metal?" His voice was full of doubt, as if he couldn't believe what he had just heard. Han wondered if it was a kind of immortal pill that could make you a fairy if eaten. A look of curiosity flashing in La Tuang's eyes as he tried to comprehend a phenomenon beyond his understanding, and this comparison made him more intrigued about the origin and true power of the singing metal. Deep Bak shouts, his voice echoing through the space, then says that someone has tried it before, but most turned into zombies, his eyes full of mockery. Deep Bak says that the first step is activation, his voice steady, and his gaze unmoving. He touches the two ends of the electric wire to the black stone, and immediately, a blue light erupts, spreading throughout the space, forcing everyone to squint because of the blinding glare. The black metal energy swirls in the air, making everything tense and heavy. Then the power suddenly ignites, sparks burst from the wires, and the space becomes chaotic, as a loud explosion rips through the silence. Everyone screamed as the electric energy surged too strongly, causing everything to become blurry and chaotic. Then suddenly a blackout swept everything into darkness. La Tuang shouted angrily, wondering if the arcane electromagnetic pulse caused by the dark metal energy was behind this, his voice full of fury and concern. Then Deep Bak raised his sword with a resolute look, and without hesitation charged directly at La Tuang, the sharp blade reflecting the faint light from the crystal, cutting through the darkness with a swift, fierce strike as the surrounding air grew tense and heavy in this intense moment. But La Tuang quickly reacted, spinning to the side. His swift move caused Deep Bak's sword to only graze past. In an instant, a flash of light shone as the blade swung down into the air, creating a strong gust of wind. Without hesitation, he drew his gun and aimed it straight at Deep Bak, his eyes cold with hatred. Deep Bak quickly dodged to the side, the bullet whistling through the air but missing him and hitting La Tuang's henchman behind, who collapsed immediately. Deep Bak quickly grips his spear tightly, his sharp eyes fixed on La Tuang without a hint of fear. La Tuang shouted in pain, his arrogant expression vanished, replaced by panic and fury. He gritted his teeth in bitter hatred, angry that a moment of carelessness allowed Deep Bak to gain the upper hand. Deep Bak silently thought that it was time to end everything with La Tuang, the self-proclaimed leader of Yulong Bang, and that it should stop here. In that vision, La Tuang could rise to dominate a region, gather power, and even look down on armies. With his ambition and ruthlessness, any place within his influence would become a tool to oppress his power, shattering all opponents, turning people into slaves, and suffering torment until death, with nowhere safe from his shadow. Deep Bak drew his sword, his eyes cold and determined, filled with unwavering resolve, silently vowing that before they could achieve any success with Black Gold, all threats from Yulong Bang must be eradicated at their root. Deep Bak biting his lip, his unwavering determination like steel, no enemy must survive. Then a fierce battle erupted. The surrounding space seemed to shake, weapons, clashing and clanging, blending with the sound of steel and roaring. After the battle, Deep Bak looked back at Nu Ni, silently thinking that he had become a true butcher, but he couldn't bear to let her witness everything that had happened, even though he knew it was too late to turn back. He silently thought that he wanted Ngu Ni to understand the brutality of the end times, and recognize the darkness and danger of this world, but at the same time, he didn't want the girl to fall into the abyss of guilt and lose her innocence. Because he knew once she stepped in, there would be no way back. Suddenly, a sound from the door broke the tense silence in the room, and Deep Bak instantly became alert. With a sharp stare, he looked toward the source of the sound, gripping his sword tightly, ready to face any threat that might emerge. Suddenly, Ju Hang peeked through the door, smiled somewhat mischievously, but with a cautious gaze, and softly said that he had arrived. He steps and surveys the situation, then calmly asks if everything is settled, his eyes revealing both curiosity and seriousness as he looks at Deep Bak, waiting for an answer. Deep Bak nodded still with a cold gaze, then bent down to pick up a gun from the ground and raised it in his hand. He leaned the gun against himself with a determined look in his eyes and a cold voice saying that he had already achieved all his goals here. Everything has gone according to plan, and now only the consequences remain to be dealt with. The market vendor looked surprised, gazing slowly at Deep Bak, still in disbelief. He wondered why Deep Bak risked his life for a gun, thinking that Deep Bak had saved the girl. Deep Bok calmly stashed the gun away, saying that guns in this area are very dangerous and can be modified in many ways. The big market dealer asked what the gun could be modified, into wondering if it could become an electromagnetic cannon or a laser gun. He remembered how Deep Bok had pretended to chase him away, telling him to bring a buffalo seed into the generator, and unexpectedly just a small buffalo seed blew up the entire generator. Deep Bok heard a noise, and saw the girl's leg, moving his eyes immediately sharp, realizing she was still alive. He then raised his gun and aimed it at her, his eyes cold and devoid of emotion. The girl whispered a faint plea, her voice weak but filled with despair, begging Deep Bok not to kill her. Every word escaped her lips as a voice of hopelessness, but Deep Bok kept a cold stare, showing no sign of emotion. The trader shined a flashlight on the girl, and saw the scene before him, then sneered, never taking his eyes off the girl lying on the ground. Then he asked Deep Bok teasingly, "Why is there such a beautiful sister here?" The girl, with eyes full of shame and despair, struggles to tell the truth, her voice trembling from exhaustion and pain. She recounts that she was taken here by La Tuong, forced like a slave, endured all kinds of humiliation and abuse, then kept pleading, desperately hoping Deep Bok would give her a way to survive. Deep Bok looked at her coldly with no trace of compassion, and asked if she knew where La Tuong kept the supplies warehouse, his tone sharp as a blade. The three of them, along with Ngi Nhi, headed out. Ju Hang asked the girl about her residence and family, and she replied that her house was in the western part of Ancheng district, and her younger sister had been separated during the Great Disaster. Ju Hang looked around, noticing the machine was out of order due to a power outage. Then the girl pointed upstairs and said the storage room was on the 6th floor. Deep Bok told Chu Hang to take the kid to find the waiting room while he would go with the girl upstairs by the stairs. Chu Hang nodded in agreement, and then the two parted ways as Deep Bok and the girl started climbing the stairs. This room beside the corpse lies horizontally asleep. The suffocating air burns amid thick smoke, bloodstains everywhere, and the faint glow of the fire make the scene terrifying and chaotic. Han Genji, trembling and pleading, with a voice about to break, desperately clings to the ground, hoping for a glimmer of hope amid the smoke and death all around. He panically looks at La Tuong, his eyes filled with horror, as he realizes that his older brother is now motionless with no signs of life. Han Genji in pain, his eyes shining with a faint glow like he just discovered something important amidst the chaos and death. Seeing the black gem rolling on the ground, Han trembles as he reaches out with his hand, his eyes brightening with a fragile ray of hope amid despair. Han hesitated, recalling the conversation between Deep Bok and La Tuong about the black orb, which warned that anyone who swallowed it risked turning into a zombie. But the desire for unlimited power, and the ability to become immortal, made Han unable to let go. His trembling hand slowly brought the black orb close to his mouth, as he silently thought this might be his only chance to change his fate. Finally, Han clenched his teeth forcefully, put the black orb into his mouth and swallowed it, experiencing waves of burning pain that spread throughout his body, causing him agony. But in his eyes, a faint glimmer of hope still shone that this gem might grant Han unparalleled power. Suddenly, Han's eyes rolled back and his whole body convulsed violently, blood vessels bulging across his skin, as if the Hat Kim energy was raging within him, destroying him from the inside out. Outside, the dark sky was constantly torn apart by thunder flashes of lightning flickering and suddenly disappearing in the raging storm, reflecting the ferocity of nature as if mirroring the tragedy unfolding inside. A wave of overwhelming emotion rose in his heart, as if nature itself was responding to the chaos and despair of this place. Nuni, now awake, looked around with wide, bewildered and tired eyes in the unfamiliar room. Nuni gently asked the Cho Hang where they were, and he smiled and gestured that she had woken up. Cho Hang explained that Nuni had been kidnapped by a thief and brought here, but her Deep Kaka had already eliminated them all. Hearing that, the girl nervously asked where Deep Kaka was and if he was okay now. At that moment, the faint sound of the door handle turning echoed in the quiet space, startling both Cho Hang and Ngu Ni. Deep Bok bok vao an matne nang nin Nuni roi hoi kobida tin roi ah. Nuni looked happy and worriedly asked if he was okay. Chang Hung then asked if Deep Bok had found any good items on the upper floor. Deep Bok replied that there are indeed good things, but one person can't carry them all, so he decided to return tomorrow to check again. Cho Hang asked where the girl from earlier was, and Deep Bok replied that he didn't know. When he looked around, she was gone. Cho Hang wondered if she was so scared that she ran away, but outside it was pouring rain, and thunder was crashing, so he couldn't imagine the girl would go outside in such weather. Deep Bok, exhausted, lay down on the bed, sighed, and said not to worry about her anymore, let him sleep because he was truly tired. Then told Cho Hang to lock the first floor door again. Don't let the zombies come in here. Cho Hang was surprised, and asked why this needed to be done, not understanding why Deep Bok was asking him to do these things right now. Nguyen said to let Deep Bok rest, that the girl would go help Cho Hang, and he praised you for being considerate and obedient. Outside, the rainstorm rages with thunder and lightning, the space dark and intense, strong winds howling through open windows, thunder echoing loudly, making the atmosphere even heavier and tense. The scene shifts to a bathroom where water flows steadily from the showerhead, creating rhythmic splashes echoing in the damp space. The scene shifts to a sexy girl standing under the shower, warm water flowing over her smooth skin, forming small droplets that fall onto the tiled floor. The soft light in the bathroom reflects on her body, creating perfect curves. She is Lee Nuok Hai. A man opens the bathroom door, enters with a malicious look and a greedy gaze at her, taking a shower, sneering cunningly, and asking if Ruo Shi has finished bathing. But when he sees the man standing there, horror flashes in her eyes, and she quickly speaks with a worried tone. I asked him what he was doing while I was bathing, and I immediately signaled for him to leave, showing a clearly annoyed and embarrassed look. He took a few more steps in his eyes, mischievous and sneering, saying this is his house and there's no way I can chase him out. But as her anger welled up inside, her eyes filled with resentment, and she almost whispered that this was really his true purpose, not the promises made before. He grinned cunningly, his eyes flashing with satisfaction as he saw her cornered. Then he said in a contemptuous tone that if she didn't like it, so what, there's no one so kind as to take in a wandering woman like her. He continued saying that he was showing goodwill in taking her in, but in this world no one works for free. He saw that she still kept her original form without any deformities, so he felt reassured and loosened his hold on her. He continued to open the door despite Not Hai struggling to hold on tightly, his eyes showing clear cruelty and brutality. He sneered with contempt, saying that besides her body it seemed she had nothing left to offer him, and if she cooperated obediently she might survive in this era. Na Hai, in utter panic, shouted for help, but her screams seemed to be stifled and lost in the suffocating silence. He sneered as if he had achieved his goal, his eyes full of triumph and contempt. He continued speaking, his tone full of mockery, saying that it was pouring rain and storming outside. Even if Not Hai screams at the top of her lungs, no one will come to save her. His words, like a deep wound, piercing her heart as he emphasizes that only zombies can save her. But of course, that's not a choice she wants, and she feels all. Her hope has been shattered in that moment. Suddenly, the sound of a window breaking echoed loudly, a cold wind rushing into the room, making the atmosphere even tenser and startling both of them. Then he widened his eyes in surprise, unable to believe what he was seeing, horror gradually rising within him as he realized the situation was not what he had imagined. But feeling bewildered, clutching a towel tightly around his body, helplessness and fear flooded his heart, his trembling hands trying to hide his embarrassment and anxiety in the face of this scene. She peeks through the door, her eyes full of worry, trying to catch every movement outside while her heartbeat races, feeling like each second is a test for her. The scene in front of her is terrifying, a giant monster with rough skin dragging the man across the room. His body is trembling, eyes wide with fear as the monster stares at him intently, seemingly ready to crush him in its grip. Outside, the scene is in ruins with debris everywhere, heavy rain pouring non-stop, the sound of rain roaring like a dark veil, creating a cold and despairing atmosphere. Strong winds blow through, tearing apart the silent space, heightening the desolation of this world. The monster viciously throws the man against the wall, causing the room to erupt in fury with thunderous crashes, fragments of broken walls flying everywhere, creating a chaotic scene. Whenever she is startled, her eyes widen in panic, and her heart races as she witnesses the terrifying scene before her. The monster sees her, its eyes ferocious, burning like fire, glowing with a terrifying look that makes her feel helpless and consumed by fear. Her heart seemed to stop beating, her limbs freezing completely, unable to move even a step, all surrounding sounds swallowed in heavy silence. She screamed loudly, her voice echoing through the room as if tearing apart the space. The monster, upon hearing that, breathes heavily, each gasp sounding like a growl from deep within his throat, his body shifting with each breath, his eyes still fixed on her. He looks at her with eyes full of pain and despair, then speaks in a weak, hoarse voice. He firmly told her he was not a monster, but immediately afterward his body collapsed to the ground, completely drained of strength. He looked at his distorted body, his strangling eyes filled with confusion and pain, unable to understand why his body had transformed so drastically. He punched the ground repeatedly, each blow smashing into the earth as if to tear everything around him apart. The ground trembled violently, causing debris to fly into the air. But as his body tensed up and he looked at him with a panicked expression, trying to stay calm despite his labored breathing, revealing his fear, she asked what he truly was and why he had become like this. The monster, eyes wide with rage, gasping and howling in unbearable pain, shouted that he had been shot and felt he couldn't survive anymore. But before dying, he recklessly ate a Hey Kim energy pill, and that had completely transformed his body, overturning his organs, and he was no longer himself. Just then, still frightened, she asked if it was because of someone turning into this, and if he had eaten some kind of energy stone that changed his body into a monster. He said it's called Energy Hat Kim, and a male student named Deep Bak said it's a gem taken from a zombie's skull. His life at that moment was as fragile as a hanging bell, so he thought eating that Energy Hat Kim would help him survive. When she heard the name Diep Bak, she was overwhelmed with anxiety, a strange feeling of unease rising in her heart, that name clearly making her sense something was wrong. She ran up to the monster, clutching her head in confusion, and asked if he knew Diep Bak, but at that moment her wrapped cloth suddenly fell off, revealing her completely naked body. But in anger, unable to contain her fury, she grabbed the monster's hair, pulling him toward herself, and demanded to know when he had met Diep Bak and where he was now. The monster stammered nervously that not long ago Diep Bak used his strange sword to kill everyone in the building. His eyes full of confusion as he recalled that scene, he paused for a moment before continuing that maybe he hasn't gone far, he's still nearby. But in her rage, with fierce hatred burning in her eyes, she demanded that the monster take her away because she wanted to tear Diep Bak into 100 pieces to avenge herself. He looked at Hai with suspicion and asked if she and Diep Bak were involved. But glaring fiercely at the monster, her eyes full of hatred, she whispered that it was Diep Bak who had pushed her into this wandering situation, forcing her to live in constant exile, that she and Diep Bak were not allies, and her hatred only grew stronger each time she thought of him. But hearing that she stood with her arms crossed, her eyes cold and full of challenge, seeming no longer concerned about the monster in front of her, only thinking of Ye Bi and her revenge. But when she said that, isn't the monster also strong, just like killing that coward before? The monster just remained silent, not responding, with eyes full of conflict and confusion. The monster said he doesn't know why his body seems to have swirling energy, but he can't fully control it. He feels like a time bomb ready to explode at any moment, with eyes full of confusion and helplessness. He looked at Nuki with surprised and worried eyes, then asked her if she wasn't afraid of him, since he was a transformed creature, no different from a monster. Nuki, hearing that, laughed loudly, her laughter echoing in the silent space, completely fearless. Nuk kwai lon te vut nama kwai vut noi rang Hong Kong rat man mi kota kam the han that su rat loi hai. Kota dudang, somakivat yong noyam dem. Chiken han gyup kota mot viekhoinen han bangan matnui chodoi kautraloi. Nuki took the monster's hand, placed it on her buttocks, and told her he wanted her to do whatever he asked. The monster looked at Nuki with expectant eyes, her eyes shining as if she couldn't believe what she heard, her mouth moving as she asked eagerly, "Is this real?" Then he picked her up with a determined look in his eyes, softly whispering that he liked her and would help her eliminate Bak. Nuk, when hearing that her face showed clear satisfaction, a gentle yet confident smile appeared. Suddenly, the monster let out a pained scream, convulsing as if torn apart by a fierce agony. Nuki looked at him, clearly confused, eyes wide with worry, approaching nervously with a face full of concern for the intense pain he was experiencing. A loud scream echoing through the building like a rolling wave, while outside heavy rain and fierce winds batter, creating a tense and chaotic atmosphere. The next morning, faint sunlight seeped through the windows of the building, and the space was silent and still, as if the lingering tension from the night before remained. Diep Bak is carefully putting on gloves, each movement precise, as he prepares his weapons and gear with calm steadiness, his piercing eyes reflecting determination and thorough readiness for what lies ahead. Trio Hung looks at the items in his hands, mentions a bottle of alcohol and some valuables, but upon checking, he only sees instant noodles, canned food and dried rations, a clear look of disappointment on his face. Diep Bak slung the sword over his shoulder, his eyes full of determination, each step showing he's ready for whatever challenges lie ahead. Then he turns sharply, his gaze fierce, as he orders Tru Hang to pack up, saying they will leave immediately. The three of them carried their things and left, and Tru Hang muttered to himself, thinking these troops only had guns, but it turns out only the leader had a firearm, and luckily, thanks to their rations, they could hold out for another month. Suddenly, Tru Hang shouted loudly, his voice echoing throughout the space, causing the other two to turn around in surprise. He hurried back to his car, eyes wide with astonishment and curiosity, wondering whether there was a hailstorm yesterday or a meteorite had fallen down. He was crying despair in his voice, saying that this was his treasured car, and now he couldn't even open the door. Diep Bak wondered silently if the heavy rain was caused by yesterday's battle, his mind filled with questions, and unsure how to explain the strange events happening. Then he told Tru Hang to stand back so he could handle the car. He slashed a few sharp cuts on the vehicle, leaving clear marks on the metal surface. The car was then turned into a convertible with the roof completely cut off, leaving only the chassis. Zhao Hang got in, started it up, and happily saw the engine was still running smoothly without any signs of damage. Then Tru Hang turned to Diep Bak and asked if they didn't know where to go now, or if they should keep looking for Diep Bak's father. Diep Bak nodded and said yes, then told everyone to get ready to leave. The car zoomed down the road with the roar of the engine cutting through the silence, leaving a trail of dust behind. Tru Hang drove the convertible, smiling brightly, and saying he's hooked now, just hoping the zombie horde comes this way, because once surrounded, this convertible won't be able to hold them off. Suddenly, a horde of zombies appeared from afar, the monsters rushing wildly with glowing green eyes and a clear sense of threat. Zhao Hang and Diep Bak were surprised, their eyes wide open, as they saw the zombies suddenly show up, tension and surprise spreading through the air. The students were panicked and screaming in terror as the zombies charged. Chaos and tension filled the air. Diep Bak recognized that the zombies were his old classmates. He chuckled and said they were still as strong as bulls, his wide smile revealing sarcasm. The crashing footsteps of the panic-stricken students echo everywhere, their hurried steps pounding loudly on the ground, reflecting their fear. A man and a woman run and shout for help in panic, their voices trembling, blending into the chaos of the crowd, desperately trying to escape. The zombie horde steadily closed and crawling step by step, but relentless in their advance, shrinking the distance between them and the fleeing people, creating a suffocating, threatening atmosphere. Suddenly, a girl tripped, losing her balance and falling to the ground, her eyes panic-stricken as she looked at the approaching zombies, fear clearly etched on her face as she desperately tried to get back up. The zombies keep getting closer, their soulless faces showing bloodlust as their dragging footsteps grow louder, making the atmosphere tense and suffocating. Diep Bak appeared, and in a single sweep of his sword beheaded the zombies, leaving everyone stunned. Everyone stood in amazement at the scene, their eyes wide with astonishment, as they watched Diep Bak fight fiercely among the zombies, each powerful and forceful stroke of his sword, making it hard for them to look away both in admiration and shock. The zombie heads flew from the blow's deadly strike by Diep Bak. The group of students looked surprised, their eyes widening as they recognized Diep Bak, their old classmate fighting bravely against the zombies. Diep Bak smiled gently, glanced at the students, and greeted them casually as if this were a normal encounter, despite the tense situation around. They heaved a sigh of relief, feeling like they had just been saved, and all thanked Diep Bak, their gratitude evident in their eyes and voices. One boy looked at Diep Bak's sword with amazement in his eyes and asked where he got it. Diep Bak said he had already been to the south and his classmates agreed to leave the school, then he asked where they planned to go next. The friend replied that they had left the school and heard there was a place on Hotam Island guarded by humans, so the group decided to go straight to it. However, the journey was not easy, as some friends were bitten by zombies. Another friend pointed at the convertible Diep Bak drove and with hopeful eyes asked if it might be too risky. While everyone around was gazing at the car with longing, it seemed to be their only salvation right now. The girl in the group looked at Diep Bak tired and worried, and asked if there was anything to eat since they hadn't eaten anything since yesterday. She hesitated then, said if Diep Bak planned to feed them, they would eat with hopeful eyes. In the car, Inguni said it seemed like Diep Bak's friend was experiencing hallucinations. Cho Hang looked at them and said they constantly stared at us, probably because they think his car is cool, right? Hearing his friends panicking, Diep Bak angrily told each of them to say a word, probably dooming himself. He said the car didn't have much fuel and couldn't carry many people. Food could be shared, but they had to help him with one thing. They looked at Diep Bak with pleading eyes full of worry and hope, as if there were no other options, each one wishing for a chance to survive. Diep Bak smiled, quietly appearing, satisfied with their determination, his eyes flashing with resolve as if he had a clear plan for everything. Diep Bak looked at Cho Hang and tell him to explain things to the others with a calm yet sharp tone, as if everything has been carefully planned. Cho Hang crawls out of the vehicle, stretches, and then laughs and says it's his turn with a humorous but prepared tone for the upcoming mission. Diep Bak turned to the students and said that there are zombies in front of them. He will create a path with his sword to deal with them, while the rest of the students will handle the ones on the ground. The students looked confused, exchanged glances, and asked if they could handle the rest afterward. Cho Hang told the students to watch how he demonstrated gripping a shovel and slashing into the zombie's neck on the ground, the movements quick and precise, as if he was used to this task. Then he used the shovel to crush until the head shattered, and he pulled out the black orb from the zombie's brain. Cho Hang held the black orb in his hand, his gaze serious as he said they must take it out, his tone resolute like it was the key to their survival. The students were stunned, some couldn't believe their eyes. A girl in the group, overwhelmed by fear, fainted, her face pale, and her body trembling as if she couldn't endure the sight before her. You hold up the black orb with a somewhat calm expression, saying that there's no need to be afraid, because the zombie's brain is soft, so removing it is easy, in a tone full of confidence, as if this is completely normal. They watch how the girl handles it, wonder what she has been through, confusion and curiosity in their eyes. It's hard to imagine a girl remaining so calm and composed in such a dangerous situation. Then Chu Hang handed the bag to them, reminding them to be careful of zombie bites, speaking seriously and cautiously, as if any mistake could lead to danger. While the boy turned to Diep Bak, still fighting, wondering why there was a bead of buffalo in the zombie's brain, and curious about what Diep Bak needed it for. Diep Bak continues to fight confidently, each strike of his sword precise and powerful, undisturbed, while the students still pick the black beads from the brains of the defeated zombies, each carefully retrieving them as the tense and urgent atmosphere surrounds them. 2 hours later, Chu Hang held a bag full of black beads with a look of satisfaction on his face, as if he had completed an important task, his eyes bright with the success of collecting valuable items amid the chaos. Chu Hang nodded confidently, and then told Diep Bak to share the food with them, ensuring everyone would have enough strength to continue the journey ahead. Chu Hang, hearing this, was angry, and questioned why Diep Bak would unilaterally distribute their food to the students. He couldn't understand why Diep Bak was so easily sharing valuable resources without consulting him first. Seeing their expressions, Chu Hang felt like a knife was stabbing into his heart, and thought to himself that he didn't mind anything else, but he absolutely didn't want to share the food. A strong gust of wind blows, causing dirt and stones to fly everywhere, and the roaring sound heightens the tension. Everyone is panicked, their eyes filled with fear and worry as the giant monster appears. Its muscular body and furious eyes stared straight at Diep Bak as if ready to attack at any moment. Diep Bak, confused, realized this was a mutant energy user, and his appearance made him feel uneasy, wondering why he was here. Diep Bak shouted urgently for everyone to move back quickly, his voice firm and anxious, determined to prevent anyone from getting hurt, as the deadly monster charged forward with overwhelming strength, its massive hands swinging straight at him. Diep Bak swings his sword fiercely at the monster, its sharp blade slicing through the air, but the creature quickly retreats and dodges the attack. On the other side, Lee Na-hai watches intently, clapping happily as she sees the monster fighting against Diep Bak. This confrontation made her feel relieved, as everything was unfolding exactly according to her plan. Diep Bak felt confused when he saw that Lee Na-hai, his class president, was still alive. The classmates were surprised to see her in this situation. Lee Na-hai sneered and said that she was still alive and her only purpose was to witness Diep Bak's death. After saying that she ordered the monster to attack Diep Bak with murderous intent in her eyes, Diep Bak angrily thought to himself, Jia Lee Na-hai and this monster are on the same side, I really can't believe it. The monster charged at Diep Bak immediately, but he quickly drew his sword ready to face the fierce assault. The suspicions and resigned onlookers watched anxiously from afar, constantly worried seeing Diep Bak confront the monster, unsure if he could escape this attack. A loud explosion sounded, and immediately a fire broke out, forming a barrier between Diep Bak and the monster, preventing their confrontation, and making the atmosphere tense and uncertain. Everyone looked up at the rooftop and saw a fire monster, then asked in surprise what it was. A luxury yacht is drifting on the clear blue lake, with someone relaxing and smoking a cigar. He cheerfully thinks zombies can't fly or swim, so this lake is the safest place, and the butler holding a bottle walks over to praise him, saying he outshines his brother. He glances at the unclaimed boats, planning to wait a little longer to loot their supplies and stay on the water forever. As soon as they spoke, a nearby boat suddenly exploded on the water, and neither of them understood why it happened, so they stood up and moved closer to see what was going on. Something with a burning body charges straight at our spaceship. Only at such close range can we see that it is still alive. Neither of them knew what it was, they were stunned and extremely scared. After it landed, its body in flames showed no signs of damage. Standing on the ship, it howled as if to attract everyone's attention. This skill user has a truly strange body with a pair of horns and fur on its head that are not burned by the flames. It successfully drew the attention of everyone fighting below ground, and everyone looked incredibly surprised. The elderly master didn't expect there to be another Esper, especially one wielding the fire element. Nuke Hai still thinks it's a monster covered in fire. She asks her fellow psychic if the one over there is his friend, but he just looks and doesn't know either. The fire elemental ability user grabs the device to block flying through the air, with flames surrounding their body. Seeing this, I saw no hesitation, and charged straight toward Nuke Hai's ability user. The fire element powers user immediately lunged in to fight Nuke Hai's ability user. Neither Debak nor Nuke Hai understood why this was happening. The fire elemental Esper said nothing, just rushing to attack, while the opponent kept asking who he was, and why he was charging at him. The fire Esper pressed tightly with his hand, preventing the opponent from moving. Nuke Hai's ability user kicked his opponent away. The kick caused the fire element user to stumble back, and the flames shot straight towards the car. This time, it seems to have gotten angry and unleashed fire to attack. Everyone at the scene didn't dare to move, fearing to attract the attention of the too powerful Esper. She cried and sobbed as her beloved car and the food she had saved up were about to catch fire. The old man told everyone not to worry. What needs to be done right now is to leave quickly. Everyone immediately obeyed the command to run, annoyed that the Esper was almost escaping again. She turned back to lead the fish slaughter and blamed the Esper while Nasui called him stupid. The psychic is about to run away, so what is he still doing there? He replied that because he was held back by the opponent he couldn't split himself at the moment. The fire elementalist with a clenched face accidentally launched a powerful attack. A fireball headed straight for the fleeing Nu Ni. A loud explosion and blinding light erupted, affecting everyone running ahead, while the girl trembled in fear on the ground. It turns out Diet Bak was faster to save the girl. His attack just struck the nearby tree. He lifts the girl up, and True Hoen accidentally caught in the flames on his shirt, and everyone else didn't know what to do, so they called out to Diet Bak. He told them not to be stupid, and to find a hiding spot quickly as they were split in two by the burning tree. Upon hearing Diet Bak's command, those in front immediately obeyed. After putting out the flames on his shirt, the summoner asked where we should run to now. Diet Bak was unsure how to respond, so he looked around and observed to find a hiding spot. Fortunately, there was a garage in front of them. Diet Bak told everyone to hide first, then they immediately ran toward the garage. The gray magic user asked the opponent if they could talk calmly now that both sides are exhausted from the struggle. Han asked if the opponent also ate the black gem and the gold one to transform into their current appearance. Hearing about the black gem, the fire illusionist trembled with fear. It kept curling up and rolling onto the ground, crying out in agony, "No, I don't want to eat." The terrifying memories from the past resurfaced. It had been tainted by those impoverished landowners, and they had forced it. Eating the black bead because it couldn't resist it, thought they were just a bunch of crazy people. The flame illusionist Spark angrily sent a small flame into the air and roared, "I want to take the heads of those local bullies and burn them to ashes." Gray, skill user, I regret it. Brother, you also had no choice but to eat the hat, Kim. I understand how you feel. But when I couldn't wait any longer, she asked, "Have you two finished talking? Are your situations similar and understanding each other? Or was this meeting a late surprise?" She is anxious, not knowing if the two can quickly hunt down Deep Bak, and now she doesn't know where he has already run to. The gray illusionary skill user told Ruotki, "Don't worry, he will go now and he can also track Dietbach's scent." The fire mimic asks if they are trying to find someone, and he responds that it must be someone named Dietbach. It seems he knows a lot about the gem called Kim, and he thinks perhaps he has a way to turn them back into humans. Hearing the possibility of returning to being human, the fire-type doppelganger wavered for a moment and then immediately changed its mind, deciding to follow the two people in hopes of becoming human again. There was not a single sound in the underground garage. Everything was eerily silent. Dietbach's group is still fleeing non-stop, and after asking you, it seems there's no movement outside. Have they already left? Before Dietbach could respond, a car suddenly sped toward them. Luckily, you were quick-witted and managed to prevent everyone from getting flattened by the car. It turns out that the gray skill host followed your scent. He was the one who threw that car. Found Dietbach, he laughs joyfully. We found you and our battle isn't over yet. Underneath the garage, the gray Nulija has found Dietbach's group. He laughs happily and loudly before ending you. I still need you to tell me all the secrets of Hack Kim. This time he won't let you escape with tricks. Dietbach was extremely worried, not knowing how to deal with him, and besides he had two teammates. He told Trung Huan to take Nguni away quickly, while he would stay behind to stop that monster. Hearing this, he immediately led the girl away. Trung Hon and Nguni are trying to find a hiding spot, but unfortunately the fire element fake skill blocks their way. Face to face, it's clear that this fire element fake skill looks truly terrifying and creepy. Truong Huan immediately informed Dietbach that they had been caught in a trap. Both routes were blocked. The bitch not high sneered sarcastically and looked pleased to be able to catch Dietbach. She sat in a car and told you not to think you can escape from my grasp. Now these two mutants want to kill you, so you'd better obediently surrender your life without a fuss. Dietbach gritted his teeth in anger when he saw her glaring and clenched fists as he tried to suppress the fury inside, constantly thinking about her name Li Not Hai. He told Truhon and Yu Ni to quickly hide to the side and stay away from him, and they immediately obeyed. Just as Not Hai opens her mouth to finish him off, the gray mutant missile shoots toward Dietbach like a rocket. Dietbach doesn't hesitate. He pulls out his sword, prepared to fight these two monsters. The gray monster retracted its claws towards him, but Dietbach leaned back to avoid the attack and quickly drew the gun hanging across his chest, loading the bullet. Although standing now is a bit difficult, he still tries to aim at them with his gun. A gunshot rang out loudly, and no one knows who he shot. Unexpectedly, instead of aiming at the psychics, Dietbach shot at the notorious Not Hai's shoulder. One shot isn't enough, I would have kept shooting more. She shouted loudly as pain engulfed her, and she fell backward. The gray monster was also surprised that the target wasn't itself, but Not Hai, so it turned its head around. At this moment, the time was right for Dietbach to seize the opportunity. He immediately shot another bullet at Not Hai, probably because his endurance had reached its limit. The second bullet also hit her waist, and the gray power user immediately rushed over using his hand to prevent the bullet from reaching Not Hai, yelling that she was not allowed to be hurt. Dietbach refused to respond and swung his sword forcefully at them. Luckily for Not Hai, the gray ability user managed to get her to run away before the sword strike reached her. The fire elementalist leapt from above, aiming to catch Dietbach, but he saw it coming, and with his quick reflexes and agile body, evaded the attack. It once again uses its flame-throwing technique to attack Dietbach. He uses his sword like a shield to block the creature's flames. Near there, Chu Huan and Yu Ni are hiding behind a young lady, uncertain how to support Dietbach. The girl looked at him worriedly, not knowing how to rescue him. Yu Ni slowly reached her hand behind her, took a small axe from her rabbit-shaped bag. Then the girl immediately swung the sobering object towards the fiery monster. But given its speed and size, instead of injuring it, it successfully attracted its attention. By the time Shou Huan realized what Nguni had done, it was too late. The monster had already found their hiding spot. Not wanting his teammates to be in trouble, Dietbach swung his sword to attract the monster's attention and make it forget about his two allies. But your recent attack didn't harm the monster. It accidentally cut into the nearby water conduit, causing an endless flow of water to pour out. The water pouring down caused the fire monster to cry out in pain, and at that moment Dietbach realized this was his only chance to attack again. This time, I succeeded in cutting off one of the fire monster's arms with a single strike, leaving it separated from its body. Seeing itself missing an arm, it was both in pain and howling loudly. Dietbach showed no mercy at all and swung his sword to kill the fire monster. Blessings are on the fire monster. It managed to escape. If not with that attack, its ascension would have been unavoidable. Frightened by Dietbach's strength, it immediately ran away to hide. The gray monster, holding Not Hai in its arms, slowly turned its head to look at you and your allies. It told you that this time Dietbach was impressive, and next time it will come back to settle the score with you. Then the two monsters and Not Hai quickly left, or else Dietbach would end their lives. That girl Not Hai is truly fortunate. As they walked away, Dietbach kept his guard up, watching their steps, then lowered his spear to the ground. Seeing that the situation is under control, Chu Huan and Nini run over to check on you. The girl looked at Dietbach kneeling on the ground and asked anxiously if he had been hurt. Dietbach says, no, right now he's just relaxing a bit, and encountering two power users at the same time is something he never expected. Hearing about the Esper, Lu Huan worriedly asked if perhaps Diep Bak knew their origins. He didn't answer immediately, just silently pondered for a long while. Diep Bak explains that mutants are formed after humans consume energy of the phantom metal, and most of those who do so turn into zombies. Only a small percentage can merge with the metal and become powerful mutants. Therefore, those who can retain their consciousness are extremely rare. And hearing this information, Zhaolian wondered why Diep Bak knew all this, but he remained silent. Diep Bak, it's not the right time now, I'll tell you later. What we should consider now is where to go. Trio Hoan thinks about his food supply worried, and wanting to check on it while the girl also has questions but remains silent following behind him. Diep Bak feels that there is something different about this world, and his sense is that the end of the world is approaching faster and faster. Before things get worse, he must make something even stronger appear. Outside, a dark sky filled with heavy clouds and pouring rain. Tru Hoan was crying regretfully over his broken car, which he had just checked and realized was beyond repair. He cried while holding the food and supplies. The Hmong kept crying, "This car is beyond saving, so we can only take all the food and supplies with us." Tro Hoan also felt really regretful because the garage door was blocked, but it has a car inside, so at least they can use it for transportation. He gives Diep Bak and Unguni 2 sheets of white cloth because there's no umbrella, so they can only use this to shelter from the rain. Right now, they need to get out of the rain first and also find a working vehicle to continue their journey. Diep Bak turned to ask Unguni how she was doing. Unguni said that she had actually been here before, and a friend of her father's was nearby. The girl pointed toward the mountain and said that Nguni's father had taken her there to visit his friend before. If they go straight in that direction, they'll reach it. Zhao Huan asked curiously what kind of person Yununi's father's friend was, and whether he was still alive now. Nguni replied, "Although uncle is quite strange, he's also a good person, I just hope he doesn't run into any trouble." Nguni added that his uncle's house is very big with high walls, so zombies definitely can't get in. Moreover, there are many more computers inside. It seems like Diep Bak has figured something out. Zhao Huan hears there are lots of computers and guesses that person might be running an internet cafe. Compared to an internet cafe, they need a supermarket more. Diep Bak again suggested they should check that place, telling Uni to lead the way. Maybe her father was there too. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a zombie appeared in the pouring rain. There are not just one, but many heading this way. Tru Hoan can't understand why zombies are attacking now. Diep Bak quickly assigns tasks, so one side fight and the other move forward. Elsewhere, a zombie's head is being torn apart into pieces. It turns out to be the Grey Esper who is attacking other zombies right after escaping from Diep Bak. Looking at his fallen Chunghwa on the ground, he slowly approaches as if searching for something. Inside the bodies of the zombies, there are gem-like crystals he is seeking, but these gemstones are not enough for him. The Grey ability user immediately turned around and fled into the rain. The sky is getting more and more like pouring water, and the clouds in the sky show no signs of dispersing. The Fire-type Esper hears that sound and turns to see who it is. It turns out it was the Grey Esper all along. He brought Hat Kim here and immediately went searching for Nuke Hai upon arrival. After being shot, Nuke Hai is trying to endure the pain. She lies on the bed, trembling constantly, her face turning pallid. The Grey ability user gently approached her and said that the Hat Kim she needed had already been brought here. Juxi tried to open her eyes and said to hand over all of them quickly. The Grey Esper spread his hands to reveal 8 blood beads inside and asked her again if she decided to eat them. Nux Hai angrily ordered him to hand over all the beads to her and immediately leave. Seeing there was no way to persuade her, the Grey Esper didn't say anything and had no choice but to bite her neck. He obediently followed Nux Hai like a dog and then silently walked out. The Fire-type Esper wondered if she had already eaten, hesitating as he answered. The fire monster thought for a moment before speaking, saying it had seen others forced to eat the black orb, and afterward they became terrifying, not losing their lives but transforming into this monstrous form. The Grey ability user then said he didn't want to lose Hung Hai. The Fire ability user said that although he had burned her wounds without professional medical treatment, her chances of survival were very high. Hearing this, the Grey monster fell silent for a moment, then asked, "Is it only possible to eat the Hat, Kim the Fire ability user, Gim Han? If he can successfully mutate into one of us, that wouldn't be bad either. No more fear of zombies. No more fear of anyone. He thinks that with that he can kill anyone at will and take revenge." The Grey-like ability user replied thoughtfully, but there is still someone like Diep Bak whose hand seems impossible to regenerate. The Fire-type abilities user then remembered Diep Bak, thinking he's too powerful, and his weapon can even block his flames. The Grey-type abilities user suggested they should cooperate to find a way to control him, then jointly ask about the secret of the singing metal. They then considered whether there was still a way to turn back into humans, and the Fire Mutant agreed. Only at this moment did they introduce their names: Fire Mutant named Zhu Bei, and Grey Mutant named Wang Sheng, and they shook hands agreeing to cooperate. The scene shifts to another area, probably nearby, since it's raining like water drops where a zombie in a pink bikini has been split in half. Diep Bak has been saving countless zombies since earlier, and maybe due to exhaustion from constantly fighting combined with the relentless rain, he was beginning to gasp for air. Hone felt that something was wrong with him, so he ran over to ask if he was okay. Diep Bak looked very unwell, so he suggested they find a place to rest first. He told her not to worry about him, and then turned to Hoinaguni if his father's house was still far away. The girl pointed towards the tunnel and replied, "Just go through this tunnel and up a slope and you'll reach it. But the current problem is that the tunnel is full of water, and it also looks quite deep. Maybe the drainage system is clogged." Diep Bak also didn't know what to do with all this water. He looked around to see if there was anything that could help them, then told Nu Ni there was a piece of wood over there and asked her to sit on it quickly while he and Hon would push her forward. Unguni obediently followed the girl and quickly climbed onto the wooden plank. The three of them gradually entered the tunnel, with Diep Bak pushing Unguni and Chi Hoan responsible for carrying the belongings. The deeper they went into the tunnel, the darker and scarier it became, making Hoan feel extremely worried, thinking to herself that no zombie could possibly hide down here. Nguni on the wooden plank sensed that Diep Bak was acting differently, so she turned back to ask him. Diep Bak said that they were almost there, but his face showed clear signs of exhaustion. Unable to hold on any longer, he immediately collapsed inside the deep and dark tunnel. Nuri was worried and frightened, repeatedly calling his name, but despite Hoan and Nuri's efforts to wake him up, his exhaustion and endurance wore out, and he gradually sank down. The sky still kept raining heavily, and the darkness was as thick as ink. Vuong Sin looked up and saw the rain hadn't stopped. Chubak also felt the same, and now the road was flooded with rainwater. Fearing the situation is not stable, Vuong Sin enters the room to find Nuk Hai, hoping to discuss with her. Nuk Hai has likely taken the singing gem pill, and now she is lying on the ground suffering from the pain. Vuong Sin also didn't expect her to dare eat that Kimhat pill. He stood outside calling Nihai's name. Uncle Bak enters the room to ask Vuong Sin how things are going, when suddenly the house explodes, windows shatter and purple lights emanate from inside the house. Then those flashes of light gradually disappeared into the darkness. On the other side, Diep Bak was probably regaining consciousness underwater, slowly opening his eyes but only seeing black. As he tried again to look around, Diep Bak saw light and bubbles, and then a hand grabbed his head and pulled him to the surface before anyone could watch. That person is none other than Nuk Hai. She asks Diep Bak where his mechanical ally is currently hiding. Nuk Hai saw him trying to stay silent and pressed him again, speaking. Diep Bak, despite having a battered body, revealed no details at all. He insulted Nuk Hai as a disgusting woman and told her to die far away from him. Nuk Hai, annoyed by Diep Bak's arrogance, thought he didn't know right from wrong. She ordered her subordinates to dunk Diep Bak's head in the water. Because he was injured, he couldn't breathe, when suddenly submerged like that. He kept struggling, but they wouldn't let him go, and he gradually faded into unconsciousness. When he opened his eyes, it felt like the ceiling of some hospital. He silently gazed into the void. Perhaps the nightmare he just experienced was just a fleeting bad dream. Diep Bak slowly regained his senses and realized that what just happened was only a dream. Now everything was different from the past. You try to sit up but still find it quite difficult, probably because your body has been under a lot of pressure. Now Diep Bak feels like someone is sitting beside him. It can only be the kind-hearted girl Nguni, who probably took care of him when he was sick and has now fallen asleep without him noticing, and she is gradually regaining consciousness as Diep Bak gently wakes her up. Seeing Diep Bak awake, the little girl happily asked if he was all right, and he confirmed he was, though he still looked quite exhausted. Diep Bak looked around and asked Nguni where they were. She replied that this was her father's house. Chu Huan brought food and medicine while happy to see that you are awake since you had been lying here for a whole day and night, and seeing Chu Huan, Diep Bak was confused why he was still here and told him not to go home because it was already hard enough for both of them to carry you here. Diep Bak also wondered how Chu Huan and Nguni could carry him here in such heavy rain and strong wind. An old man with a large build wearing a protective suit told a student, a chubby boy, and a young girl that if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't believe that they could walk through the zombies. Nguni saw the man happily called out Mr. Truong while Diep Bak stayed silent. Nuni began to recount the entire story. When Diep Bak fainted, both of them pulled him out of the water, but at that moment they didn't know what to do next. Luckily, Mr. Truong saw them through the surveillance camera. Since he recognized Nguni, Mr. Truong drove to pick them up, and the girl also said that luckily it was because of him that the whole group arrived here safely. Diep Bak asked if Mr. Truong had seen everything. Mr. Zhang said of course he saw you chopping zombies like cutting fruit, and thought it was truly incredible, and he was wondering where you even got that weapon. Hearing this, Diep Bak hurriedly got down from the medical tent, despite still feeling a bit weak. You said thank you for saving me, but I can't talk about the weapon. I just hope you return that sword quickly, or else. But before I could finish speaking, I collapsed to the ground, because I was still very weak, and Nguni immediately ran over to help me. Mr. Truong thought that clearly Diep Bak must have used a lot of strength to buy that sword, which surprised everyone in the room. Now Mr. Truong finally apologized and forgot to introduce himself. Mr. Jiang cheerfully introduced himself as Zhang Han, and everyone could call him Dr. Jiang. This is his research institute where he has been living since the zombie virus outbreak. Diep Bak felt that this name was somewhat familiar and repeated the 4 words Dr. Truong Han. Now he finally remembered that he was the legendary zombie scholar who first researched and named the black gold energy. Remembering the past, he thought that for a mechanic he was like a saint, but now he was standing right in front of him. Dietbach still couldn't quite believe it and asked, "Are you really Dr. Truong?" Mr. Truong shyly ruffled his hair and said that this doctor was actually created by himself. He's just doing his work in this research. Dietbach felt suspicious, thinking perhaps it's just a coincidence that they share the same name, which really feels like a waste of his goodwill. Dr. Truong also admitted that he was genuinely very curious about Dietbach's weapon and asked to borrow it for research, promising it was for the future of humanity. Thinking it over, Dietbach considered it like a test. If he really was the Dr. Truong Han he knew then, that would be perfect. Dietbach agreed to Dr. Truong's request, then said there was something better he wanted him to research, so Dr. Truong eagerly asked what it was. Dietbach slowly confirmed that it was a living zombie, shocking Mr. Truong terribly. A thick iron door slowly opened. Mr. Truong led you to see where he keeps his weapons, with everyone following behind one after another. He said he only did a quick check, so nothing serious would happen. Seeing how easily Dietbach uses the sword, Mr. Truong is truly amazed. Surely only he could handle it so effortlessly. He almost hurt himself just bringing it here. Dietbach looked around and felt that Mr. Truong's work environment here was really not bad. With these tools, he could definitely create more powerful equipment. Mr. Zhang was very surprised upon hearing the word craftsmanship, and gradually asked, could it really be that this weapon was made by you yourself? Dietbach confirmed yes. Seeing someone so talented in front of him but still so young, Mr. Truong jokingly wanted to see if he could prove himself, urging him to show off his skills. But Dietbach insisted that the entire crafting process must be kept secret. Otherwise, he wouldn't allow Mr. Truong to study the zombies. Mr. Truong refused, and was so excited he jumped up, arguing that he was being unfairly treated because he was old. Dietbach made a different proposal. If you give me some food each day, I might consider it. Mr. Truong called me a worthless loafer, but there are two familiar images on his computer. It is none other than Dietbach's personal information, 18 years old, a 12 amperes student from An City, and so far the summoner's information remains unknown. I don't know how long it's been, but the sky still shows no sign of clearing. Down the street, the water was flooding everything, with only the zombies wandering outside, zombies with blue eyes constantly walking around the house. In another room there are countless computers with someone likely controlling the cameras. The girl types skillfully on the keyboard, and next to her is a board with many details that are unclear. Nguni. This is completely different from the girl who loves every day. She focuses her eyes intently on the screen without blinking. Maybe she's too focused that she doesn't notice Mr. Truong has entered the room holding 2 cups of warm water, and he says, "I knew you were here." Nguni says she wants to do what she can, and Mr. Truong asks if she's really searching for living people outside, which is quite tough. He also says he hasn't received any news about Nguni's father, and his surveillance cameras only cover the riverbank area where there are no zombies at all. Yuni cheerfully said that Mr. Zhang is a good person. Her father is also a good person, so she believes her father will be fine. Seeing her adorable expression, he only knows that person. Then he whispered to Yuni, "Are the 2 people she brought here really okay?" Mr. Truong feels that Dietbach is not an ordinary person. As a young student, he can master such advanced technology, and right now he is in the weapons crafting room. Moreover, looking into Dietbach's eyes, there is a cruelty that resembles a murderer, while on the other side he seems to be enjoying himself as he is about to complete his new creation. Mr. Truong whispered that the chubby boy also seems pretty normal, but somehow feels like he has a secret he can't tell others about while he's busy scheming against others without realizing Tro Hone is right behind him. Hearing that trio, Hone said loudly, "It's not good to talk behind people's backs," which made Ong Truong startled. He pointed at Ong Truong and said he's the most weird, because such a big research institute, and he's here alone. There is an airport above a garage, below the chambers are full of materials, and there are solar batteries. Moreover, there are large food and clothing chambers and a mountain of supplies, which is why Tu Hoen found Mr. Truong the most suspicious person. This time Mr. Truong was angry, and said that Tru Hoen doesn't understand anything. He claimed that he prepared long ago because he sensed the world would have an end, yet everyone else just thinks he's a crazy fool. Mr. Truong just pointed at him, and said that eating his food in his house without shame, invading his privacy, is his goal to save all of humanity. Tru Hoen didn't understand why it's for all of humanity, when he had hacked all the cameras by the river to invade others' privacy, and Mr. Truong angrily rebutted. If there hadn't been that camera, who would be able to save them? Nguni tried to stop their argument but couldn't compare to the strength of the 2 men. Suddenly, someone had injected and administered medicine into Trung Hoan without him noticing, causing him to startle, and look back. It was Dietbach who told him not to rush to save them. It turns out it wasn't an injection but a tube for drawing blood. After collecting enough, Dietbach withdrew it from the summon's body. The summon turned around and asked what Dietbach had done to him, and he said it wasn't an injection, he just wanted to borrow some blood for later use. Before leaving, Dietbach warned that the zombies are about to mutate to a new level, and their time is running out. He said a greater disaster is coming, so everyone must prepare well for the future. Everyone in the room froze, confused about what was happening, and Mr. Zhang couldn't believe his ears when he heard about zombies transforming. On another camera screen, some suspicious scenes had already been recorded. The current city is flooded because of the continuous rain, and some of Dietbach's friends watching from above see that the water has submerged everything and zombies are lurking around. Watching the situation now, he didn't know what to do. Suddenly, a zombie looked straight at them, and overwhelmed with fear, he closed his eyes tightly and ran inside. Afong turned inside and told everyone that this place was surrounded by zombies and we couldn't go any further. Hearing this, everyone didn't know what to do, the heavy rain flooding the roads and the brown-haired girl hugging her face, crying and not knowing what to do. Another student is crying beside his unconscious friend, named Xiao Tu. No one knows where Dietbach has gone, and currently there is no food in this building, so their chances of dying here are pretty high. After some thought, Afong said there was no other way left. He opened his hand to reveal 4 black jewels, and everyone looked on in amazement, puzzled as to why he was holding on to these 4 gems. Afong said that while helping Dietbach scan the zombie's brain, he secretly hid these stones. He remembered hearing the monster roar, that it had become a monster because it ate these black crystals, and he was thinking maybe eating the pearl might help. Everyone thought Afong was a bit crazy. Does he really intend to eat this pearl? Afong believed that if he gained power like a monster, they could survive and break through the encirclement. Suddenly, an unusual phenomenon outside drew everyone's attention. There is a black tornado with purple lightning nearby. Everyone was confused because this was the first time they had seen such a strange tornado. Thanks to Dr. Trung's careful preparations, his base was not affected by the rain. Dietbach continues to develop new equipment for the future. He keeps to himself and focuses solely on research and creation. Chu Hoen noticed that Dietbach had been busy in the workshop for several days, but he didn't know what exactly he was working on. Could it be that all zombies will mutate into like the 2 monsters, the Gaiden and the fire-breathing monster that they encountered before Chu Huan said he didn't know either? If everything turns into these mutants, then we're truly doomed. He asked if Mr. Trung's place doesn't even have weapons, then what are they going to use to fight? Mr. Trung replied that he wanted to create a safe haven, not a mountain of misty birds, so how could there be weapons? Chiu Hoan then said that a safe zone without weapons is like fish on a cutting board, you idiot. Nguni hurriedly ran over, continuously calling for Mr. Trung. The girl said she saw her father on the surveillance camera. Both Mr. Trung and Chu Hong were extremely startled when Nuni nervously reported seeing her father. Chu Hong had to ask nervously again whether Nguni really saw him on the security camera or not. Mr. Trung quickly clarified, saying has her father already gone to the Tantui area, or what? So the 3 of them were now at the CCTV area, and Nguni said she saw her father on Taethwang Geep Street. She was also clever to keep the video just in case, and both men listened carefully. A CCTV recording shows a scene of dozens of monsters in chaos during the rain. Suddenly, a man believed to be Nuni's father is seen hiding under a torn cloak among the zombies. Mr. Trung was surprised, seeing that his friend's movements suggested he hadn't turned into a zombie. Chu Hang also confirmed that he hadn't been attacked. Nuni's father was trying to hide from the zombies by immersing himself among them, so he was lucky to escape from the danger. Nuni felt both moved and extremely worried, only able to silently call out for her father. Chu Hang comforted her, though she didn't know how her father might have escaped among the zombies. At least he's still alive, which was a relief, and Nguni felt more at ease after hearing that. Mr. Trung analyzed, looking at his expression. It seems like he has smeared blood and attached zombie parts to his body. If he looks like that, could he actually hide among the zombies? Maybe zombies rely on their sense of smell to hunt humans, which is truly worth researching. Nuni listened anxiously, realizing she may have spoken out of turn, and Mr. Trung apologized, saying it was just his old illness. He also advised Nguni that although she really wanted to save her father, the weather was terrible, it kept raining non-stop, and the road to the west area was flooded, so there was no way to drive there. Nguni also understood and obediently listened. Chu Hang suggested asking Diep Kaka maybe he had already created a powerful device, which Nguni also hoped for. But contrary to her hope, Diep Bak's attitude was incredibly angry. He did not agree, and found her constant questions very irritating because he was very busy. Your work isn't finished yet, and your urgency only makes you useless. After hearing Kaka scold her, Nyingi could only quietly listen. He also reminded once more that except during dinner, she must not disturb him at all. Chu Hang was dissatisfied with Diep Bak's attitude, and scolded him for being a bit too much. If he couldn't persuade her, at least he should have scolded the girl. Instead of arguing, Diep Bak told Chu Hang to go on behalf of him. Hearing that Chu Hang was a bit hesitant, the situation is dangerous now, really not the time to go out. Putting that aside, Chu Hang started to pay attention to the weapons, knives, guns, his eyes fixed on the sword. This one could it be? Diep Bak explained that he had infused Chu Hang's blood into these 2 weapons, so now he could use them. Hearing this, Chu Hang quickly took them up to test. Surprised by the light weight of this sword, Chu Hang asked if it was similar to Diep Bak's. Diep Bak explained that when wielding a sword, imagine channeling strength into the weapon. You can make the sword glow with light, but you must control the force precisely, or else it's very easy to lose limbs. Chu Hang now only focused on this amazing weapon, quickly replying that he would pay attention, then turned to the gun. He wondered if it was actually modified from the item they seized, and Dietbach did not deny it. Before shooting, turn on the power to store energy in the gun. When fired, the energy will be released along with the projectile. Even though the force isn't small, the bullets are limited. Aim carefully before shooting, you added. Chu Heng was extremely excited. Wow, it's really a coil gun, the top of the line. After saying that, he immediately grabs the weapon and leaves no longer able to wait, heading straight to practice his skills. Chu Heng and his bulky body runs very fast outside, ignoring the pouring rain. So he fired the first shot, a soul-entering shot aimed straight at the sky with the barrel emitting a terrifyingly powerful blue light that shot upwards. In awe, only able to exclaim, "Oh my god," Chu Heng couldn't help but be impressed by the power of this weapon. Then he proudly laughed loudly, followed by the sword and the terrifying green electricity. He swung a slash in midair, a blue flame erupting, truly capable of slicing out a blade of light, and so Chu Heng tested not just one strike but many. Inside, CCTV captured everything. Mr. Truong was panic-stricken and warned Chu Heng not to test weapons like guns and knives in front of the house. Kwai Tri thought he was unbeatable with these two top-tier weapons. So without hesitation, he put on his raincoat and boots ready to head out. Whether zombies or superpowered beings let them come, here comes Lao Chu to take down each one. Through the camera, Chu Heng promised Nguni that he would definitely bring her father back safely, so she should stay there and wait with Mr. Truong. Nguni listened with some worry, wondering if Big Brother Chu would encounter any trouble. Mr. Truong had no intention of stopping him. Just wait and see how long his arrogance lasts. So the support team inside instructed you to listen to someone and guide you along the route to the flooded western area. You can only go around the western hill as the mountain road has no cameras and there are many zombies outside, so it's a risky path. Chu Heng fumed. This old man is so annoying, insisting on changing Nguni to lead the way. Mr. Truong muttered curses at that fat bastard. So Chu Heng kept going, but as he reached the top of the hill, he was surprised to see a horde of zombies had climbed all the way up here. They approached with looks full of hatred and disgust, but Chu Heng remained unafraid with the divine weapon in hand, swiftly striking the monsters with a slash slicing through them. Seeing his success, Chu Heng felt proud. He truly was too powerful. But he suddenly snapped out of it upon seeing a strange purple light in the sky over the hill. Outside, the rain is falling heavier, and the howling wind blends with the non-stop rain as another zombie is cut down by Sang's sword. Chu Heng continues his mission to destroy these monsters, fiercely thrusting his blade into them. When everything around was somewhat stabilized, Chu Heng contacted the base repeatedly, asking Lao Trung and Nguni if they saw what was happening. He directly described the situation. The rain outside was intensifying, and there was even a terrifying purple tornado in the west. On this side, they are also gathering information. Outside, it's raining heavily, and the camera's visibility is limited, Mr. Trung says. But he feels the wind has reached level 6, and he advises Chu Heng to return because the outside is really dangerous now. Chu Heng could no longer hold back. No matter how good his gear was, he had to surrender to the weather. He also apologized to Nguni, saying he could only wait for a better opportunity to save her father. Mr. Trung also calmed the girl, saying her father was a lucky man, and that being able to escape the zombie meant he could also avoid this harsh weather. Hearing this, Nguni felt somewhat reassured. Chu Heng began to return to the base in the pouring rain. Suddenly when he turned back, the alarm blared loudly. Mr. Trung was extremely worried and immediately asked if Chu Heng had a zombie following him inside, but that was actually Chu Heng's intention. He was the one who did it. Although his original goal was to go rescue Nguni's father, now he couldn't go, so he could only do the second best thing. The goal is to bring a live zombie here. This is what Deep Ka wanted him to do. Mr. Trung still feels very worried and finally asks, why would they need to bring a live zombie here? To prevent Chu Heng from doing something foolish, Mr. Trung told him to wait there until he came, then went down to the gate of the base where Chu Heng was waiting, and to keep the zombie from running around wild, he chopped it into a stick, surprising Mr. Trung. It's still bouncing around energetically alive with such vitality, so what could be powering it, Mr. Trung is extremely grateful. This time, Chu Map really did a great job. He seems quite trustworthy, and Chu Heng immediately smiles proudly. Nguni watched as Mr. Trung and Chu Dai Xie grew more harmonious and felt very happy. In the research room, Diep Bok was still meticulously conducting experiments, trying out many different methods. Outside, the rain suddenly began to subside, and the dark clouds gradually drifted away, allowing the strange light to seep in. That mysterious light started to shine upon the horde of zombies below. Strangely, they are not afraid of the light, and all look up directly. Suddenly, a strange phenomenon occurs. Sunlight shines through, destroying their outer shells and revealing their bizarre bodies. Now they have officially become real monsters. As a result, more and more terrifying creatures appear with eyes changing from blue to fierce red. The monsters have evolved in unpredictable ways. If they could only move on the ground before now, they can jump very high. A boy is standing on the balcony, praising the beauty of the shining sun above. Suddenly, a monster's arm reached the balcony and slowly leaped in front of the innocent, helpless boy. The man inside the house heard a strange noise and panicked. He quickly ran out to find his wife and son, but it seemed it was already too late. The monsters had truly climbed up. so more families on higher floors were approached by the monsters, accompanied by screams that shattered the city. Those hiding on the upper floors, careless enough not to lock their doors, were visited by the monsters. No place was safe from them. Even at school, students ran in terror upon seeing the monsters. A girl seemed to have been approached very closely by a monster, but then she was stopped by something else with a grip. That thing didn't hesitate to stab straight into her eye, and the students watching the scene were terrified. The monster was subdued, and the white creature pulled out a red marble from its eye before gazing at the group of students with blue eyes. They all seemed to recognize that it was a Fong. Out there in areas where the monsters haven't been transformed, many zombies are still wandering the streets with bodies made of chairs and fierce green eyes. From above, Li Ruohai and her two subordinates watched each movement. The monster beside her suddenly looked a bit envious, too powerful, so many zombies but still moving in order like a school of fish. Li Nuok Hai smiled triumphantly, finally glad that all her torment today was not in vain, and she asked about Dietbach's location. The other person also confirmed that he had found him, that he was in a house resembling a research institute on that hill, and if he went in alone, he could easily assassinate him. However, Li Nuok Hai completely rejected that idea. How could she let Dietbach die without knowing the truth? Without personally taking action to kill him, how could she resolve the hatred in her heart? Li Nuok Hai intends to make him feel gradually the sense of despair. On the hill in the research area, as Treo Hang is getting ready to take Ngu Ni to find her father, the alarm siren suddenly blares non-stop. Seeing that, he immediately called Dr. Truong. They were about to go out, so why was there suddenly such a warning? Old Truong was also very anxious and advised them not to go out now. It could lead to big trouble, and to quickly bring Ngu Ni back to the laboratory. He said there are cameras in the city showing a crowd of zombies gathering, heading toward you. Hearing that, Tru Hong was immediately very frightened. How many zombies are in that crowd? Mr. Trung thinks there are probably more than 1,000 of them, which is quite a lot, but hearing that, he felt even more horrified. Tro Hang was confused. What exactly was going on? Could it be that they are the last ones, or that they are still benefiting from something? Even Dr. Zhang is at a loss. He doesn't know what they've stirred up outside, but it's best to inform Dietbach right away. Hearing that, Tu Hang quickly ran to Dietbach's research room, repeatedly knocking on the door. Brother Diep, it's not good. More than 1,000 zombies are coming right at them. What should they do now? Dietbach has already grasped the information that Dr. Truong just told him. Triu hange vaikam, tai fan nao yen tam roi, sao nua chao da chuan bi song, vasa di tu diet chung luon, sao diet bat lai fan, dang chovi chao chua chuan bi song. Zhao Hang was stunned and panicked. How could he possibly face over 1,000 zombies alone? Dietbach also believed it was too late, and that preparations needed to be made. The progress of the situation has accelerated much faster than you anticipated. These sudden developments are beyond your data now. We can only rely on everyone else. If he truly is Dr. Zhang, then surely he can solve the crisis we're facing. Triu Hang almost freaked out. Brother Diep, what exactly are you thinking right now? This is no longer the time for riddles. But contrary to that reaction, Dietbach remained silent. Tru Hang, angry, went outside and died of anger. Now he's playing the silent game with him. At this point, only himself can rely on. As he spoke, he climbed up the tower in the research area. Reaching the highest point and looking down, Zhao Hang was terrified by the massive number of zombies. Oh my god, he was panicking with so many zombies. It felt like even the laboratory's fortified walls wouldn't be enough to hold them back. After saying that, he got back into the car, knowing he couldn't let them break down the wall. Mr. Zhang inside, watching the camera, was confused about what Tro Hang was doing driving the car. Tru Hong also asked to open the door, saying he would go outside and block them first. The doctor inside should think of a countermeasure. If he does not return, everyone should run quickly. Tro Hang reassures her, "Don't worry, I won't let myself die that easily." Stopping his car before thousands of zombies, he takes out his gun and begins aiming carefully. Then he fires a soul-piercing shot, unleashing a stream of energy that kills hundreds of zombies. Inside the car, Tru Hang feels elated, thinking it's great not to have to aim carefully. He just blows away the zombies. Another shot, and then another. The zombies quickly start to dwindle. Lin Wok from above watches the scene unfold and looks quite displeased. Unexpectedly, the monster didn't realize they had such powerful weapons. It looks like the young lady will have a tough time dealing with them. Li Nuok Q, unwilling to accept this, truly wants to see how much longer they can hold out. In the forest, Zhao Hang is still sitting in the car, fighting the rapidly advancing zombies, continuously firing shots. They still have an effect, but there are too many of them, and they are getting closer. Zhao Hang curses under his breath, "Damn it, why can't I just finish them off already?" Suddenly, a strange blaze burst out from somewhere, heading straight for his car. Tro Hang couldn't react in time, and the car was hit. Inside the observation room, Nu Ni and Mr. Trung both watch anxiously, as they see a creature standing next to a blazing fire, its body covered in flames. The monster with a horned head and a fierce face made Tru Hang furious. "Damn it, trying to ambush me." So he aimed his gun at the monster this time. "I'm not afraid of you, take this bullet from me." But this monster is much more agile. He managed to dodge before the bullet arrived. Immediately afterward, he spat out another large flame aimed straight at Tru Hang's car, forcing him to quickly jump out. Of course, he managed to fire another bullet at the monster, but this time it was able to escape quickly. Enraged, Tru Hang shouted loudly, "You coward, if you dare, don't run!" Ignoring the troublemaker monster, he turned back and saw the zombies rushing towards him. He quickly shot at the slobbering zombies. Mr. Zhang saw the urgent situation and ordered Tru Hang to retreat because if he gets surrounded by zombies, he wouldn't be able to escape. This time he no longer felt confident, realizing it was definitely a trap. Another ferocious monster appeared, lunging toward Trio Hang and quickly slashing, but Trio Hang just managed to dodge in time or he might have been cut. He aimed his sniper rifle straight at the creature, but it also quickly evaded with incredible speed. This time, Trio Hang drew his sword for close combat, starting with one strike and then another. The monster dodged both, but was surprised by how agile this fat guy was, even more so than Dieback, which made him reconsider. Finally, Tru Hang ended it with another shot, boldly telling him to go to hell. The monster quickly retreated and seeing that he felt pleased, "I told you I am no longer afraid of you." Standing atop the tall tower, Li Nu witnessing everything, her eyes burning purple, her hand summoning a dark energy. The zombies are closer than ever and Tu Hang is panicked, wondering why they suddenly rush over here. Their speed is only getting faster, so Trio Hang quickly cuts off the heads of each one, but upon reconsideration, there's no way he can keep up with their rapid approach. At that moment, using the 36 stratagems again would be the best course of action, so he ran at full speed. Suddenly, a zombie fell from the sky right in front of Tru Hang, making him jump in fright. How come zombies are falling from the sky like that and then more and more zombies keep dropping down? It turns out that the monster did it. The zombies keep moving, and behind the monster is still grabbing each one and throwing them at Trio Hang. He felt completely overwhelmed and quickly grabbed his gun to defend himself, but the zombies were becoming much more ferocious. Tru Hang hurried to escape. What should he do now? Save his life. But the zombies still falling from the sky, suddenly one of them landed on Tru Hang and grabbed his leg, terrifying him, and just as it was about to sink in, Tru Hang swiftly delivered a lethal strike. He was terrified and helpless, but still didn't realize he actually had a good sword. But the scene before his eyes was truly terrifying, thousands of creatures rushing toward him. Damn it, shooting so close might blow up on me too. I don't have the energy to swing the spear anymore. Suddenly, a massive burst of energy rushes past Tru Hang, destroying the zombies in total surprise. The enormous power made even the monsters in the distance surprised. What kind of strength was that? It is rushing towards and destroying each zombie, also rapidly heading towards them. The burning energy source spares no one, originating from a deadly hand reflected within. It turns out Dieback has entered the fight wearing a massive armor with 2 arms like blades. Every detail was crafted carefully from his legs to his lightning-charged hands. He's fully prepared. So Dieback Tru Hang chuckled with a wide grin. At last you've arrived. The fish god and old trader inside were also celebrating. It's great that Dieback made it just in time. Oh my, this kid is really mischievous. Tru Hang was surprised by this armor. Could it be the deadly weapon he had been working on for the past few days? It's incredible, so cool. Dieback nodded seriously enough. Talk, enemies are nearby. He's starting the mission. Tru Hang, if you still have energy, handle the zombies on the left. I'll take care of the right, making sure no zombie can reach the high wall. Tru Hang quickly accepts the task. As long as Dieback is here, everything will be fine. You can rest assured that I will clear this place, then aimed the gun at the zombies. Tru Hang quickly joined the fight, using his armor to unleash his power, and soared into the sky. In a favorable position, you begin releasing a huge burst of energy, then punch straight down at the zombies, causing them to be annihilated one after another. Then Dieback quickly delivers another blow to the left, destroying each one. Seeing this, Zhao Hang thought Dieback was truly mighty, and after this, they might be able to gather 1,000 Black Kim from the zombies. Maybe it could also inspire Dieback to make him a new battle armor. Here, Zhao Hang also fought a bit more fiercely. From high above, Li Rushi watched as the monster revealed that Dieback had created a more powerful weapon. With this strength, they couldn't even get close. Li Nu, when you're angry, do you think you can save your life by closing this case? Dieback, just wait and see. Continuing his crusade, Dieback raised his arm and sliced through each zombie. The other side is also sending 2 or 3 at a time, not falling behind. In the observation room, Mr. Zhang and Yuni are still watching the live battle between the two. Mr. Zhang analyzed a bit and thought that Dieback's exoskeleton should be called outer bone style. It's really too powerful. It doesn't feel like technology from this era at all. It's hard to imagine he used some old components to create it. Ngunyi explained that Dieback's armor was actually made using the protein from the zombie's brain, and Mr. Truong was very surprised to hear that. Does the zombie's brain contain buffalo kernels or something, and what are they made of or located in, as Mr. Truong kept asking questions. However, Nguni's knowledge is limited, and she said they resemble metal, probably near the pituitary gland. It's becoming more confusing. How could the crystallized material in the zombie's brain be used as a weapon? Why did Dieback hide this truth from him? It's truly strange. After finishing speaking, Mr. Zhang quickly left, asking Yi to continue monitoring the cameras. He would go to the zombie dissection laboratory that Zhao Map had brought back, and Nini just nodded in obedience. Returning to the battle at the hilltop, there are still remaining zombies yet to be dealt with. Lee Not from above is using his power to command the zombies to attack Diep Bak and True Hang. She ordered them all to rise up and fight. With their power, the zombies became even more berserk and kept charging in. Zhao Yang was stunned as another wave of zombies charged forward like an earthquake. Diep Bak stayed calm, killing as many as he could without overthinking it. But he still couldn't predict how unpredictable the enhanced power of these zombies was. 1, 2, sometimes 3 at once, jumping straight at him with a murderous gaze as if they wanted to devour him alive. When Li Niqing once again enhances her power, causing her to explode dangerously, as she approaches Diep Bak, he must be alert to his surroundings. Li Not, seemingly dissatisfied, still wants Diep Bak to be shattered into dust. As such, the zombies' explosive attacks towards him increase even more. It was only now that Diep Bak realized there were zombies capable of defending themselves. Watching the fierce battle from afar, Li Not Qi's 2 subordinates dared not approach. The fire monster dares not approach. It's like a divine battle over there. They can do nothing more. The other one revealed that Li Nich had to eat 7 Hatam Kim seeds to look like this. Over the past few days, her body kept splitting and reuniting. That pain is something only extraordinary people can endure, and she truly hates Diep Bak that much. The fire monster even admits that she ate 7 gold seed beads, not only avoiding turning into a monster, but also gaining power many times stronger than theirs. Are these seed beads supposed to be eaten more and more? But that guy doesn't really understand how it works, and he also doesn't want to experience that kind of feeling like a father did. Maybe she's no longer herself. Over here, Ryo Nichia is still determined to defeat Diep Bak, continuously casting spells to make the zombies explode with the deadly toxin. Diep Bak loses control and starts running away. You realize these zombies are being controlled by someone. You suddenly turn around and spot the person controlling them. Diep Bak begins to unleash the power of his armor in a peak attack, and Lai Not Hai is suddenly struck, unable to react in time, and falls down. The silver monster saw this and suddenly shouted Jihai's name. On her side, Jihai was falling freely, but thanks to her superior physical strength, she managed to control her body for a safe landing. But unexpectedly, while she was falling, Diep Bak quickly gathered all the evil zombies. Now he's ready to deal with Not Hai. Diep Bak begins to gather his strength, ready for the final battle. Nearby, Not Hai is also panicked, desperately gathering the zombies to shield herself. Although arranged in an endless line, their power truly is immense, burning the essence of each one, and Not Hai is struggling to hold on even when hiding behind. After surviving one attack, Not Hai quickly plans to counterattack. But everything didn't go as she thought. Diep Bak arrived just in time, catching her off guard. He then delivered a powerful strike towards Not Hai, but luckily she managed to dodge. So a fierce battle begins again, with both sides unleashing their power. Diep Bak starts to unleash his strength while Not Hai on the other side is also preparing her energy. So the two forces began to clash with ferocious power, but it seemed that Jap Hai's sacrifice still couldn't defeat Diep Bak. As soon as he finished speaking, he reached out and grabbed Japan Hai's tiny body. Li Not Hai was completely defeated by Diep Bak's indifference, lying sprawled with her body barely the size of one arm of an armor. Diep Bak angrily questions Li Not Hai. Another bullet that day failed to kill you, saying how many beetle nuts you've eaten. Li Not Hai, pressed to her limit, is immobilized despite her fury. Li Not Hai tries to shake him off by gathering her strength in her arm, but immediately Diep Bak spots her and lands a thunderous blow. Li Not Hai's hand was crushed mercilessly, causing unbearable pain that made her scream out in agony. Diep Bak warns that since she already caused him to lose an arm today, he will make her pay with blood. Suddenly, a loud noise from afar draws his attention, making him wary. Hoa rushed over. The monster Vuong Sin had quickly run to save Not Hai. He was frenzied, screaming for Diep Bak to release Not Hai immediately. Not waiting for the enemy to approach, Diep Bak quickly strikes with his remaining arm. A powerful blow lands right on the monster's weak spot, but it managed to utilize its speed to evade. So then a relentless barrage of shots fired at the fleeing Vuong Sin. Not willing to give up, the monster lunged at Diep Bak, but it seemed he had already taken a step ahead. Without hesitation, he lifted her into his arms to defend her. The confrontation then began, but the monster couldn't overcome the armored suit. After the clash, Diep Bak delivered a finishing blow, but Vuong Sin was caught off guard and didn't follow the planned trajectory. A powerful strike sent it flying far away, and seeing that the fire monster was overwhelmed with panic. Vuong Sin had already been attacked, and Nyat Ki was also caught. That armor is truly terrifying. He began to look back at the few remaining zombies, knowing victory was unlikely, wondering if he should run now. After being hit by successive attacks, Nyat Ki was in unbearable pain. Diep Bak warned again. Jinji had ingested spirit metal to transform back into human form. Could she truly be someone chosen by heaven, or is she just too dangerous? He would definitely kill her. The more she spoke, the tighter her grip became, making Nyat Ki struggle to breathe. But the remaining zombies suddenly changed, transforming into fierce, savage monsters. This was beyond Diep Bak's expectations, catching him off guard. Next to him, the monsters are snarling ominously. You are watching and noticing something unusual. Zombies are appearing more and more around you. The soldiers downstairs are trying to defend, but some zombies are already clawing at the walls. Seeing the tables turned, I immediately burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, none of you will survive. Hurry up and become zombies and slaves to her. Angry at the ruthless villainess in front of him, Deep Bak was speechless. So he decided to finish her off by forcing her into the monsters. Quickly, the monsters swarmed to tear the prey apart, then he unleashed a burst of power to end this chaos. His immense power, like Deep Bak's raging anger, nearly burns everything down. Immediately after, he channels the power of his armor to fly back to the base at once. At the base, Tru Hong is desperately fighting off the relentless zombies. Suddenly, his gun runs out of bullets and he seems to take it as a sign to act decisively. The zombie horde is approaching closer than ever, completely encircling this place as he keeps fighting off with quick slashes. Suddenly, a transformed monster jumps out unexpectedly. What in the world is this thing? Could it be a new kind of power? But Tru Hang quickly regained his footing and launched his attack again. But a single slash was not enough to cut through like with normal zombies. Tru Hang became even more frantic, wondering why the ring couldn't cut it off. As he turned around, another swarm of zombies appeared behind him. Now, Zhao Heng was surrounded by countless ferocious zombies. The base has been completely surrounded by zombies, with nearly 10,000 moving in, including not only ordinary ones, but also evolved monsters with superior strength. Tru Hang continues to fend off with useless slashes. In the end, he chooses to run as the best option. What exactly are these monsters? Even slashing with the divine ring can't push them back in the slightest. Could this be the first stage mutation that Diep Ka mentioned before? The second person anxiously keeps asking Tru Da Ka if he's okay or not. The situation is urgent. Zombies have already infiltrated the research institute, and Dr. Zhang is currently busy in the lab, unaware of what's happening outside. Second brother tells Chu Hong to hurry back to the laboratory, but he seems exhausted and really wants to go. However, he finds that the research institute is surrounded by zombies and cannot get in at all. 9 tails have appeared, and Diep Bak once again responded in time, quickly lifting Triu Hang overhead. He was very happy that Diep Ka had arrived, and asked if she could help him fly into the sky again. Diep Bak swiftly pulls him in, rushing into the research room while he takes charge of fending off the zombies approaching. They successfully land inside the research institute. Diep Bak explains that a few zombies have already entered the first stage. Their skin is a bit tougher, but they can still be defeated with a blade, and their movements are more agile than regular zombies, so they shouldn't be underestimated. Tru Hang is exhausted, sitting and panting heavily, too tired to go on, finally able to sit and catch his breath with Deep Bak handling the zombies outside. After speaking, Deep Bak rushed out of the research institute, ready to fight the endless horde of zombies. He began his attack with a massive burst of light. However, there was a gap, as some had already sneaked inside the research institute. Zhao Xiang still hasn't realized anything, and is asking the fish to give him some water. He's already quite exhausted. But a zombie suddenly roared, causing Tru Hang to become alert. It was incredibly fast, charging directly at him. However, he also managed to grab his sword and stab directly into the monstrous creature, defeating it and pinning it to the ground. It seems afraid it will recover, but Tru Hang continues to unleash all his strength. The source of power from the sword is not to be underestimated. Zhou Hitang poured his inner strength into one more strike. The monster howled as it was struck from above. Following Deep Bak's instructions, Chu Hang kept attacking this evolved zombie surprise attack after surprise attack. Do you want to bother me while I rest so I can see how many hits it takes to crush your brains? You obediently follow Big Brother Chu's orders and bring water. The girl then asks if Chu Hong is okay. After a bit of observation, she thinks she also saw this zombie on the security camera, and it didn't look anything like the others. Tru Hang tried to extract a metal bead from it, and he was delighted he really found one, and it was even red. Dr. Zhang over here has also found a bead, a dark-colored Zhenju pearl, which doesn't seem transparent but emits a deep green light. Is this the black metal that turns people into zombies, or is it something that gathers after turning into a zombie? Outside, Diep Bak is still holding the line, taking down all the monsters with his power, while one is crushed with its massive hand. He was stomped on and killed by the power, and Diep Bak was fighting with all his might. In the final moment, he blew up the remaining monsters with a lethal attack. Diep Bak outside informs the inside that Trio Map and the zombies have been eliminated, and they can come out now. Diep Bak and his team head straight inside. Trio Hong quickly went outside to check, and the scene made him utter in surprise. The zombie bodies are piled up like a mountain. When will this be cleared? Tru Hang then asked if maybe after you gather the Trao seeds you'll help me create a battle armor. Bak refuses. He's very exhausted right now, so we'll wait until he wakes up. Suddenly, Dr. Zhang appears out of nowhere, wanting to ask Diep Bak something. He shows the Trao seed he found and asks when Diep Bak will reveal the secret of this gold capsule. Exposed, but Diep Bak remains very clever. Outside the research institute, the bodies of the zombies lie scattered like logs, but they are not useless. Tru Hang uses a shovel to open their skulls. He took a hatkim from inside their brains, and Chuo Hang felt exhausted because there were still thousands of heads waiting for him to carve out. But he was also somewhat lucky that the zombies had all been burned black, so carving was less exhausting. It's just that with such a large number and doing it alone is really too overwhelming. Thanks to Diep Bak's protection, the research side inside the warehouse suffered no loss at all. After dealing with all the zombies outside, his armored suit was neatly stored away. Learning the secret, Dr. Chung felt truly surprised that the core was actually the source of the zombie's power. Diet Bak nodded and explained, "That's right, once a person is infected with the zombie virus, this black orb appears in the brain. Zombies absorb sunlight through photosynthesis abilities, gathering more energy than what is inside the luminous core." Dr. Cheng realized this and said excitedly, "Haha, zombies can still perform photosynthesis with this black crystal, even though it emits green light, but there's no chlorophyll or relevant enzymes on its surface," and he also discovered several components never seen before. The scientists speculated that this black trow might be a kind of reactive metal. It responded strongly to both light and temperature, and also had powerful interactions with fresh blood and metal. Brother Deep added more information, stating that it becomes more powerful through special interactions with certain individuals. He also mentioned that the rate at which the zombie virus spreads in the human body is faster than in other animals and plants, making humans the most susceptible to turning into zombies, and that zombies exposed to light for extended periods can undergo a higher level of mutation. The immortals seemed to understand, so that's why the zombies appeared so ferocious on the surveillance cameras at night but wandered aimlessly, or even stood still during the day. It turns out they were photosynthesizing, storing energy for their next mutation. He also wondered why the zombies were acting so frenetically during the daytime today. Diet Bak explained that it was because a psychic was controlling them from behind. The doctor asked, "Are those psychic users like the fire monsters and the black thorny monsters, and are they the ones who lured the zombies here?" Bakdiep replied that those two are psychic users who mutated after eating the black gold, and the person controlling the zombies is a highly evolved, mutated psychic user, formerly class president Lai Not Hai. The doctor was surprised that the black gold could be eaten, but how could anyone digest this metal? After eating this orb, one can transform and gain superpowers. Is this perhaps a body-altering potion? Diet Bak also said that in this regard you are still researching. For now, it can be confirmed that the mutation after eating Hatkim is irreversible. Mutant abilities have always been a major threat, and you all have always tried to eliminate them quickly. Scientist Cheng still seemed confused about what he just heard. Zombies can mutate in one phase. Is there perhaps a second phase? The person who eats this orb will become a superpowered individual, even with enhanced abilities. The current amount of information is too overwhelming for him to understand immediately. Scientist Chung asked Dr. Deep, "Surely your school didn't teach these things, so where did you learn this knowledge from?" Deep Bak said that when the time comes he will tell him, but he feels like Dr. Cheng can figure it out on his own, which makes it more meaningful. He can't stand being pressed further, and now wants to push my buttons again. But that's not important for now. Dr. Cheng wants to research Diet Bak's weapon, and I, feeling sleepy, replied that I still need to use other equipment for my power armor, whatever he wants. After saying that, he tiredly leaned back to rest and asked to be stayed. Please do not wake the child when sleeping, and that the scientist Chung would happily go research after being allowed, leaving Nguni alone. The girl rolled her eyes at him. Looking at Diet Bak's peaceful sleeping face, Nguni seemed to want to say something. Though she really wanted to ask him to help her find her father, Diet Bak had fought all day and was very tired. She's such a good girl. Nguni takes out a prosthetic leg and helps Diet Bak get comfortable so he can sleep soundly while she quietly sits beside him, curled up and next to the bed. Nguni remembers her father and worries for him, but everyone is already exhausted, and she alone cannot go save him, so Nguni can only sit and cry. When did the sunset fade? And in it there is a gentle peace that is completely different from the world now, to which Tru Hang throws away his shovel. After a hard day's work, completely exhausted, he lay on the ground, feeling overwhelmed and truly unable to hold it in anymore, wishing there was an automatic zombie brain-removing machine. Trio Hang murmured alone, but thinking about asking Diet Bak to build him a mech suit made him feel excited. To do that, he still needed to work on losing weight. Tet sabden roy chak bandok jakung. Hailam theo trio hang ne vikwa vui mung, nen ang hong de ichubak dang onge dang sao. Hantava vau dau buok tai hong roy, maingin kon zombie trong mot ne da bitio diet het. He hides behind a bush observing. Now Wang Sheng and Nuo Hai are both dead, and he doesn't know what to do, maybe surrender to them. But Chuba has changed his mind. If he can't rely on them, they won't hesitate to kill him, and a monster like him they probably won't accept. Chubak remembered that's right earlier, some zombies turned red, and not only refused to be controlled by Nuo Kai, but also charged at him. He thought that using all his firepower to burn them might work, but if the zombies themselves mutated and became even more ferocious, it would be harder to deal with. What should he do now? Chubak devises a plan. He must quickly gather more black gold to strengthen himself, maybe even turn back into a human. Chubak senses someone behind him and turns around to see who it is. He looked up at a tree, which was another psychic. It was none other than a Fong, but for some reason he had come all the way here. Juba didn't know who the other person was and asked him. A Fong raised his hand as a signal for something, then suddenly jumped away, leaving Juba confused. He immediately chased after him and called out. Night falls, and the moonlight illuminates the entire sky. Maybe because she cried too much, Ngini fell asleep, and someone had covered her with a blanket. After a hard day's work, Chu Hanglan went to sleep to recover, but his voice woke Inguni up, and it seems that Diet Bak was the one who covered her with a blanket. Nguni sat up dreamily looking around the room where Dietbach used to rest, now empty, probably already awake. The light in Gaara has already turned on, and as soon as he wakes up, Dietbach starts working. He is assembling the frame of something very large. Everyone, please, stay tuned to find out what it is. The next day, the sun wakes up and shines sunlight everywhere. On the streets, buildings and signs look like rubble and bodies are scattered all around. Nguni's father is also searching for his daughter. He approaches her convenience store and softly calls her name Nguni to avoid attracting zombies. Nguni's father carefully opened the door and entered the store cautiously. When he reached the checkout counter to check, he found a notebook. Inside, there is a message from Nguni. For him, father and daughter have gone to find the father, and he heartbrokenly gazes at the words, wondering where Nguni is now. Outside the store, the zombies are starting to arrive. Nguni's father stepped outside and saw a group of zombies, but due to their perfect disguises, they didn't notice him. Thanks to that, he could gradually blend in with them to search for his daughter, while the refuge remained peaceful. After sleepless nights and non-stop work, Dietbach has built a monster bike. It is armored with incredibly strong steel and huge bolts. Not only that, he also equipped it with sturdy-looking tires. Seeing such an amazing vehicle, Tru Hang was so excited he made a face like a fool. Trio Hang excitedly jumped around the car. What kind of vehicle is this? The armored tank, it doesn't look anything like the assembled car made from a few vehicles. That's amazing, I like it. Trohong asked Dietbach if these are made from the carved buffalo stones he cut out. Could this vehicle really turn into a mech? Yes, Dietbach told Truhang not to overthink it. It's just a vehicle after all, and you'd better focus on driving than on making mechs. In addition, the vehicle is equipped with 2,117 engraved metal pills and 12 red engraved metal pills from Mutated Zombies Level 1. The power is very strong and he told you to drive carefully. Zhao Hang happily said, Diepsa really understands me. He's truly my god now. I'll get on the car to see for myself. He said it doesn't look much different from a normal car, and he's quite used to it because they might have to leave immediately. Zhao Hang asked if they were leaving to find Nuri's father, and Nuri told everyone to wait. The little girl with a pink bunny backpack said she also wanted to go. Diepbach told her no, outside is already overrun, with mutated zombies. Going out now would be seeking death, and these two brothers don't have time to take care of her. Nuni persuades Diepbach to wait a few days, and she has already followed his instructions. Her father must come to find her himself. Dietbach shouts out of concern for Nguni, saying no means no, and if she continues to be capricious, he will have Dr. Trung lock her in the laboratory. Hearing that Nguni didn't know what to do, tears welled up in her eyes, and she cried out for her father. Zhao Hang saw Nguni crying and asked the boy, why did you make her cry when it's not your fault? At this moment, Dr. Zhang appears like a benevolent deity, soothing the tense atmosphere with a gentle face. He takes a drone and tells the girl to watch as he finishes repairing it, and Nguni asks what it is. Dr. Trung explains that the fly cam was previously broken, but he repaired it using the Trow Orb. Originally, its battery limited its flight range, but now with the Trow Orb, the continuous flight time has increased significantly, and the data transmission remains stable in real time. Nguni wiped away her tears and thanked Mr. Truong, who said that now she could also sit in the monitoring room to help with the search. Jibok felt it was not bad. In such a short time, they had managed to figure out how to use the Trow Stone. Dr. Trung is proud. Even though he's not a formally certified doctor, he still has some skills. Jibei places the mech suit and the vehicle behind him, gets ready, then calls for Lu Hang, saying it's time for us to set out. Zhou Hang also announced that everything was ready, and the champion mech was starting up before heading north to destroy it, and he warned Jionuni to watch over the middle zone, always staying in contact. Nguni obeyed you. She will keep an eye on them and remind you guys to be careful. Tro Hang couldn't hold back anymore. He cheered and said, let's go, then stomped away forcefully. The engine roared like a beast as the car shot out like a missile. With that speed, as soon as it cleared the gate, it seemed to soar into the sky, making Trio Hang feel truly exhilarated. This car is truly unbeatable, its speed is incredible, and with its equipment it can smash through any obstacle in its way. Trio Hang feels like driving it down the mountain is like walking on flat ground. The features are amazing. It only took them a few minutes to get from the mountain to the main road. This new car is truly incredible. Even if it crashes into other vehicles, it won't get a scratch. Zhao Heng sat in the car laughing, ha ha ha, crashing into those cars like crashing into tofu. It was so satisfying. Thanks to that, they could cross the bridge blocked by cars. I don't recommend everyone copying this action. Uncle Diep said that according to the previous surveillance records, your father has already arrived at Tan Tuai area, so they should just search around there. The Bonbon car in the Silent City. Zhao Hang also felt that it was strange there wasn't a single zombie left here. Could it be that they all were led to that research facility and cleaned up by now? Just as he finished speaking, the evolved zombies saw them. They are on the observation towers overlooking the car, and countless zombies with red eyes are charging at them. Hearing this, Tru Hang immediately said, and before he finished, they were already there. A few zombies are smashing all over Dietbach's car claws, digging everywhere. Soon one of them has smashed the front windshield. Zhao Yang, furious, shut his mouth and blocked my view. Then he anxiously turned to ask Deba that this car must be equipped with weapons, right? Diet Bak heard and replied that traditional gunpowder weapons wouldn't work. Those things are completely useless against the current zombies. Then he continued pressing the control panel, revealing an even more amazing piece of equipment on the vehicle. A wave of blue electricity shot out, enveloping the entire vehicle and hitting the zombies in the face, causing them pain, and making their teeth and mouths chatter uncontrollably. They were shocked by the powerful electric shock, causing the entire group to be thrown out of the vehicle easily. Zhao Yang was surprised by this type of weapon, which made all the zombies disintegrate into dust. Diet Baklan lung relen mao roi koi de vinoi ne da, ko zombie bien di bak mo shwat hien thi chak chan la huvuk ne se hong kon woi song, den beo nge the dong yi tuk tok lai sue ye ngang ma roi di. And they had no idea that far away someone was secretly watching all their actions, and found their departure amusing, staring intently at the moving car. A sly smile spreads across his face as he murmurs with excitement, very exciting. Soon Diet Bak and Tru Hang moved to another place. This is where Ni saw her father on the surveillance camera in the quiet area, so Diet Bak ordered the drone to be deployed. You told Ni to operate the drone and search from above. Ni quickly accepted the task, her hands moving swiftly over the control panel. The drone gradually ascended, heading towards the tall buildings. Through the drone, Ni observes the room from above where there are signs of previous occupancy, but now it is completely empty. She remembers her father heading this way, but isn't sure if he has stopped here. Hankainen sanghoi Diet Bak beijionen lamgithi tod hon. Diet Bak chongte so daunoi undantoi gian ko the tudi tim kakfung. O tang duaitoi metroi kaningoi vai de bulai. Hearing that, Trio Hang chuckled, feeling safer inside the car, and thought he could honk the horn while driving. If Nguni's father heard it, he would probably come out here, so he started doing just that, steering the car and continuously honking the horn. The sound of the horn blaring attracted the nearby zombies. Through the surveillance drone, Ni could see this and quickly notified the two of them that zombies were approaching. Hearing that the traitor became nervous, he didn't expect zombies here, but that also works. He can try all the weapons on the vehicle at once. He promptly presses all the buttons on the control panel. Pressing one causes small spikes to emerge beneath the wheels. Cho Hang was extremely excited. He started driving his motorcycle towards the zombies, shouting continuously as he went. The zombies were torn apart by the spikes, under the wheels, blood splattering everywhere. Cho Hang, seeing this, became even more excited and pressed another button on the control panel. The red laser beam shot out, heading towards the zombies and causing a huge explosion. Even Chin had to admit that it was exploding with such tremendous force. Ni watched nervously, cautioning Chin because she might be inside one of those houses. He agreed after hearing that, remained humble, but then pressed another button hoping it wouldn't blow up, like before, as a gear appeared above the car, spinning at lightning speed. It crushes all the zombies it touches, leaving none intact. The zombies look so pathetic, blood splattering everywhere, mouths desperately screaming. Seeing its helpless expression, I also felt sorry for the recorders. At the same time, inside the car, the engine sounded and announced that Haki 1 had collected. I didn't expect that what I just restarted was the automatic zombie quest machine. I happily rushed back to Diet Bak. Diep Ta, my close friends, you really know me well. He no longer cares about driving and just lets the car go wild. Kusk saying he loves Deep than forever. Seeing the commotion over there, everything should be fine. Suddenly she widened her eyes in surprise as if she had discovered something. Nguoi immediately shouted to the group still fighting that she had found it. The girl found her father's car and sent them a picture. The car is about 500 meters away. The marketplace told Nguoi to lead the way and then accelerate toward the vehicle. From what Nguoi observes, no one is inside the car. The doors in front of the car are damaged. Perhaps her father finished loading the cargo and had an accident while driving back. Diet Bak tells Nguoi to check if her father left any messages in the car. In such a short time, her father couldn't have gone far. Nguoi also looks very worried on her side, repeatedly calling out Dad and trying to focus on her surroundings. Finally, she couldn't hold it anymore and collapsed onto the desk. The doctor hurried over to her, panic-stricken, and asked what was wrong. Over here, Diet Bak and the junk dealer moved to the position of Nguoni's father's car. Cho Hang gets out of the car, approaches the vehicle, and starts observing the surroundings. Diet Bak anxiously asks Dr. Han about Nguoni's condition. The doctor said that the girl has fainted again, and it seems her illness has started to relapse. If Uni gets distracted, she'll forget to take her medicine. Luckily, he still has some on hand. A poor child, her father is worried and anxious trying to save her. But treating leukemia is not his specialty, and now, in this apocalyptic situation, finding a doctor is even more difficult than reaching for the sky. The doctor asked Diet Bak if he knew where the An City General Hospital was, and told him to go there to get the medical supplies and medications, so he could save Nguoi. At the same time, Chiu Hang also finished checking the vehicle but found no information. It seemed that right after the accident and the crash, Nguoi's father had hurriedly gone out, leaving behind the goods on the car, and he also found a few strange items. There are many boxes with these black covers on the car, even without logos or descriptions. It looks like there are drugs or chemicals inside. Did Nguoi Ni's family store also sell such strange food products? Diep Bak suspects they might be some special medicines, so he plans to bring them to the doctor for examination. Tro Hang agrees, but he doesn't know where they should go next to find the girl's father. Diep Bak told them to head to the hospital first, as the doctor had sent him a list of medicines to treat Nguoi Ni. After hearing Diep Bak and Tro Hang's conversation, the doctor said he needed to continue caring for Nguoi Ni and monitoring the HKM experiment progress, so he couldn't keep controlling the drone to observe for them, but they could still communicate via the headset through it. Zhao Hang muttered to himself, no wonder Nguoi Ni had suddenly become lethargic earlier due to leukemia, no wonder Diep Bak didn't let her follow them. As Zhao Hang was lamenting this, Diep Bak interrupted him and told him to focus on driving. Diep Bak silently thought that in 2 years, all supplies in the city would be completely gone overtaken by zombies, turning it into a dead city, and with the current speed that process might accelerate. Maybe there was really nothing he could do, so rather than letting Nguoi Ni live in a more tragic world, it might be better. Inside a tall building, a hand is injecting a strange substance into the severed hand of the Flame Ember Messenger. The severed hand begins to grow back in a miraculous way. The ugly creature rejoiced terribly, laughing out loud because its hand had regrown. Flames burst all over its body as it felt its power had finally returned. Tongban holds the syringe and asks if it is the Fire Flame Messenger. It bows to A, thanking him for his help, and asks which organization he comes from. Tongban introduces that they are a specialized team training Esper users aiming to create a new heaven where Esper users can live happily. The Fireflame envoy was delighted to hear this, not expecting such good news, and wondered if Tongban was also an Esper. Zongbin responded accurately and said that there are quite a few people like him. The Fireflame envoy shyly asked if it could also transform into someone like Zongbin. Tongben smiled confident that our news heaven would be happy and carefree, while Diep Bak and Trong Hang had already arrived at Poe Hospital. But Truong Hang was surprised by the sign on the pole that said private property dangerous, do not enter. He shouted, wait, this hospital has already been taken over. Diep Bak replied that this is a strategic location, so what is happening here is not surprising. They need to enter, take what they need, and leave. He then forcefully broke the hospital window and entered inside. The two walk forward one after the other. Trong Hang found it strange that everything around them was unusually quiet, no one in sight, not even zombies. Is it because everyone already ran away or left, or is there some kind of trap? Diep Bak ordered the two of them to split up, one to go get the medicine, the other to bring the treatment equipment and communicate through their earpieces if anything happens. Truong Hang mim chuoi dan to ben fien lanoi, dang get tu hai trong doi ang noi mamui tuok sat trung hien gan ang ngan ngam. Roy ang bat daw dung hugiak chuaming. De dotim nyung mui sung kwang nyung bat ngo honsa, dolai hong faila mui thuok satrung. This scent is a bit like fruity smell, sweet, and as he spoke, his eyes slowly closed. As a result, he fainted on the ground. On this side, Diep Bak started to worry, because he kept calling through the headset but didn't get a response from Truong Hang. He wondered where he might be fishing again, but then he suddenly noticed something strange. This scent, this familiar scent, Diep Bak quickly guessed its true purpose, and immediately put on a gas mask before launching a fierce attack toward the source of that terrifying aroma. Diep Bak assessed the situation and realized that there was a trap in this hospital, shouting through his headset for Trong Hang to leave immediately. As he ran past, he caught a glimpse of a figure standing there staring intently at him. He directed the robotic hand toward that figure. That is a nurse who was attacked, but still standing there without any fear or trying to dodge. Diep Bak also didn't rush to attack her, just stood there staring at her. Not only is she unafraid, but she also reaches out to play with Diep Bak's armor hand, marveling in surprise at its impressive design. Duong nu toi doan kong, nam chiek de ken kolasudong, vien trao, trong nao kua, zombie de lam jidu. Noi kao ko the giup toi gap, noi tau rabo giap, ne toi sevo kung bie on. Diep Bak guesses that the girl in front of him is also a psychic, but her aura doesn't quite match, so he asked her who she was. She didn't hesitate to introduce herself, and even added that she's a brilliant, sweet medical doctor. Diep Bak asked if the toxic gas in the hospital was released by her, and whether she ate those trao pills. Duong Duong admitted that she released the toxic gas, which is effective at repelling zombies and sedating intruders. But as for the ghost pearl inside the zombie's brain, she didn't know it could be eaten. Diep Bak also didn't respond to her about that and wondered if she was really here alone. Daring to pose as a proper young lady, is it true that in this free castle there's only the princess herself? Or are you planning to have the Demon King corner me like that? Hearing this, Diep Bak narrowed his eyes and asked if she wasn't afraid of dying, why was she acting like that? Duong nu kai chet doi voi, toi habdan nu keo trong kwa hang dungot chet vitingyo, kwa toi toi hong hoi tiek. Diep Bak hong ogap fai ngoi dien nu vai nu nge cho noi ming latien sie hok nen chung da hoi vitrien mon chuacho. Duong Duong confidently replied that her expertise was naturally in poisons, and upon hearing her answer, Diep Bak suddenly thought of something. And then she keeps bothering Duong Duong, asking why she discovered the pearl inside the zombie's brain, and whether she used it to make poison. Duong Duong feels annoyed, and points at Diep Bak, persistently questioning him. You haven't answered my question yet. Can you help me meet the person who built your armor? Deepback started to fall into deep thought after hearing this. After some consideration, he agreed that the person who built his armor is at the Tantui research facility. If she wants to meet him, he will take her there. However, Duong Duong still has a small request, and Diep Bak must agree at the same time in an unfamiliar street whose exact location is unknown. I don't understand why Chu Hung is here. Are you calling Akon to ask if she has arrived? Akon replied that she has already arrived. A girl like her really doesn't like being confined. Xiaoqi was very happy because this was the last mission they had to complete, and once they finished, he could go home to marry Akon. While they were still talking, the three of them saw a vehicle approaching. As expected, the timing is exactly as Lao Tu said. We just need to follow the plan we made earlier. Tu Qi told them Lao Tu already gave the signal, so we're moving toward that approaching car. Zhao Heng was surprised by Xiao Qi's warning. Lao Tu hadn't even signaled yet, so how had he already started? That's why Akun's car had collided with that vehicle. Xiao Qi suddenly nervously told Zhao Yang that it wasn't right, we have to leave quickly, and just as Zhao Yang was about to understand what was happening, a strange car appeared behind his vehicle. He hurriedly took control of the steering wheel to get away, and couldn't understand how everything was exposed so easily. He drove furiously to escape the pursuers, trying his best to flee from the car chasing him no matter what. He kept screaming, and it turns out this was just his dream. Zhao Han finally woke up, after inhaling the poison gas, and Dibei and Dudu were both standing in front of him. Zhao Heng was very surprised to see both of them still not fully awake after the dream he just had when Dietback asked if he had slept enough during the noon break and was ready to get back to work. Trio Heng still doesn't understand what just happened, and asks himself what's going on. Duong Duong confidently responds, you've been poisoned with my crafted toxin, and if you don't get the antidote within 3 hours you'll turn into a bloody mess. Dietback told Tru Hang not to waste more time and quickly help him carry the bottles to the car, but Tru Hang kept insisting that Dietback explain everything to him. Duong Duong then asked Tru Hang to help her move the specimens as these things are very important to her. As she begged, she then switched to threaten that if he broke one, she would lock him inside, and then Trio Hung began loading Duong Duong's strange bottles onto the car. Dung Lai du Luan Dive la du Roy Chung Tavan Kun Yu Kash, Kach de Thursday. During the apocalypse, you often see camp leaders of various factions using this deadly toxic gas to prevent zombie attacks. Opponents, this is the secret poison cloud. It both reassures and terrifies people. Could Duong Duong really be the one who invented this toxic gas? If she's like Dr. Trong, then she's also a pioneer in mechanics, so I must protect her at all costs. At least she can't fall into the hands of people like the Yulong gang. After some effort, Diet Bak and Trung Hong finally moved all those bottles away. Duong Duong looked at the car and marveled that it was also made from a black buffalo, so adorable. She kept praising the car, while Zhao Hang still couldn't believe Diet Bak actually let her go with them. He thought there might be something wrong with her mind. Diet Bak replied that they had gathered enough medicine and equipment and that this doctor from the nursery should be able to treat him. While they were talking, a strange monster appeared on the roof of the hospital building. It is ferocious with a mouth full of sharp teeth capable of biting people to death as it lunges toward them. Compared to this strange monster, the three of them looked tiny. Even Trohang couldn't tell if it was a dog or a bear anymore, or if it was even a new type of psychic. Diet Bak finally spoke out loud, yelling for everyone to stop standing there and to quickly get into the vehicle. The ferocious monster, bigger than a building, has already begun to swipe at them. Diet Bak uses his armor to shoot out a green lightning beam to attack it. This attack hit the monster's right hand precisely, but it could still easily wipe its hand back toward Diet Bak, and knew how to dodge the vehicle as well. Tru Hang and Duong Duong were lucky to quickly get into the car. Diet Bak outside is fighting the monster one-on-one, trying to hold on to its hand. You shout at Tru Hang to take Duong Duong back first while you stay behind to deal with this disgusting creature yourself. You pilot your armor to punch the monster forcefully, then keep shooting Dia Quang repeatedly, leaving it no chance to react. Zhuo Hong still couldn't help but wonder what kind of creature it was to be that large. Tong Tong remained calm, saying that the dog had been around the hospital for days, making it impossible for people to go outside. Trio Hang was surprised that she knew there was a monster outside, but didn't tell them earlier, while Duong Duong thought they came from outside and should have known. Curious, she looked at their advanced equipment and thought there was no problem guessing they were the last hope for humanity's rescue in the apocalypse. Hearing Tro Hang say I shouldn't joke anymore, Duong Duong stuck out her tongue and said she might not talk anymore. I have studied the zombie virus that has spread worldwide, and surviving until now is like being a chosen child of fate. Zhao Hang was surprised by what Deng Deng just said. Over here, Diba Bai was still putting all his strength into killing the monster. After being attacked repeatedly by you, it finally responded. Diet Bak thinks this is a monster that appeared at an inconsistent time. The psychic beast is not a regular farm animal or a wild animal infected with the zombie virus. It was created through advanced genetic engineering and fused with the zombie virus, making it definitely not a product of this era. That monster can also fire directed energy weapons, and it started shooting at Dezak. It seems Dezak has finally understood what this whole thing is really about. You easily dodged its attack, and started firing the pinpoint beam back at it. This fat, bulky monster moved slowly but didn't even try to dodge your attack, so it turns out that attack is no longer enough to hurt it. Detbach has understood indeed it can still block the guiding light from intensifying your attack. Then it pounced at you again like a hungry beast after many years. It raised its hand to grab Diet back, but you easily dodged. You easily caught the shard of its energy blast, and then climbed onto its body, still holding it tightly without letting go. It struggled wildly to throw me off its body, but I still managed to rip off its arm, blood splattering everywhere. The monster that was hit collapsed while Dietback stood there, holding its limb and staring intently. But maybe it's still got some fight left as it glares back at Dietback with a fierce look. Then it stood up strongly once more and charged at you. Its attack was easily blocked by Dietback using his armor. Dietback sends your tactics aren't easy to use twice. Well, then it's my turn now. Get ready to deliver a fatal blow with all the power of the mech. He quickly lunged upwards in a very aggressive stance, delivering a downward strike from above onto the monster, knocking it flat. Then again, fiercely raising his hand, the veteran continued to punch it so hard that everyone could hardly recognize it. In the end, it was completely defeated by him lying motionless and unable to move. Dietback Brutal yanked out its eye to check inside, revealing a strange blue light. You took out the blue item from its eye and stood there watching for a long time. Dietback stared intently at the object in the mech's hand. This is the gold song after being modified and inserted into the beast's body, the heartcore bead. Dietback sighs with this. The next steps will be easier. Tongban once again looked down from above at what was happening. He didn't expect Dietback to be able to kill the monster so quickly, and this really gave him a headache. At Pue Hospital, after dealing with the monster Dietback called Tu Hang, but it seems they've already run quite far away and the signal has been cut so he can't reach them. Then you can only drag this tired body back on your own. Ah, this mecha of yours surprisingly has such a miraculous system it can actually fly. While flying back, something caught Dietback's attention. He saw Tongban standing there, and he didn't seem to plan to dodge. He happily waved goodbye to you and was about to introduce himself, but Dietback shot lightning at him. You don't hold back and deliver a deadly blow to Tongban. He sighs and wonders why anyone else, but why does Dietback look so tense? So he managed to dodge your attack, and told Dietback not to act rashly. He might hold a grudge against Esper users, but he has no ill intent. Dietback, upon hearing that, didn't care, and kept attacking Tongban, smiling, as he repeated his words clearly not sincere towards you. He easily jumps onto Dietback's mechanical arm, only there to deliver a message to you, and has no intention of wasting too much of Dietback's time. Dietback was extremely furious, grabbing Tongban's body with his armored hand. He wouldn't argue further with you. If you liked this stance, he would just go along with it. He smiled arrogantly, clearly convinced that you already know who we are. However, I still have to introduce myself as Tong Bian, a secret agent from the Tech Advisor organization dispatched to the Northern Industrial Zone to act as a guest. He originally wanted to invite the doctor again, but before he could speak, Dietback had already squeezed him until he spurted blood. The boy saw the blood-stained armor hand, but didn't see his expression anywhere. Han actually has the blood puppet body substitution ability, which isn't very threatening, but still troublesome. Dietbach didn't expect the Shadow Organization to have already formed. Although he didn't want to think in that direction, he could only prepare for the worst. 50 years after the apocalypse, the strongest organization in the world is the Shadow Sect. They have elite individuals from all over, including some vintage mechanical sages. They use the most advanced technology to create some powerful fake abilities, forming a world dominated by abilities. The Beast ability just now was definitely created by them, and they have probably been paying close attention to Dr. Diep for a long time. The zombie virus just broke out, and the Shadow Organization forming can only be one reason. The Shadow Organization definitely has people time-traveling from the future. At the same time, the assistant carried Dong Dong to the research institute. Dong Dong observed that this was indeed your research. It looked very ordinary. Were your cars and mechs really built here? Trohang didn't expect that Duong Duong had such a generous heart. Diep Ba didn't say anything to her, but she had already agreed to come along. But Duong Duong said that she has good eyes for people, and she saw that they even helped her transport a few more jars. The scientist stepped forward, surprised that they had actually found a doctor to return with them. Duong Duong cheerfully greeted him, saying, "So you are the scientist who created the mech and tank." She shook hands with the doctor, introduced herself as a doctor too, and was glad to meet him. The doctor also introduced himself, surprised that she knew about his work. Dong Dong was playful. Though he dressed casually, his intense scientist aura was undeniable. Trong Han hesitated, and Dr. Duong Duong had to confirm, "I know you, you're the youngest talented virology doctor ever featured in scientific journals." Hearing this, Duong Duong felt both shy and delighted, feeling honored though a bit overwhelmed, and she couldn't believe how independent she was living on her own. In the end, Dong Dong finally focused on the main issue, wanting Professor Zhang Han to cooperate in researching the Hack Chow in the zombie's brain. The professor can use Hack Chow as an awesome mech mount, so he must understand it very well, right? Dr. Zhang Han didn't expect Duong Duong to have Hack Kim, but she doesn't even realize that's what it's called. Anyway, Ye Bei didn't want to tell me all the secrets of Hack Kim, or else he'd risk angering Dr. Duong, so he pretended to be happy. and mentioned Hak Kim, happily claiming he had also discovered quite a few new things about it. However, before that, Dr. Zhang Han needed to ask Tang Tang for help with something. A while later in the ward where Yu Ni was resting, Tang Tang observed the situation, examined the girl, and started taking notes on her medical chart. Then she took off her mask, showing a sad expression for the first time on her face. She asked Dr. Tronghan what Yu Ni meant to him, whether she was his granddaughter or not, and she could only tell Dr. Tronghan one thing, seeing her give the OK sign with her fingers. Tronghan couldn't hide his joy. But that sign also hinted at something else, leading him to wonder if Nuni only had 3 years left to live. Duajuo seriously said 3 months. Nuni only has 3 months left. She has been to the hospital so many times with this condition. She's not scaring him. She doesn't even know how the girl has survived until now. Nguni's current condition can no longer tolerate higher doses of chemotherapy, and is also affected by the abnormal virus. Conventional methods cannot remove the tumor, and the doctor becomes extremely worried, not knowing what to do next. Duang Duang takes out the black metal, and says that unless they use this, there's probably no hope. Inside the quiet hospital room, Yu Ni lies on the bed, eyes just opened, looking around in confusion. Outside the hospital room, a man stared in shock, and asked Dr. Duang Duang if she intended to give Nuni this metal orb. She looked back at him with surprise, and inquired what he was talking about. Duang Duang chuckled softly, and explained that this metal orb couldn't be digested, but she was researching how to use black gold to create a new medicine as a replacement for chemotherapy. The man worriedly asked if that was safe. Duang Duang carefully examines the black metal orb in her hand, her confident yet curious gaze, as she explains that under special conditions, this orb can activate, releasing extraordinary energy to regenerate nearby cells, and even form new structures. The man looks worriedly at Duang seriously stating that this is not like the Esper who ingested the black metal and transformed and absolutely cannot risk Nguni. Duang was surprised to hear about the superpower users, her eyes filled with suspicion as she wondered who would be foolish enough to swallow that black orb. Dong paused for a moment before saying that this was something new. She wanted to hear more details, emphasizing that if not properly adjusted, this type of energy is highly unstable and could lead to violent reactions or even death. She couldn't imagine any other outcome. Duang continued, "This is the problem we face. I will complete the drug synthesis quickly, and throughout the process I need Dr. Trong's prompt assistance and support." Dr. Zhang said he had to be careful because he didn't want to turn Ngini into a monster. Duang responded that they had to make the most of the time since there was no other choice, and it seemed that Ngini in the room had overheard everything. The scene shifts to a spacious room filled with zombie corpses stored in glass containers, each holding an incomplete body. A faint light casts an eerie glow, making the air heavy and cold, while the silence adds to the room's ominous atmosphere. Chorhang wiped the sweat from his forehead, sighing in relief that it was finally over, and looked around at the sealed containers, the bodies inside still silent as if nothing had happened. He gazed at the severed zombie body parts with curiosity, wondering if these remains were valuable or not. Even just shards in this situation, every small piece can be useful. At this moment, Duang enters, looks at Cho Hang with a tired but grateful expression, smiles, and says, "You're quite something." Thanks to the brothers, she was able to meet Dr. Zhang. Her voice was gentle, but carried a serious tone. Chao Hang worriedly asked about Nini's condition, a faint hope flickering in his eyes. Duang replied calmly but with determination that if everything goes smoothly, the chances of a cure are very promising. Her eyes shone with trust in what she was doing, even though she knew there were many uncertainties ahead. Cho Hang let out a sigh of relief, hearing Duang talk about the hope of curing Nuni, glanced up and said that it's good that Nuni is okay now. Now he has to go check on Diep Bak. Duang smiled reassurance and told him to trust Diep Bak. He is very strong, so he should be fine. Dang explained that she heard Dr. Zhang say they were out looking for Uni. Chao Hang nodded in agreement, his face serious and determined. Dang added that, if possible, they should bring him back safely quickly, as that would be a great relief for her treatment. The sky is clear and blue, with white clouds drifting peacefully, the morning sun gently awakening the vitality of the tranquil scene. Standing on the rooftop, Diep Bak is dressed in a military uniform, his full-body armor making him look strong and commanding. Diep Bak felt uncomfortable, as the heavy armor made him hot and sweaty under the morning sun, making the suit even more stifling and unpleasant. Annoyed, he secretly blamed that despite going so far, the driver still hadn't returned with the car, forcing him to endure the scorching sun in this heavy outfit. Diep Bak thinks he needs to find water to quench his thirst, so he decides to fly up, hoping to find a place with cool water to chase away the scorching Sunday. Diep Bak hovers in the air, looking down and noticing a large market area below. Diep Bak rushes through the glass of the market, his body slicing through the air like a strong wind, shattering the glass with a sharp crash. Diep Bak frowned, sighed, and felt irritation rising inside. He stepped into the swimming pool, looked around, and was surprised to realize this wasn't the place he expected. The discomfort still bothered him, but seeing the water in the pool, he felt disappointed. Suddenly, a noise catches Diep Bak's attention. He turns around, his eyes alert as he looks around. Yipak looked towards the dark corner, sensing something moving. A faint shadow gradually revealed itself, making him more cautious. Without hesitation, Yipak unleashed a powerful attack towards the dark corner where the object was moving, causing the surrounding space to shake under his strength. A blue light from Dietbach's power blazed out, illuminating the area, as a powerful energy burst erupted, shattering everything around and sending shards flying everywhere. Suddenly, a psychic emerged from the wreckage, moving with lightning speed straight at Dietbach. The psychic user opened his mouth wide, revealing sharp teeth, seemingly intent on swallowing Dietbach whole immediately. Dietbach summoned all his strength to pry apart the beast's sharp jaws, enduring waves of pain in his hands, but remaining resolute. While facing the monster, he couldn't help but wonder why a psi cultivator appeared here. Dietbach didn't hesitate, immediately attacking the creature's mouth, and the blue light shot through its open jaws, causing the monster to scream in pain. He was in pain, immediately letting go of Dietbach, his body staggering. Dietbach was thrown far away, flying through the air before crashing down onto the ground with a loud thud. Dietbach's eyes flash with determination, and he roars loudly, using all his strength to charge at the Esper and shout for him to die. His power is so intense it shatters everything around him, the surrounding space breaking apart like glass debris flying everywhere, and the sound of destruction echoing through the air. Dietbach tam buk tu buk twang suk de man. Mi kien buk twang voven ra gok de roy shuang quan min, ki kao lao vafia truok voitok du va suk man kong, the Injan kan. Dietbach relentlessly delivers powerful blows, each strike pounding down on the psychic, forcing him to retreat repeatedly and grimace in pain. Each fierce attack seems to crush part of the psychic's body, making him writhe in agony. Dietbach can feel the pain and fatigue seeping into his muscles, his strength nearly drained by the terrifying power of the Esper, but he still grits his teeth, forcing his will into every strike, while the massive body of the Esper suddenly roars back with a force that shakes everything, forcing Dietbach to step back to maintain his balance and avoid being knocked away. Dietbach unleashes all his strength in the final attack, aiming straight at the Esper's weak spot in hopes of ending him in this decisive moment. The strike hits its target, causing the Esper to roar in pain as his body convulses violently, clearly overwhelmed by Dietbach's overpowering force. Dietbach channels all his strength into his final blow, aims straight at the psychic's neck, delivering a devastating strike that causes him to writhe in pain, his massive body swelling with agony. Just then, a strange entity with a humanoid shape emerges from the top of the psychic's head. The body convulsed, and the twisted demon resembled a distorted version of a human form, leaving Dietbach both stunned and trembling. It was a female body with long, greasy hair and an eerie appearance that made him shiver, writhing in a strange, grotesque way, emanating a dark and terrifying power. Dietbach was surprised, unable to believe his eyes, as its presence made the surrounding atmosphere heavy and ominous. His car stopped in the deserted land with no one around, no sound, and a silent space. Dietbach drives down the deserted road, wondering if Diepca has already defeated that monster. Suddenly, the car's speaker crackles, breaking the silence and startling Tru Hang. Nguni's voice sounded from the speaker, weak but clear, asking Tru Hang if he could hear her. Tru Hang was surprised and quickly asked if Nguni had woken up yet. Nguni says she's feeling better and asks if you are outside. She admits that no matter how hard she tries, she can't sleep and thinks it might be calmer if she searches with you, but Tru Hang advises her to rest and leaves the search to them. Zhao Heng nodded in agreement, but advised her not to force herself, assigning the aerial reconnaissance mission to Nguni, who understood. The camera inside the car silently detached and began the aerial surveillance mission. Nguni looked surprised and confused as she watched the screen, her eyes wide when she saw the scene around being transmitted from the camera. Hearing Nguni's worried voice, Tru Hang asked if she saw any signs of destruction or movement, his eyes showing a mix of concern and hope. Nguni shook her head, then suddenly realized a group of zombies gathering around a construction site, her eyes full of caution as she watched the scene on the screen. Suddenly, she saw someone surrounded by the zombies, her heart racing with worry as she recognized the danger. It is a girl standing on the construction site's container, her eyes panicked as she sees the zombies surrounding her, clearly feeling desperate in this situation. Trio Hang looks at the screen, puzzled, not understanding why it's her as the situation grows more and more dangerous. Nguni was surprised, and asked Tru Hang if he knew the girl, feeling something strange about his reaction. Through the camera, Ni urgently calls out to Trio Hang, her voice weak but resolute, asking him to help that girl. At the same time, Ni urges the girl to escape the oppressive captors in the large building. The girl watched the scene, her face showing confusion, as she saw Tru Hang driving the mop into the zombie horde. Flycam hovered overhead, and Nguni's voice guided the girl to seize the right moment to jump onto the vehicle when it maneuvered into the zombie crowd. Tru Hang's truck roared forward with great force, crushing zombies under its wheels and echoing heavily through the area. Just then, Ni urged the girl to quickly jump onto the truck. The girl waits for the right moment and jumps onto the truck with precision. Seeing that she is safe on the vehicle, Ni immediately urges Tru Hang to leave quickly. The girl stepped into the car, looked at Tru Hang warily, and asked who they were and why they had come to rescue her. Tru Hang chuckled confidently and replied that they were the ultimate survival team, unmatched by anyone. The scene shifts to where Dietbach is fighting the energy manipulator Han, whose large tail suddenly strikes him forcefully, knocking him back, and causing him to crash into surrounding objects with a loud bang. The energy user with blue eyes glares at Dietbach with a look full of hatred and hostility, as if ready to swallow him immediately. His glowing blue eyes seem to pierce through everything, exuding an ominous aura, while 3 mouths on his body open wide, each revealing sharp, gouging teeth ready to tear everything apart. Dietbach had to close his eyes tightly because the blue light emitted from the monster's eyes was too dazzling, making it impossible for him to look directly at it. He remembered that the faceplate of his mask was broken in the previous battle and couldn't be removed anymore. The energy monster's eyes continue to glare at him, glowing with blinding blue light that makes it impossible for Dietbach to look directly at it. From its throat, a powerful surge of energy breathes out, pushing toward Dietbach, making the surrounding air heavy and tense. He quickly gathers his strength and counters with a powerful blast of energy towards the energy demon, but it quickly dodges its agile body, moving aside to avoid the attack. His giant tail swept toward Dietbach, unleashing immense power that threw him far away and left him utterly bewildered. Dietbach clenched his teeth tightly, gripping his hands secretly, thinking that he had underestimated the situation and that things were becoming more difficult than ever. He forcefully pushed Dietbach into the water, causing a powerful shock that sent him tumbling into the lake. Dietbach, confused, clenched his teeth and struggled in the icy water. The fake demon eye stared at Dietbach with a cold, hostile glare. Dinangjia's gaze makes Dietbach panic. Dietbach stares directly into Dinangjia's eyes, his body suddenly stiffening and unable to move. Dietbach wondered if he would just die like this, despair engulfing him as he could do nothing. At that moment, a loud noise shattered the silence in the space. Something crashed through, shattering the glass and creating a roaring noise that made the entire space shake. A powerful force shot straight at the fake alien, forcing him to step back a few paces, his body pressed against the chair as he was hit by the sudden attack. Trihung crashes in, cutting through the silence, asking if Dietbach is okay. He drives into the area and says the Apocalypse rescue team has arrived. The metamorph showed signs of panic as it saw the unexpected appearance of the vehicle, its eyes filled with unease. Suddenly, Dietbach reached out from the water and firmly grabbed the tail of the metamorph, his strength like a powerful punch, making the creature feel a clear threat. Dietbach firmly gripped the tail of the fake energy user, his eyes determined. Nianzhang warned him not to run. Dietbach concentrated all his strength into a punch aimed straight at the fake energy user. Dietbach delivers a powerful strike directly at the false magical beast, with all his remaining strength, then turns to the marketplace, warning him to prepare to fire the laser if the monster shifts its gaze towards him. The marketplace stall owner nervously agrees as Dietbach gathers his strength, green light blazing from his hands, shooting straight at the monster. Dietbach's powerful strike hit the monster's neck, causing it to falter and roar in pain, stunned by the sudden attack and staggering backward in agony. The monster's eyes flashed with a fierce green light, glaring threateningly at Dietbach. Then Dietbach forcefully pushed its head down, catching it off guard and unable to react. Dietbach pressed the monster's head down, angry and confused as to why this hybrid demon was here. He snarled, suspicious that the Dark Lord might have sent him to kill him. Dietbach clenched his fists, his eyes cold with fury, glaring at Dinangjia with a threatening look. His voice echoed with menace, saying that if he didn't answer, he would end his life with a single strike. The fake demon spirit's face changed upon hearing the secret organization, his eyes filled with confusion and fear, clearly feeling threatened by Dietbach's words. The fake demon spirit quickly shook his head and stammered that he didn't want to return, begging not to be taken back. Chuju sat in the car, observing the situation and asking Dietbach why the big dog he just hit turned into a snake-like monster. The monster looked towards the car, its surprised eyes settling on the girl inside, and he realized she was Lena. The monster reached out to Lena with longing eyes, calling her non-stop as if seeking rescue. Hearing the monster's call, Dietbach shouted angrily that if they were still noisy, he would kill him. Hearing the monster's call, Lena hurriedly runs down the car, approaches him, and calls out Annie's name, calling him sister. She rushes to the monster, who keeps calling her name, unable to stay still, and she quickly moves closer with worry, bewildered by what is happening. Chu Hang gazed at the scene before him, puzzled whether this monster was the girl's sister, and if the illusion skill had been altered by eating the cursed gold. Lena looked at the monster with pain in her eyes, and asked why her sister had become like this, as the monster kept crying, tears mingling with despair. The monster stammers that this is an experiment of the Dark Organization. He is in great pain, each word filled with coldness and confusion, as if struggling with his own mutation. Dietbach sees the monster in pain, and Lien asks if he has finished speaking so he can be freed, her tone cold but tinged with impatience. Seeing Dietbach ready to strike, Lena begged with a deeply pained expression, saying that although she didn't know who transformed her sister into a monster, she was still her sister, and she didn't want him to hurt her. Dietbach looked at Nguni and coldly told her to go somewhere else and not disturb him, while the situation was still tense. Dietbach coldly told Nu Ni that she had been transformed into a beast fusion ability and no longer possessed a normal mind, making her an immediate threat that must be eliminated. At this moment, Lena and her sister still hugged each other and cried, ignoring Dietbach's warning. Nguni, on the other end, anxiously pleads with Dietbach to let Lena and her sister talk for a while. Dietbach cuts her off furious, saying that just now he almost got killed by that guy and can't forgive him. The street vendor on the truck asked Diep Bak if he would have been killed if Inguni hadn't found out that the monster had pulled him into the water and showed him the way here. Diep Bak sighed and reluctantly withdrew his hand from the monster lying on the ground. He angrily said, "You are all a bunch of fools who don't understand the danger right in front of your eyes." The monster asked if you are not the am to right. No, they are the survivors searching for others in this city. Enguni asks if he misunderstood Diep Bak as a secret organization and only attacked him for self-defense. The trembling monster responds that he is scared and no longer sure. The monster looked at Lena with fear, stammering that he didn't want to hurt anyone as long as Lena was okay, while Lena in pain called out her sister's name. Nguni, from the other end, cheerfully suggested, her voice gentle yet hopeful, that they all leave together to avoid fighting in this dangerous situation. Nguni said their research is very extensive, they don't have many people, and the scholars are also studying zombies, so there might be a way to save Lena's sister. The two sisters looked at each other hopefully and asked if it really was possible to save her. Nguni happily replied that she was very happy to be able to save others. Then she glanced at the car and added that their vehicle simply couldn't bring Lena's sister back. The monster looked at Lena with a determined expression, refusing to leave, and saying that no matter where she went, he would follow. The seller looked at Nguni with a doubtful expression and asked if she really wanted to invite that female beast to their place. But Nguni, with a resolute look, replied that as long as the two sisters are together, there would be no danger. Cho Hang, noticing Nguni about to say more, turned to look at Diep Bak sitting beside him, observing his reaction with a tender yet contemplative expression, as if waiting for an important decision. Then he said, "If Brother Deep stays silent, we should go now," which means Diep Bak has agreed, and the car started moving toward the research institute. The leading vehicle was ahead with the monster following behind, while Ni's drone hovered above, keeping watch over everything below. Seeing the monster's speed, the market stall owner hesitated before commenting that he was quite fast. Lena looked at her sister Annie with a worried and pained expression. Finally, after a long journey, they reached the research institute, hoping it could help Lena's sister return to her former self. At this moment, Dr. Trung and Duong Duong stood outside the gate, looking up with a contemplative expression, as if surprised by the arrival of the newcomers. When they saw a huge monster standing before them, Dr. Trung and Duong Duong were both stunned, unable to believe their eyes, a bizarre combination of human and wild beast that left both of them surprised and worried. They looked towards the exterminator standing nearby, their eyes full of suspicion and concern, then asked what on earth was going on. The girl stepped forward, introducing herself as Lena from the western part of An City. During the outbreak, she and her sister drove south seeking safety. At this moment, the monster also bowed to everyone, an action that made the atmosphere strange, showing respect yet hiding sorrow in its eyes. Lena introduces her sister Anna, who was captured by an organization called the Dark Organization during their journey, and turned into this monster. Duong Duong then praises how adorable the monster is, while Dr. Trung wonders what kind of organization has the power to transform people into monsters. Lena ran toward the monster, and softly said she could touch it for a moment, "Don't be afraid." But the monster suddenly ran away, startling Duong Duong, and she didn't have time to understand what was happening. The giant monster hurriedly ran away, leaving everyone around stunned, and unable to react. Only the sound of heavy footsteps echoed behind it. Duong nu bandang tu hoi tai sao kon quay vat lei. So nuela nu vai ko fai no kam, te sao ho he thuksu. So hai the juoi ben enjuai noi no tung lamot sin hi vat bbn. Doi boy nung thing yim tan yan. Cho hang luke ne hoi. Lena tai sao lai tron o toa, na kong trong, du noi kong ko nua kung. Kung ko thukan ma, chi ko moi min ko lu ko ko. The song sot lao dai o du hong. Lena said that at first someone took her away to hide from the zombies, but he left in the middle of the field telling her to wait there, and Cho Hang asked if that person would come back, and Lena quietly nodded. Seeing that Cho Hang angrily said that person dared to lead her to a city full of zombies, then immediately asked who that was. Lena told him that person gave her a blood-stained zombie shirt, saying that wearing it would help her hide her scent so they wouldn't be detected. Hearing this, Cho Hang suddenly looked serious, as if he had realized something. Nuani hurriedly ran over to call Lena, causing her to startle and turn back her eyes filled with worry as she saw the frantic state of the girl. Nuani, still weak, stepped forward and asked Lena if the person she just mentioned to be with was a man with short hair and if his name was Du Hai Bang. Lena confirmed, then looked at Nguai Ni and asked if she was the one who kissed him. Nguai Ni stammered that it was her father, her eyes filled with surprise and worry, saying that little Junjun lost her balance and fainted, causing everyone to panic and rush over. Carefully helping Nguai up, she worriedly scolded her for being so reckless to run out from the cursed forest, while Dr. Trung hurriedly asked if the girl was okay. Turning to Diep Bak, her eyes serious, she suggested locating Nguai Ni's father, her voice tinged with concern about the current situation. Diep Bak crossed his arms, bowed his head, and said in a cold yet determined voice that sunset was near the situation, outside would become more dangerous, and that the mechs needed repair and upgrades, while the defense around the research institute also had to be strengthened. Dr. Truong quickly approached Diep Bak, his face flushed with anger, and asked in a tense voice, "Are you the one who should be explaining to them?" Have you already known everything and still stayed silent? Dr. Trong looked at Diep Bak with suspicion, sighed, and said he couldn't understand why he was keeping these secrets to himself. It's also unclear what your extraction is dealing with, and although he doesn't want to interfere, he still feels uneasy inside. Hearing this, Zhao Hang nodded in agreement with Dr. Zhang and said that if next time Diep Bak encounters something unexpected and they can't pull him out, there will definitely be serious consequences. Diep Bak hesitated for a moment, then decided it was time to tell everyone. He looked at everyone with a serious face and spoke with determination. While Duong, Tian Citruong, and Trey Hong listened silently, Diep Bak stood in front of them, his eyes determined as he said that he was a time traveler from 50 years in the future. Dr. Zhang looked puzzled, his eyes full of doubt, and asked if time travel was real, whether it was a physical kind or just on the level of consciousness. Duong was surprised, wondering how humans could continue living for 50 years, absolutely miraculous. Diep Bak, holding a blue crystal in his hand, his eyes cold, says that this is the root of everything and the key to scientific advancement. He said that by studying the vocal gold they managed to resist the zombie virus, and the latest achievement is the time machine which can teleport consciousness across time within the radiation range of the vocal gold. Dr. Zhang was stunned and incredulous when he heard this. Diep Bak continued, saying that although they could travel back in time, they couldn't prevent the zombie virus from spreading. They could only teleport their consciousness to the moment just before the outbreak. Diep Bak told Dr. Trong that he had also researched the composition of the Hat Kim and found that it was not similar to elements on Earth's surface. Due to the mysterious loss of information, they suspected it was likely an object from outer space. Cho confusedly asked, could it be an invasion by aliens? Diep Bak replied, maybe so. If that's the case, the aliens could have already won during the years the virus ravaged the entire Earth. 50 years later, there are hardly any people left in the world, and at this moment Lena is sitting by Nuni's bedside. He continues, yet humans still keep fighting and killing each other over resources, and the senior leaders of your organization have all been killed. In the end, only Diep Bak can carry out the organization's final task of returning to the past to rebuild it. Hearing this, Cho Hang finally understood the reason why Diep Bak was always searching for Hat Kim and wondered if Diep Bak was already over 50 years old. Diep Bak says maybe he's already over 70 years old, but no matter what, his consciousness can only go back to the moment he first saw the zombie at school. Then he continues with sincerity, they didn't have time to run more experiments, and after escorting him, his teammates were also responsible for blowing up the lab and destroying the time machine. Diep Bak lowered his head with a sad voice, saying he didn't know how they tested the results of the experiment. Chao Hang said that this was the first time he'd heard Diep Bak speak so much, and that this story could be turned into a novel. Tang Tang also spoke up, saying that if you told them your identity, they would be your allies in the future. Diep Bak said he wasn't sure, but that was all he wished for. Cho Hang asked, so does that mean the future will change? Diep Bak said it already has, then turned to Dr. Duong and asked if she, who had studied the characteristics of the zombie virus, knew about it. Dung Dung replied, indeed, she once said that surviving is a miracle and the zombie virus isn't simple, it's not just contracted after being bitten by a zombie. Dung Dung continued, this virus is actually transmitted through the air. Dr. Zhang and the market vendor, after hearing this, stood up with worried expressions, their eyes full of disbelief and concern about what they had just heard. Dao Dao said, so they are the chosen ones by heaven, their bodies' antibodies have prevented the spread of the virus, which is truly remarkable. But she said that being bitten doesn't guarantee you won't mutate, and Cho Hang looked worried with clear anxiety on his face. Diep Bak agreed, saying that their bodies had long been infected with the zombie virus, and normally, even without being bitten, they would eventually turn into zombies. They can resist the airborne virus, but are not completely safe. Choram said it's terrifying, no wonder Diep Bak didn't say anything. Diep Bak replied that he had always had doubts, but what happened today proved his suspicion. He frowned and said that he had detected someone accelerating the spread of the zombie virus and mutations. Everyone was panicked with worried and confused looks, all gazing at Diep Bak and asking urgently, who is it? He said it's the hidden organization, his voice firm and serious, his eyes sweeping over the waiting faces as if the name carried an undeniable threat. Diep Bak recalled the moment when his limbs and body parts gradually changed, stammering with a trembling voice, saying that he was starting to turn back, his eyes filled with fear as if facing an inescapable nightmare. He was surprised, suddenly sat up and said that his body had truly changed back into a human, with eyes shining with mixed joy and disbelief, as if he couldn't believe what had just happened. He says that from now on you have officially become a member of the Shadow Clan, his voice full of satisfaction and pride. You thank him eagerly with a joyous expression, repeatedly saying how great it is. As if finally reaching something he had longed for, a sense of excitement could not be hidden in his eager eyes. At the same time, a girl stood silently gazing outside through the window as if watching something. Outside, a horde of zombies wandering forward slowly, their vacant eyes and distorted faces like terrifying ghosts attacking the living world around them. Returning to reality, Diep Bak mentions that during his original timeline, although the zombie virus could spread through the air, only a small portion of infected and mutated individuals were caused by, that most were bitten by zombies. However, now zombies absorb sunlight to undergo first-level mutation. This process, which used to take weeks, has been shortened to just a few days, and the rate of ordinary humans transforming into Psi users is also higher. Diet Bach is sure that the Shadow Organization also sent people back from the future, but he doesn't know if they are repairing the destroyed time machine or something else. He pauses here, his gaze contemplative, as if weighing an important thing he hasn't yet revealed. Cho Hang asked Diet Bach why, if the Shadow Organization already had a way to control the zombie virus and the time machine, they didn't go back to save humanity. His question was full of doubt, unsure why the organization didn't intervene in the past to change the situation. Diet Bach says that unfortunately, the ominous organization only engages in things beyond saving humanity, believing that Esper are a superior existence, and they are trying to establish a world ruled by Espers no longer caring about the fate of ordinary people. Then you turn back and say in a hushed tone that the purpose of the Shadow Organization is to destroy humanity, a cruel plan, hidden behind appearances of progress and power. Choi, Hang, and Duong listen, then look at each other and say, "So it's just a delusion." I can't believe there is an organization with such a cruel purpose, leaving both of them stunned by what Diet Bach just revealed. Dr. Trong seems to have Kimura something, his face growing serious, eyes narrowing, as if the final pieces of a big picture have just fallen into place. He ponders for a moment, then speaks as if realizing something important. Dr. Zhang said that the medicine in the black boxes that Chu Hang brought back earlier, he took some out for analysis, and found its composition similar to black gold. Black gold also responds quite strongly to this drug, which could be the key factor that helps the Shadow Organization control the zombie virus and develop fake abilities. He said this feeling is similar to Hack Kim's function, possibly a key factor in enhancing Hack Kim's power. Dr. Truong asked Diet Bach if the Shadow Organization secretly administered this drug to everyone. Diet Bach confirms and says they can add this drug into water and drinks, causing those who consume them to gradually be affected without realizing it. The market stall suddenly mentions that this drug was found in Guni's father's car, making the atmosphere in the room tense. After hearing this, Diet Bach immediately decided that an investigation had to be launched right away. He knew that if the secret organization still existed, people would not survive more than 5 years, possibly even less. Everyone gathered together, and Diet Bach looked at everyone before telling Dr. Truong about setting up the defensive forehead shields at the research facility, emphasizing that this area also needs to use the toxic gas developed by Dr. Duong. Meanwhile, during this time, Dr. Duong will continue trying to treat Nguni. Duong looked at Diet Bach with a cautious gaze and asked him, her tone somewhat hesitant and curious, "Are you Nguni's older brother?" Diet Bach looked at Duong with a puzzled expression, asking her again, voice tinged with surprise and concern, uncertain of what had happened. Diet Bach says there's no time to chat anymore. We need to quickly set up defenses, then give the order for the elite troops to withdraw. We can't let the situation keep escalating. Outside the research institute, night has fallen. Darkness envelops the entire area, creating a heavy and tense atmosphere. Nini lies on the hospital bed, her body weak, but her eyes gradually open, the faint light from the lamp by her feet illuminating her as she slowly wakes up, her mind still hazy. She struggles to sit up, her body remaining fragile, every movement difficult, her trembling hands grasping the bed, her face pale from exhaustion. The girl turned around, her eyes looking hazy from exhaustion, and saw Lena dozing off beside her hospital bed. Looking at Lena's face, Nuni sensed deep fatigue, her eyes closed tightly, eyebrows furrowed as if struggling to resist sleep. Nuni stepped off the bed carefully, slipping on her slippers, then gently covered Lena with a blanket before quietly heading to the door, each step cautious to avoid disturbing the sleeping person. In the dark hallway, Uni is walking, the surreal glow from the dim lights casting on her face, her small footsteps echoing softly in the quiet space. Inside, Dong was sitting at the table, her eyes focused on the glass of wine in her hand, as she quietly said, "That young servant doesn't seem like he's the kind to write stories." "Perhaps your guess is right." She lifted the glass to her lips and took a sip, her gaze still fixed on the space before her, as each swallow of wine brought a warm feeling but also deep contemplation. Deng slumps over the table, exhausted, sighing as she utters between gasps that she still hoped to resolve a few issues here, but instead the problems kept piling up one after another, with no apparent way out. Suddenly, Duong was startled when she turned around and saw Nuni standing silently looking at her with curiosity, but also a hint of confusion. Nguni stands still, her eyes slightly tired, but determined, saying she can't sleep and wants to go outside for a bit. Duong sighs, her eyes full of worry, knowing Nguni misses her father very much, but also unable to neglect her own health. She softly said that the group of doctors is also resting, and tomorrow, they will continue to find ways to help. Nguni said she heard Duong talking to someone, so she thought everyone was here. Duong shyly smiled, because Nuni had discovered who she was talking to, something she thought no one would know. She touched the zombie head in the container, her eyes reflecting complex feelings, then said, "It's him." Nuni was surprised, her eyes widening as she looked at the zombie in the container, unable to believe what she was seeing, a strange feeling rising in her heart. Duong looked at the zombie's head, then smiled softly, her eyes full of affection, and she said this was her childhood sweetheart, Than Mai Trukma, a very silly guy. Nooney looked confused after hearing what Duong Duong said, her face showing surprise and worry. She couldn't understand how Duong Duong could speak about someone like that, with such a strange expression, feeling that everything was gradually becoming blurry and hard to understand. Deng Deng recalls her friend Than Mai Trukma, a kind but very silly weak person who doesn't know her limits. Despite not liking to be a doctor, she persisted in taking exams, was rejected many times, but never gave up, like a steadfast neutered dog following every step, never willing to give up. During that entire time she could only cry and say it, but he was the only person who always stood by her side. No matter how often the world changes, he will always be her steady support, her only loyal friend who never leaves her. That group of old men, sitting comfortably in the hospital, trying to steal her research results, only he dared to speak up for her. Not afraid of danger, with no personal gain, he only wants to protect what she has dedicated herself to, and what she rightfully deserves. Even when disaster struck and facing the zombies, he still protected Duong Duong without hesitation, knowing full well the danger, but he still gave his all just to keep her safe. Nooney felt moved when she heard Duong Duong speak. Truly a person who is hated for his kindness, someone who, despite being hurt many times, never stops giving sincerity and protecting others. Duong Duong recalled with pain that during the toxic gas check, he kept running into danger to protect her and help her escape. Surrounded by zombies and infected himself, he still tried to fight, refusing to give up until he was bitten. Her body torn into pieces, Duong Duong's voice trembled with tears as if each word was a cut to her heart, while her hands trembled as she looked at the fragments of the zombie's body scattered on the ground. She could no longer distinguish which pieces belonged to him, those fragments like shattered memories of her childhood friend, now only leaving pain and regret in her heart. Duong Duong said she still believed that after risking her life he might still be alive, and she asked him, causing Uni to feel confused, not knowing how to answer. At the drinking table, Duong Duong knew she had misspoken, so she apologized, joking that if the zombies come back to life, it wouldn't be fun. Duong Duong carelessly said such things to Nooney, and she felt really embarrassed. Nguni shyly asked Duong Duong if she really liked him. Duong Duong didn't deny it. It truly is a fateful love. Seeing a fool like him, she can't help but feel a bit of tenderness. Then Duong Duong told Nooney to go back and rest. She would wait a while longer to dive down and play with Annie. At the vast lake, numerous solar panels are installed here. Nguni didn't listen to Duong Duong to go back to bed and instead wandered out here. Annie's giant body was sinking into the water, her red eyes filled with sorrow. After a while, Annie floated to the water's surface, looking enormous and fierce. Nguni called out to Annie, but since they just met, she was still a bit shy. Annie also waved back, seeing Nguni as a kind-hearted little sister. She introduced her name, but still asked if Annie was feeling okay. Now Annie has to hide, and cannot let those cruel people find her. The assassins have done terrible things to her, and this body makes her extremely uncomfortable. However, she has gradually gotten used to it though. Sometimes when she reminds herself of those times, she still feels a little scared. Nguni feels sad and empathetic for Annie gently caressing her body. Through that touch, Annie could feel Nguni's pain. She was always suffering. She thought that just enduring it would make her used to the pain, but Annie could still sense her suffering. Sure enough, no matter what form they take, they are still humans from start to finish. After saying that, Nini ran out of strength and fainted, and Annie quickly used a blanket to support her. Ngingo Dao Don. Nguni bat Dao Renri no Danyo Dan Hi Ani Om Le Ko the Kobi En Hung Tiang and Trong Tiang Vong Ve Ngoi Nya. Fortunately, Dong Dong went out and discovered it in time. She was sweating nervously despite wearing very light clothes, calling Nguni's name. Duong Duong already told her to rest in the room, but she still stubbornly went out here. If Nini keeps causing trouble like this, she truly won't be able to continue the treatment anymore. Nuni also realized she was wrong and apologized to Duong Duong, but she had one request. She begged Duong Duong to help her complete the surgery. At the same time, in the manufacturing room, Diet Bak was still struggling with the power armor, while the sleep-deprived soldiers were dozing off. Diet Bak didn't say anything, he focused on his task. Meanwhile, night has fallen over the tall buildings. Za Diaz lies battered and exhausted in a bleak and gloomy darkness. Amid this scene, someone is still searching for the girl named Q. Abang wonders where she has gone and why this place was attacked by zombies. According to reason, if there's no bleeding, the zombies shouldn't notice. There are traces of big wheels on the road who pass through here. A fierce red hand suddenly appeared in the dark sky, startling Abang out of his wits. He was so frightened he shrank into himself, barely dared to breathe, hiding in the corner to avoid the monster. It searched everywhere but found nothing, so it left. Abang now dares to take a deep breath, completely frightened and trembling, but soon he is discovered by another terrifying old man who looks incredibly creepy. At the research institute, dawn is breaking, and the patient has begun Dr. Duong Duong's surgery. Duong Duong stands beside her, constantly monitoring her condition. Jibei and Zhang Han anxiously observed from outside, with Zhang Han feeling extremely uneasy and unable to believe that they really had to use the singing needle to treat the girl. Jibei crossed her arms as Dr. Tang Tang administered the special chemotherapy, mainly to soothe her, for now giving the girl time to adapt to the energy of the singing needle. Jibei combined parts of the demon beast's core with the red singing needle, and Tang Tang would perform the surgery based on the provided protocol. As long as the chain reaction doesn't exceed the threshold, Nooney's life won't be at risk. Truong Han couldn't believe they had already tested this method in the future, and Gibok had also been involved in creating superpowered individuals. Gibok denied that this method is only a byproduct of superpower users, with some fools believing it grants eternal youth and bowing to the privileged. The disease sister says it has some effect, but whether it can grant eternal life, Gibok doesn't know. If the protective methods fail, then they have no other choice but to find Ingeni's father, so Gibok ordered Trio Hang to start searching. The armored vehicle systematically destroyed all the zombies it encountered. Zhao Hang was focused on driving and told Lena that there were quite a few normal zombies here, so she should search on the left. They are very close to the construction site where they previously met her. However, as a newcomer, she was still unfamiliar with the drone controls and didn't understand much about computers. Analyzing so many surveillance screens was very difficult. I don't know how Nguni managed it, she's really impressive. Trio Hang suspects that Nguni's father is not an ordinary person and might be able to see them. After a while, observing Lena seems to have spotted a Bang. He is running along this street. Trio Hang is surprised that she found him so quickly. A Bang is putting all his strength into his legs to run very fast. He is trying to run away from something while a group of level 1 zombies relentlessly pursue him with fierce momentum. A Bang suddenly throws his leather jacket towards them. The group sees the jacket and as if glued, it becomes stiff with many bombs attached to it. And then all of them were hit, and the explosion occurred. But it was no longer effective against these level 1 zombies. They were still alive. Even with the raging fire, they couldn't be destroyed, because they are level 1 zombies, so special weapons are needed. The battle tank arrived just in time, firing a special blue beam, the only thing that could eliminate them. If they get hit with this, they will definitely die with no chance of survival. Qiansa rushes back with full force, crushing them once more to be sure. Then Deng stopped firmly before Nguni's father's cold stare. The street vendor opened the car door and asked if he was Nguni's father. Seeing a Bang still stunned and unable to respond, the market vendor urged him to get on the car as there was no time for explanations. Only then did he step onto the vehicle, and he really wanted to see his daughter Nguni. Then the battlefield rushes forward at an incredible speed, and the search for Nguni's father is finally over. The blue-haired man from above observes everything once again. Ba Bi is also a member of the secret organization. He's asking Tongban if they should just let them go like this. Tongban replies that they are all subjects of special concern and must be treated seriously. Ba Bi looked displeased and said, I think it would be better to just finish them off directly, rather than doing these small actions which don't seem like something our work would include. Tongban refused, saying that's not like Ba Bi's style, and their team's character also doesn't allow for it. Earlier, a young girl suddenly gained high-level abilities and controlled thousands of zombies to attack them, but they arrived too late and couldn't save her. Ba Bi was surprised, and even higher-level abilities user controlling thousands of zombies, that's a pretty big loss. Tongban also admitted that even having fewer zombies would have been a lasting loss. Shortly after, the rescue team brought Cha Nu-ni back to the research institute. Zhang Han saw Dao Yu-ni, and he couldn't believe it was really him alive and back. Maybe Abat also couldn't believe it. He's very happy to be able to return. He felt he had troubled everyone a lot, but Truong Han was happy, and didn't know whether to thank heaven or say that Abang was truly blessed. Not wasting any more time, Truong Han told Abang to quickly clean up, detoxify, and go visit Nguni. After cleaning and disinfecting himself, Abang arrived at the place where Nguni was undergoing surgery. He couldn't believe why his daughter had to endure such pain, a miserable girl. Truong Han explained that when Truong brought Nini here, she was always fine, but recently her condition had worsened because she kept searching for survivors and news of her father. Abang felt extremely guilty, and thought he was a fool. If he had returned sooner, things might not have turned out this way. Truong Han reassures Abang that he has endured quite a bit of hardship, but he still has many things he wants to tell him. He takes out the black leather box that Dietback and Tru Hang took from Nguni's father's car and asks Abang where he got it. Actually, I don't really know what this is for or how to use it. This was given to me by the Amtot organization, and at first I thought they were a social charity group. He helped them distribute this medicine, and even agreed to cure Ngini's illness. Truong Han couldn't believe it had he joined them, and does he know what this medicine is for? Abang replied, I only know that the zombies appearing in the city are related to this drug, and understanding how terrifying that organization has made me want to withdraw. Abang pretended to continue moving the goods, planning to go back and take Ni away, but on the way, they were stopped by a group of zombies. It's already too late for him to come back. He had called the girl to lock the shop and stay outside, but now she's the one suffering through the illness there. Abang woke up and thought, is this retribution? Because I've always told Nuni there are many good people in this world and I should do good deeds, yet I end up helping the living do evil. He felt that being a father was not making him happy, but then Duong Duong appeared and said Nuni was still alive. Now she needs a few drops of Abang's blood, and she hopes he is the biological father of the girl. Their blood types don't match with Nuni's, or she would have recovered already, so Abang is her only hope now. Abang immediately agreed to whatever amount Duong Duong needed as long as it could save Nu Ni. She sighed in relief, thankful that Abang was here, otherwise she would have had to use the flower of Kim to save Nu Ni. Hearing about the flower needles, Abang hurriedly stopped her. They absolutely cannot use the flower needles. Duong Duong doesn't understand why they can't use them, but does Abang know something about the flower needles? Abang didn't know how to explain it, but basically the Shadow Organization wanted to conduct a large-scale experiment using the Kim flower. Its scope covers the entire city of An, and many people will die. Duong nu amtada noirangbat, kutugilin kwanden Hoa Kim du sichu an Huang. Truong Han said that they only use Hoa Kim to fight back, and from now on they have no way out. Abang frantically clung to Truong Han, insisting they must leave no matter how far they have to go. Then he desperately tried to take Uni away, but was stopped by Zhang Han. Uni couldn't leave the treatment chamber now, but then Abang was hit hard in the face with a sledgehammer. It turns out Dietback was the one trying to keep things quiet. Abang really was too noisy for them. One person is lying on the ground while these three are just standing there looking at each other. Dietback told them to hurry up with the blood transfusion surgery and not waste time here anymore. Heavy rain was falling on this dark, gloomy world. At a rather luxurious tavern, it still operates in this chaotic world. 3C wondered why everyone was joining the assassination organization. Ba Bi says it's because your teammates have died and you're left alone. Du Fong says it's because you have to protect your teammates. Ba Si nodded in understanding, and he could comprehend their reasons. Becoming new allies would indeed be great, but he suspected many more people would be coming. Ba Bi happily agreed, which was only natural, as many people around the world are waking up, so everyone should continue recruiting members. Du Fong, meanwhile, was playing darts and feeling curious, wondering what kind of society energy users could truly build. They no longer need, food can freely change their combat forms, and are no longer afraid of zombies, but I don't think they are a unifying force. Ba Bi praised Du Fong, saying it was the issue their advisor was considering, and now they just need to follow her instructions. But Du Fong still doubts whether it's truly okay to listen to someone from the future. Ba Bi remembered that the counselor once mentioned Du Fong, saying he could get along very well in the future, and only those who are well-adjusted can become good Esper candidates. Du Fong wondered again, since Dietbach is also from the future, why doesn't he want to become a superpower? Ba Bi happily replied that it's because they don't get along, and that Du Fong and Dietbach are probably classmates. Right. He loves the helpless, but can't stand to see others live better. Then he plans to use the time machine to defy the heavens and change his fate. Du Fong also met Dietbach, and he's truly very different from the past. Everyone who Toniel B. Dietbach wrong in the past now wants revenge. The future counselor naturally wants to change the thorn that is Dietbach, to turn the Esper into the third ruler of the world. Tongban appears clapping and praising, Ba Bi saying well done the world. Dietbach pursues is different from theirs. They really need to eliminate him, but for now they still need to reform Dietbach, who is still shackled by outdated beliefs, and they must make him accept new ideas. Tongbin declares that they live for black gold, which is the entire meaning of their existence. They abandon their bodies to seize a new life. Ba Bi fully agrees, and they must conduct deeper research into black gold to become stronger, aiming to be the most powerful species on Earth, or even in the universe. Then the four of them united and shouted in unison, the Black Organization exists forever. Outside, the rain still hadn't stopped, and at the Research Institute the rain was probably even heavier. Cho hang lay bat do cham thai buon ngu ai ngap day ngap ngan trong hi diep bat fan dang tap trung swa chua fa nang chap chien exa. Cho Hang suddenly asked Deepback where his teammates from the future are now. He guessed they should all be very young now, and if they don't recognize Deepback, it would be quite awkward. Deepback replied, I once said that now and the future have changed, and whether they are alive or dead, we can't be sure, and it's not certain we can find them where we last saw them. Cho Hang wondered then, what should I do? How do I rebuild my organization? Dietbach confidently states that his teammates are not fixed individuals, but rather those who believe in the great ideal of unification. The idea of unification, what is that? Cho Hang wondered for the first time. The unified ideal is to eliminate all black gold and doppelgangers worldwide, allowing human society to restore order as it should be. It sounds very simple, but it also feels like an extremely distant ideal. That's also the reason why Dietbach's organization has very few members after all, even if it means greater danger. No matter where the people of the future come from, they ultimately cannot escape dependence on black gold. Because they constantly acquire more black gold, the human city has to regularly escort criminals, rebels, and abandoned civilians to zombie detention camps. However, despite such brutal rule, humans still passively submit to survive, and resistance continues to diminish. The market traders also don't understand. Dietbach says he must destroy the black gold, but why is he so proficient in using it? Of course, knowing your enemy and yourself leads to victory, so to eliminate it you obviously need to understand it. When their enemies are completely wiped out, they must destroy all the black alloy weapons in their possession. The marketplace is very impressed by their perseverance in holding on to such ideals. However, Dietbach doesn't have the same resolve as his teammates. If not for those people, he might have given up long ago. If they hadn't saved his life to him, they would just be a bunch of hopeless fools. Abang finally regained consciousness after being knocked out and bleeding. Looking at the sky, which has been gloomy these days, fortunately the rain has finally stopped. Abang sinks into despair, wondering if they really can't escape after all. Deep Bak already said it, the victim of the Shadow Organization is the whole world. No matter where they run, it will be useless. But even so, the second girl never thought she would have to run away. However, Abang denied that he merely sheltered her out of innocence and ignorance of evil, though this was the result of the education he provided. Trung-han denied it. Ernie knows everything. On her way here, she went through a lot. She saw it all and has her own thoughts. Maybe Ernie is even stronger than they imagined. After all, she begged Dr. Duong to help her undergo surgery. It sounds reasonable, but as a father, Abang still couldn't find peace of mind. However, in the past, Truong-han also managed his children too strictly out of concern, and ultimately asked to separate due to disagreements. Unfortunately, even after the boy is no longer here, they still cannot forgive each other. Abang was surprised and asked Truong-han if his son still hasn't come back. Truong-han also didn't know anymore, as if the boy returned he probably wouldn't want to see him either. Let's forget about the past and focus on uniting their efforts to overcome this disaster. At the same time, after many days of research, Dietback finally created a deathly suit of armor. Truong-han watched and couldn't help but be amazed by the grandeur of the armor. Could this really be the fully developed mech armor? It looks very powerful and durable. Dietback said that if the Shadow Organization's advisor wanted to meet you, then you should agree. Having met them, he feels truly embarrassed for not having destroyed their lair. Then he closed his armor, covering his entire body, even his face, without hesitation. Dietback ordered Chao Heng to be responsible for protecting the research. If any Esper invades, kill them on the spot. Chao Heng enthusiastically accepted the task. Let them come. This place will be prepared to fight fiercely. In addition, Dietback also reminded you to take good care of the second person. After finishing everything, Dietback activated all the engines and the mech lifted into the air, ready to attack the lair of the psychics. Zhao Heng was impressed by how well the mech performed, thinking it was truly impressive. In no time, the mech and Dietback had traveled quite a distance. The four psychics were already standing there. They didn't expect that in such a short time, you could have built a spacecraft. Tongban was even more convinced that the advisor was right not to have doubted him, so the plan could proceed smoothly. He turned to ask the remaining three if they were ready. 3B couldn't wait any longer, so he was sent into the first battle. He quickly transformed his energy teeth, gradually lengthening, and his ears grew just as long. His beard also grew longer, and his limbs became much larger than before. A terrifying monster appeared with a hideous and gruesome appearance. 3B flapped its wings fiercely and flew toward Dietback. He keeps flying nonstop, driven by his will to destroy everything. At the Research Institute, Dao Hang is once again immersed in her studies. She concentrates all her strength to observe everything under the microscope. Truong-han informs Abang that the test results are in. His blood type can match with Inguni, so the transplant surgery can proceed normally. Abang was very happy. He had spent his whole life earning enough to redo this surgery, and now he didn't know how to thank everyone. Truong-han declined now. Abang just needs to watch out for alerts, warning of enemy approaching. Truong-han feels lucky because Abang had previously taught Nuni how to use a computer, and she has helped them a lot. A terrible beam of light suddenly attacked their research institute, causing a violent tremor once again. Truong-han was also extremely alarmed, wondering if there was an earthquake, but it wasn't like that 3B had flown to their research institute. He viciously struck the research institute again, causing the building to shake violently once more. Now Truong-han suspects someone is attacking, and asks Abang if he can see who is attacking the research building. Abang also pretends not to see anything, as there are no people around the main door or the building, and several cameras seem to be broken. Zhang-han quickly returned to the battle mech to observe the situation, and saw a winged monster at the central hub throwing fireballs toward the large building. Its fireball can once again pierce the defense barrier and hit the main building. If I'm not mistaken, it must be a monster from the Shadow Organization. Tran-han asked the doctor to quickly open the door. I will go deal with that monster, and once I go out, keep the electric net and poison gas active. Dr. Truong-han agreed, reminding Truong-han to be careful. The entire institute's electricity grid has been activated, and the toxic gas has been released. Truong-han drives out swiftly, ready to face the monster. He activates the advanced weapons of his tank, determined not to lose to the creature. When it attacks your building, you'll taste the power of my metallic orbit cannon. It appears as a terrifying beam of special glowing energy. The monster was also surprised by this attack, but it managed to dodge quickly. After this move, attacks keep coming, one after another, forcing it to dodge and run. Meanwhile, Dietbach is still flying toward the back of the assassin's hideout. Suddenly, the signal from the Research Institute was cut off, and he guessed that he might have arrived in the territory of the Shadow Clan. He only hoped that the Research Institute was safe, as he had already used all his strength. But an unexpected beam of light appeared as Dietbach stepped forward. Dietbach, having entered the enemy's territory, was attacked by the mechs. The Shadow Organization also has mechs. As expected, their mechanist has traveled across dimensions here. Dietbach was not backing down either, using his power to counterattack. But the mechs of the Shadow Clan activated shield barriers to break through everything. Diep Bak was surprised that they also had shields resistant to light beams, and they were drones with quite high configurations. Diep Bak controlled the mech to dodge all their attacks. So how come he still bravely hit one of the Clan's mechs on the head? Diep Bak keeps fighting back, not letting himself get swept away. Somewhere unknown as the enemy mechas continue attacking, and he easily dodges again and again. Then he channels all his strength into his mecha's arm. Then he slammed the head of the Shadow Organization's armor suit because they were much smaller than Diep Bak's armor. Quickly, Diep Bak finished destroying the enemies blocking his path. You observe the surroundings from left to right and then from top to bottom, not missing anything. Suddenly a few more of Amith's mechs appear in the sky above. With such a large number of mechs, how long did it take the Shadow Clan to arrive here before Diep Bak? Diep Bak fired a massive amount of firepower at the mechs. All of them couldn't dodge, and were hit by the firepower. In the sky above, they exploded like fireworks, creating a spectacular sight. The mechas continue to appear, and Diep Bak keeps calmly attacking them. At the same time, inside the Research Institute, strange vehicles are rushing inside. Tongban left 3B to fight alone, while they took the opportunity to break into the Research Institute. But the Institute was now surrounded by electrified fences and toxic gas. If they crossed, they might lose their minds and be electrocuted to dust. However, Tongban anticipated this and left a backup plan. A Bang was in the observation room reporting the situation, and the illusionist had already been restrained. Then he asked about Nguni's condition, whether the surgery was affected, but blood started to flow non-stop from his shoulder. Blood spewed uncontrollably from a Bang's shoulder. The scene was incredibly gruesome. A Bang fell out of his chair, kneeling on the floor from the pain. Tongban surprisingly managed to infiltrate the Research Institute through A Bing's body. He lamented how imprinting symbols on A Bing's body had cost him a lot of effort, silently, and by coincidence, A Bing's position also allowed him to control the electric net launcher. The frustrating evil monster keeps hiding, making it impossible for him to shoot it. In the end, the cargo shop decided to open fire with hacking, tracking bullets to deal with the stubborn creature. The monster felt something was off behind it and turned around to check the situation, only to find over 10 barrels pointed directly at it. To avoid unforeseen danger, it turned back, channeling its power to fight back. Because both energies were too great, they clashed and exploded in the sky. But unexpectedly, the tank fires a green shot below, and the monster is too slow to dodge and gets hit. A massive explosion occurs, and the monster struck by the shot falls freely from the sky to the ground. Chu Hang, seeing this, became triumphant and said this attack is really powerful, right? After a series of surprise hits, the monster now trembles and finds it hard to stand. But it was determined to deliver a counterattack, transforming into a powerful purple energy and charging straight at Chu Hang's combat tank. Chu Hang couldn't move in time and got hit directly by the counterattack inside. He was shaking uncontrollably. Now the monster was triumphant. With such a powerful weapon, he threatened him, but it's probably best to stop here. After saying that, the monster rushes over and leaps onto the tank, fiercely stomping and trampling as he continues to open the container that's just about to be revealed. But it's not that easy. As they were fighting, the car's trunk suddenly opened. Chu Hang quickly prepared himself and decided to confront the stubborn monster face to face. As he hurriedly looked back after the crash, Chu Hang had already aimed straight at them. He shouted, "Go back to hell, you demons!" A shot then pierced through the monster's shoulder near Ku Li. The afternoon earlier made him fall back and roll painfully on the ground. Chu Hang stepped forward to face him as the monster suddenly burst into loud laughter. Ha ha ha, finally he understood why they called him here. Chu Hang tu gyan vi tai dunyo nop kwa ten kwai vat hoi rot kwak tai sao han lai koi. Nam him nu the kogi dang koi hai sao. Ten kwai vat van koi roi hoi. A hung de lao roi kong gap. So the monster, suddenly transformed back into a human, doesn't recognize him. Chu Hang was stunned. What is this? Is Lao Tu here? Back in the research room, it's a bit gloomy and desolate. Nunui is still lying peacefully quiet inside the glass cage of the laboratory. Dong Dong managed to reassure everyone that Nur Yi was fine. In the ruined room, Lao Trong said that the previous attack seemed to have cut off the main power, and they are now using the backup power. Duong Duong also confirmed that the current situation is very bad. The sacred relic container taken from Trong Nhi Ni's body has been crushed by debris, and now normal surgery is no longer possible. Duong Duong suggested they try to revive Trang Nu Ni once more, and Lao Truong considered this proposal. Suddenly, a stranger appeared out of nowhere and said that Trang Nu Ni would never make it, causing everyone in the room to become suspicious. The strange man introduced himself as Tong Bin, one of the loyal officers of the secret organization, and asked for forgiveness if he offended. Old Zhang was confused. How did he get in here? Was the outer wall's defense system no longer effective, or had the siege been broken by you guys? Tong Ban says, don't even think about that, he's just using Duo Hai's blood and flesh, which can let him freely transfer within 100 meters. Lao Trung was extremely panicked upon hearing this. Had he already killed Du Hai? Tong Bin felt proud. For some people that was true, but it wouldn't be long before he would turn into a zombie. That was actually quite good. Lao Truong was furious. You people are really crazy, a bunch of murderers. Tong Ban then calmed down. He won't hurt either the doctor or the respectable people, he knows who they are, and their advisor's job is to protect you well. Tongban wonders if everyone truly trusts Diep Bak so much, given how much he has told them, and he suspects that Diep Bak is willing to do anything to survive. Outside, Diep Bak in his armor was still fiercely fighting the steel men. One by one, he burned them down until suddenly they stopped, and Diep Bak sensed someone was there. A series of other robots begin to move and Diep Bak rushes in to attack. From afar, a white-haired girl watches everything. A series of robots continue to attack fiercely at Diep Bak. He has created a protective barrier to avoid the impact of gunfire. Finally, he counterattacked by spraying flames from both sides of his armor's ribs, continuously firing at each robot fighting out there. So a series of robot warriors fell before Diep Bak's ferocious attack. He's not shy about criticism. This makeshift artificial intelligence is quite powerful, but it looks like a modified construction robot, really too weak. Suddenly, from afar, a mysterious gaze at the nearby door caught Diep Bak's attention. When looked closer, the face of another monster emerged with fierce green eyes. However, its lower body is large and shattered like a dinosaur. Nearby, there are somewhat withered wings, but their colors are surprisingly eye-catching. Overall, the monster is extremely odd, with a smaller upper body and disproportionate wings. Diep Bak couldn't quite judge, only thinking that the aesthetics of this shadow organization had never disappointed him. The monster's eyes gleamed intensely as it roared crazily, ready to attack. It swung its massive front paw forcefully towards Diep Bak's armor, but he quickly dodged. The surprise lies in its wings, which glow like a tank's thrusters, and immediately afterward, a barrage of energy beams shoots out continuously toward Diep Bak. The current situation has the monster attacking fiercely, while Diep Bak quickly dodges. But this monster seems better equipped than before, and its eyes emit a strange glow, causing the opponent's movements to slow down. Diep Bak finds it strange this light delay is what exactly. Oddly, the beam doesn't need to fixate on the eyes to work, but still directly slows down the opponent with the metallic creature. So when the opportunity came, the monster spat out another surge of power from its mouth. It blew towards Diep Bak, but with his slowing speed he found it very difficult to defend. Diep Bak realizes things are getting more difficult than ever. The scene continues as before, with him fighting the monster while a girl observes everything from above. In the midst of the chaos on the battlefield caused by Cho Hang, he is still confused about how Lao Tu is alive and well. Setting aside Cho Hang's suspicions, Lao Tu has something he wants to ask you. Cho Hang was furious. If there's something to say it quickly. And why is he with the assassins at all? He kept shouting, did he really sell us out? Did he really kill A Khan and Tu Ki? Lao Tu did not deny it. He said that everything was his doing, but not entirely intentional. Cho Hang went crazy. Why did he keep harming them? They had always trusted Lao Tu, and even regarded him as their older brother. Lao Tu explained, teasing their helplessness, that their theft at the border, robbing the rich to help the poor, had drawn the attention of authorities. When they filed their last petition, enemies laid a trap for them. Luckily, the shadow organization helped him escape, but when he returned, Ah Kon and Tu Ki had been wounded, and he didn't know anything else. After hearing that, shopkeeper Hang asked if he had taken Ah Quan and Tu Ki to the secret organization, and if they were alive. Lao Tu just responded vaguely, and even urged shopkeeper Hang to follow him, so they could reunite with everyone, as their gang scene could once again gather. Hang once again exploded with anger. What kind of joke is this? Transferring people and turning them into monsters is the Dark Organization, a place for humans. He not only turned himself into a monster, but also dragged Ah Quan and Tu Ki into the pit of fire. Cho Chu, what are you talking about? Lao Tu said that although the days of robbing from the rich to give to the poor were glorious, it couldn't go on like that forever. Either they have no identity, or are constantly hunted by enemies, while the Dark Organization can transform them into skill users who surpass all humanity. Chu Hang couldn't take it anymore, and immediately struck with a slash. Old Tu was in pain. His tail had been severed. Hang Market asked again if Akon and Tu Kai were still alive. Mix could no longer persuade him, and reverted to his original monster form, believing that the pawnshop still remained as stubborn as before. The two of them prepared to fight again, and he thought that if the pawnshop refused to listen to him, he might as well go meet them directly. The laboratory was breached. Old Trung is arguing. Diep Bak probably has his own reasons, but he risked his life to protect Nguni. It's clear as day, so stop putting on a stubborn act here. Tongban looks thoughtful, though he doesn't fully understand what they've been through, but now he's wondering how to interpret this scene. He believes this is a process of transforming a standard fake ability. He also said that Diep Bak is trying to create a fake ability that listens to him. That's why he's fostering feelings. The more he speaks, the closer he gets. Don't you guys understand? It seems Diep Bak really is hiding his mechanical identity. Lao Trung is still confused. Tong Bin said that they are all future mech engineers, a group of people tirelessly studying the Kim Song technique, especially focusing on applying it to the human body. Lao Trung and others are worried, asking what exactly he plans to do. Tong Bin continued to reassure he's just helping Diep Bak complete everything. Though not a mechanic, he's familiar with hearing and seeing. He now shows a scheming look. As long as he changes the configuration, he can turn her into a loyal skill user for the Dark Organization. Press the finish button and we'll have another skill user and an extra source of power. Lao Trung could no longer tolerate Tongban's reckless actions and shouted at the gang, "You bunch of cowards." Immediately afterward, Lin grabbed an iron dart to control these arrogant people, but as he approached, a small flame burned the dart to ashes, leaving old Trung in shock. It turns out that Uncle Bak also snuck in a long time ago, truly knowing how to wait and test people's patience. Tongban reminded him not to play with fire in the laboratory like that. "Don't bother apologizing, Uncle Bak." He grins mischievously, just a little eager to meet his new teammates. Looking down at the unfortunate mermaid trapped in the glass cage, Uncle Bao still daringly claims that he and the girl share a small fate. Commander Bin continues his work, asking Uncle Bao if he has disarmed all the traps around the research institute. He answered that he checked upstairs and A Fong checked downstairs, so there shouldn't be any issues. Chubak suddenly lost his temper, but there was nothing to burn. He's been holding it in for so long, he really wants to set someone on fire. The pitiful girl in the corner became the main target. Uncle Bei asked casually, since she has no notes, can he burn her directly? Tongban also didn't care, and told her to go outside and set it on fire. So Uncle Bak moved closer, grinning wickedly, saying it's perfect, and when she sets the fire, she should call out with pleasure, better if she screams louder than he does, while the girl nearby trembling. But as he approached, a loud noise from above caught his attention, a powerful force shaking the house, as if it was about to burst apart. It was soon shattered by Annie, one of the strongest psychic users. Both Lao Chung and Duong Duong were surprised by this appearance, and Annie's eyes burned with anger at the evil people. She releases a source of power that slows down the activity. Both Tongban and Chubak are quickly dealt with, their bodies no longer intact. The fate of those evil people who dared to threaten others is a painful death. Old Man Chung praised Annie's destructive power, and then told her to chase that bastard out of the laboratory. At that moment, Dang Dang quickly adjusted the data, but Hak Kim's reaction had already begun, and the energy could no longer be reversed. Hearing this, Annie continued to release a blue energy to slow down the reaction process in Ungu Ni. As expected, it works. Duong Duong was surprised because the activity of black gold had weakened. Very well, if this continues for a while, it might slow down the mutation. Deep Bak Tu Ka said that if anything unexpected happens, run the backup program. Suddenly a powerful beam shot across the sky directly at Annie fighting nearby, causing her pain. It came from the arm of a mysterious ability user who entered and asked Annie if she was the experimental subject the organization was seeking. He also reiterated that if he couldn't bring her back alive, he would kill her immediately. After saying that, he quickly attacked with a blade extending from his arm, unleashing a sharp burst of power. Fortunately, Annie's large body quickly dodged, causing it to ram into the wall. To counterattack, Annie used the huge mouth on her belly and started pulling out a large stream of water. Then he immediately fired straight at the man, but he also reacted quickly and dodged. The powerful blast sent debris flying everywhere, crashing into the biopreservation boxes. As a result, the items obtained from the living zombie shattered into pieces. Outside the research room, the battle between Diep Bak and the winged monster is still ongoing. The remnants after the blast are a dangerous purple fire blazing fiercely. Diep Bak's armor is still resisting to prevent the flames from harming inside. Inside, he's angry because that wastes too much energy on the defensive shield. Sensing that things have gone too far, Diep Bak decides to use all his strength to kill that stubborn monster. The wing of the armor starts to ignite with a flame. Soon after, it transforms into a giant fireball. Whether it's a fire zombie or not, you won't win against me. Because it was so huge, the monster couldn't avoid the flames burning towards it. It had to use the light to slow down its movement to block Diep Bak, but he quickly ran past. Then a barrage of bullets shot out from the wings, firing continuously at Diep Bak, but this created an advantage for him, as the thick smoke made it difficult for the monster to move. Seizing the opportunity, Diep Bak rushes out from the misty village, his hands transforming into sharp saw blades, rapidly slashing into the monster's flesh, blood oozing bright red. The monster, after being fiercely struck and driven crazy, was wounded and too painful to stand steadily, wobbling terribly. Before it could regain its balance, Diep Bak suddenly appeared from the sky, using his iron foot to stomp directly into the monster's eye. From above, the mysterious girl is watching Diep Bak fight the monster quietly. She's just observing. She's met the standard. The stubborn monster has finally been fully defeated, burning in the fierce flames. Diep Bak feels the gaze fixed on him, and he becomes increasingly alert. He starts channeling power into his right arm, and it begins to grow stronger. The source of power suddenly surges straight up towards the mysterious figure standing on the roof of the laboratory, triggering a massive explosion that nearly shatters the entire top floor. The enemy analysis system ran out of the explosion site at full speed. Suddenly, the girl was standing beside him, believing that with Diep Bak's strength, he could truly merit the title of mechanic. Diep Bak quickly spun around to strike, but she vanished as swiftly as lightning. She was already standing on the rooftop, puzzled why Diep Bak didn't enter the mechanical committee. Truly a pity. Deep back inside is furious, so he's the one who knows how to move at the right time. Immediately afterwards, he quickly moves towards that girl. But her strange power from her hands suddenly held him back, causing his whole body to freeze, something Diep Bak had not expected. His body lost control, and his energy transfer quickly decreased. In the end, Diet Bok had to stand still and ask, who is she, a traitor within the union committee, or what? You also came from that point in time. The strange girl introduced herself as the Northern Music Grand Illusionist of the Committee of Mechanical Masters, so Deep Bok probably isn't unfamiliar with her. After saying that she performed a spell with her hand again, making Deep Bok's body extremely heavy. She then introduced this as the singing gold manipulation technique from 1,000 years in the future, and told him he didn't need to resist too much. Cooperating with their organization was the smart move. Diet Bak remembered and laughed loudly, so she was actually a great fake of Bak Nak. I heard she's dead or missing somewhere, but it turns out she's working as a foot soldier for the Shadow Organization. I really didn't see that coming. Deep Bok scolded that her actions really bring shame to her grandfather, and accused her of stealing the girl from the ancient sage, Dr. Trong, the fake Trong Nguyet Dai. She then justified that joining the Shadow Organization was to carry out the plan more effectively, claiming that her uncle invented the theory of manipulating singing metal, and she was only expanding on his foundation. Turning humans into mutated skill clones, that's her so-called plan. Deep Bak laughed. You must be the one responsible for killing the mechanical engineers in the secret organization, right? Truong Nguyet Dai didn't care. She revealed the truth, but few believed her, so to eliminate obstacles, death was the only way. She started warning that if Diet Bak also reacted negatively, the outcome would be the same as theirs. Diet Bak scoffed and said, fine, let's see what clever plan she has. Do you think that zombies and the metal song are the entire apocalypse? Diet Bak immediately replied, isn't that the case? The heavenly rock brought the zombie virus to Earth, infecting humanity, and forming the Hat Kim inside the body through photosynthesis. Trong Nguyet Dai explained that this was her theory, though it had not been fully disclosed, and the Mechanical Specialist Committee chose to deal with it to avoid a large-scale crisis. In the end, they all considered it urban legend. She told the Mechanical Union Committee many times, but ultimately received a ban order. Diet Bak wasn't too surprised. So what huge secret made her willing to fake death and not hesitate to kill Truong Nguyet Dai? Simply replied, the asteroid. 5 months ago, the object that brought the zombie virus to Earth was just a small asteroid, less than 30 meters in diameter, but 100 years later, a similar asteroid 10,000 times larger would strike Earth. If they are aliens invading, then the one in front is the scout and the army behind. Diet Bak was surprised when Zhang Yue Dai continued. Even if it was an ordinary asteroid, it would be difficult to destroy with the weapons they had on Earth, especially given it was a fast-moving small planet with high radiation energy. Combined with the apocalypse and the weak aerospace technology and the indifference of the Mechanical Committee member. She can only watch with her eyes from afar, until finally, the Mechanical Committee member realized the truth and secretly used the remaining scarce resources to build a rescue ship for herself. Deep Bak continued to listen, and luckily the time machine those people had destroyed was dug out and repaired, so although it could only transmit their consciousness back, it was enough. Diet Bak was confused. If Earth's destruction was unavoidable, then what was the point of her returning to this point in time? Compared to saving humanity, he thought she was more obsessed with turning people into zombies. Zhang Yue Da continued in another era, when the meteor strikes humans can no longer turn back, and all must become zombies. Moreover, those immune to the virus will become psychic users, and because of refining the black gold, she is only accelerating the noise of the scream. To face a greater disaster 100 years later, she must focus on the strength of humans and Esper users worldwide. Going back to research, Annie and the Esper are still fighting. People are constantly swinging their blades, while others are retreating and slowing down the pace, causing debris and ruins around them. Old Truong is pinned under a pile of shattered bricks lying sprawled on the ground. He is calling the name of Dr. Duong, who is lying helpless nearby. Tong Bin has returned to his original state after being torn apart. It's too dangerous, too dangerous. Han thinks that using defective products like this is very dangerous and asks around if everyone is okay. Old Zhang is so angry he calls him a scavenger, and Tong Bin thinks it's good that he's okay. He also mentioned that someone wants to protect him well. These are some requests from his granddaughter which left Elder Zhang a bit confused. He said that his granddaughter is very extraordinary, and 30 years from now she will become a great mechanical scientist. 100 years later, she will become an advisor to the secret organization, and lead many to conquer more than half the Earth. Old Zhang still couldn't believe it, and asked again if Truong Niet was a member of their organization. She was one of the founders of the Shadow Organization, a matriarchal figure, but if her legs had been whole, she might have achieved these accomplishments much earlier. Mr. Zhang still can't believe it. How could the girl be capable of this? Tang Bin continued. 10 years ago, an accident during an experiment caused her to lose her legs. The son, who was originally a stranger to him, insisted on taking her abroad, and since then, no one has seen her again. Does he know the situation in the post-apocalyptic world, where no one can survive? Even though she remains disabled, she refuses to hate you. Her desire to protect you is truly moving. You must miss her so much, right? And deep down you've always felt guilty. Perhaps that's why the old man noticed it. After all, you treat Nguni the same way. It's because she reminds you of your own granddaughter, isn't it? Tongban asked. After saying that, he turned back to wake up, the uncle and aunt telling them not to sleep, and to quickly report the results with Dr. Trung and Dr. Duong Duong. After the chaos of the power, when Songbin and the uncle were about to escort Dr. Zheng, a zombie suddenly appeared blocking the door, and Songbin asked irritably why he had become a zombie and was standing there. He then ordered the uncle to chase him away. But in front of him now was a terrifying creature, an outstretched zombie covered in disgusting, slimy flesh, and he decided to breathe fire to kill it, but it had no effect at all. What kind of monster is this? It's immune to fire too, the uncle is terrified. Even after the coma, he's starting to regain consciousness. She saw little Thon transform into a monster, and couldn't understand why he was here. Songbin seemed to have no patience, and directly kicked a bang. At the critical moment, messing things up frustrates him greatly. Old Zhang helplessly watched Ah Bang being beaten viciously. What caught the uncle's attention the most was Yuni's glasses case suddenly increasing in power. The girl was rushing to find Annie, who was fighting alongside the psychic. When he looked down, he saw Annie writhing in pain. She had been defeated. The Esper thought Annie should accept her fate, asserting that matching his speed was impossible, her body covered with cuts. The situation outside isn't much better, with Tru Hang being defeated by Lao Tu. Lao Tu's man claims he spared him, but he continues to manipulate Tru Hang into becoming a psychic. Suddenly, a blue light emitted from the research room, resembling the glow of black gold, catching Lao Tu's attention. The heat grew stronger, and eventually a huge energy source poured down into the research room. From afar, Diet, Bak, and Trong Nyet Dai are still arguing, and he thinks she shouldn't talk like she's a little girl anymore. Because destroying the asteroid for 100 years later, now she wants to give up the entire world's network. What kind of moral nonsense is that? Trong Nguyet Dai believes that as long as Hak Kim exists, the meteorite can lock down the planet's atmosphere, preventing it from moving under its influence. Creatures worldwide will be exterminated, and even if they destroy it in orbit, radiation exposure will still affect humanity for thousands of years to come. We can't avoid it. Only by becoming a superpower can we survive, Trong Nguyet Dai said. Jabik asked again, so what does she want him to do? Help her gather Hak Kim or just help her create superpowers? Trong Nyet Dai doesn't want him to create them, but to lead them like a king, isn't that what he has always desired? Gibak thinks it's very tempting, but he refuses. He shows no interest in controlling a bunch of bombs now. As a mechanic, even if he's not a member of the association, he wouldn't hang out with mutant powers. After saying that Jie Bei begins to stand up and attack with the first wave aimed directly at Zhang Yue Dai, but it was quickly stopped. Immediately after, 2 continuous volleys of fire like rapid gunfire. Truong Nguyet Dai, switching energy modes in a short time is indeed impressive. If you do not use black gold, how long can your normal energy last? Truong Nguyet Dai. Her immediate power causes the earth and sand around Jabak to shatter, making it impossible for him to stand firm. Continuously attacked Ye Bei had to move quickly to avoid being destroyed. But Zhang Yue Dai's speed was too quick, and just her gesture caused one of Ye Bei's arms to be severed. After landing a few more fatal hits, Jie Bei quickly escaped from the encirclement. He also didn't forget to counterattack by repeatedly setting off explosive charges. But Zhang Yue Dai easily evaded thanks to her protective barrier. Jibei quickly soared upward, ready to unleash her maximum power. It has subdued some of Trong Nguyet Dai's ferocity. Jibei shouts loudly, so is it over? Is it impossible for you to appear now? Trong Nguyet Dai believes that if he thought he could block her actions by relying on her mid-fire energy support, he was too naive. She felt that Gibak's body would quickly be destroyed from overload. Jibei still insists. Bringing her to Western Heaven is not impossible. Zhang Yu also firmly believes that people like you should protecting yourself be your top priority. Jibei agreed, and essentially because he didn't want others to control him. That's why he didn't want to join the secret organization, Trong Nyet Dai asked. Jibei believes that although the council members follow old rules, they can still distinguish between what is humane and what is not. He thinks this is also why some people in the council place all their hope in him. Truong Nguyet Dai asked what else he could do besides revenge and reason. Could he find the fastest way to save humanity based on himself? Jibei remained firm. There were still 100 years ahead. If he didn't try, how would he know? Zhang Yue Dai thought it was funny. Human weakness and self-interest were clear to see. Do you really trust them? Jibei sincerely agreed. Suddenly, a strange sound drew their attention. A psychic surrounded by a shimmering gold light like butterfly wings appears in the sky. It's Yuni. Truong Nguyet Dai laughs, proudly thinking that Gibak always talks about stopping psychics, but herself has created a high-level psychic. How could she not? Suddenly, Nuni's Esper releases a strong golden light energy, causing Truong Nguyet Dai to lose her remaining strength and collapse uncontrollably. The scene is somewhat majestic, with the blue energy overpowering the purple dark song power. Jibei also realizes that the singing Kim energy is spreading everywhere. Zhang Yue Dai's legs, weakened by the loss of her power, couldn't move. She collapsed to the ground, still trying to process what had just happened, and Gaibei looked up into the distance. Jabak thinks that Yuni might be able to absorb the Kim sound energy. Could this be a devolution reaction between the cancer cell implants in her body and the Kim sound? Yuni responds that she can completely detach the Kim sound energy from the zombie's body, and finally, she can help everyone. However, Gibak is quite worried about Nuni's condition. The girl doesn't know how long she can hold on, but in truth she can't keep going much longer. The girl Jabak met in the past was the same. Jabak was surprised. How could she know? Unguni didn't hide anything. She also knew that Truong Nguyet Dai had returned to this point in time also to test her. He risked his life in the flames because of her, but was also turned into a zombie out of helplessness. Zhang Yue Dai was puzzled. How could she read his thoughts? Yuni gently said she has always lived with everyone's help and support, and she can feel everyone's goodwill. Her father always said there are still many good people in the world, and the girl has always believed that. Nuni believes that when everyone unites, they will definitely overcome this insurmountable hardship, and she decides to absorb all the metal energy on the entire planet. Then she flew out of the solar system, guiding the meteor to a very deep place in the universe. After speaking, Ni flew away without forgetting to remind Dietback to be careful, because the future will definitely require everyone. Dietback couldn't bring himself to watch Nuni leave, but all he could do was thank her.